A very good morning and welcome to Guildford here on the Surrey live stream for the latest Metro Bank one-day cup game between Surrey and Northamptonshire. A lovely day down here in Guildford. It was cloudy early on this morning as I drove up the A3 past the Guildford car boot sale, which is always on a Sunday morning, and the clouds have broken, the sun is out. And you can see Rory Burns there having a chat with our two umpires. Good crowd in already. Lots of people settling themselves down in the green chairs of the main stand or the white plastic chairs. And we are set fair for another game of one-day cup cricket. Surrey here on Friday and losing against Leicestershire by 5 wickets. Surrey stuck in by Leicestershire 270 for 9. And Ryan Patel 97. Adam Thomas 57, and Leicestershire getting there 273 for 5. Hamza Sheikh making his first professional 100 and Rishi Patel making 100. Ryan Patel 3 for 44. Northamptonshire arrive here having won their opening game of this competition, beating Warwickshire by 5 wickets, but then losing to Kent on Friday by 5 wickets. Northampton's batting first 253 and Kent 250. First thing to tell you is Surrey have done the first thing right. They've won the toss and decided to bowl first, which I think is exactly the right decision. Delighted to say Phil Walker is with us today, George Gompertz is with us on the live stream, but alongside me to start this morning is Mr. Cameron Steele. Good morning to you, Mr. Steele, and as I say, I think that toss of the coin's important, and Rory Burns, without hesitation, said we'll have a bowl.
Good morning, Mr. Church. Very important toss to win here at Guildford, always is. Although I have been speaking to the groundsman this morning, it's not quite as soft as it was on Friday. So probably not quite as good a toss to win, but it's about time Rory Burns did so at Guildford. And Surrey will be very happy to be throwing down the first delivery of the day. They need a win here at Guildford.
They do. It's been 5 years, we were mentioning this on Friday, 5 years since Surrey won here at Guildford. Surrey players are in a huddle, and then Gus Miller and Ricardo Vasconcelos are making their way out to the middle to open up for Northamptonshire. Surrey unchanged. So the Surrey 11, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Adam Thomas, Rory Burns, Josh Baker, Kilgore, Tommy Elam, Ralphie Albert, Benji Flores, James Taylor and Yusuf Majid. And for Northamptonshire, it's Ricardo Vasconcelos, Gus Miller, Rob Keogh, Nathan McSweeney, the captain, George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, A.D. Sharma, Luke Proctor, and then Rafi Weatherall comes into the side, the one change from that side that lost against Kent, Liam Guthrie, and a certain Mr. Chahal as well. So very much looking forward to watching Mr. Chahal have a bowl today. So there is Gus Miller. He's taking his guard. It will be Ricardo Vasconcelos on strike for the first over, to be bowled by James Taylor down there from the railway end. Surrey with black today, and Northamptonshire Steelbacks in this very natty blue shirt and dark trousers. I rather like the Northamptonshire one-day shirt. Cameron Steele, it's very nice.
Very nice indeed. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, 88 of 59 balls on T20 finals day. He'll be riding high. Steelbacks have been excellent this season.
They have. Great win for them on finals day as well. He did bat well in that final. I watched a bit of that. He's a very, very good player, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Very entertaining player. He is the left-handed Vasconcelos. So first ball from James Taylor to Vasconcelos, and he's on a length straight away, and Vasconcelos quietly pushing this one out into the covers, and there's Dominic Sibley. We saw, even though the pitch will have hardened up a touch, I think full of length again. I think that will be the key today. You don't want to be cut and pulled here at Guildford, do you?
Certainly don't. And James Taylor was very good the other day. Accurate throughout his spell, and unlucky not to get more reward.
He reminds me a little bit of Jimmy Ormond on that front. He was very unlucky. Picked up his wickets, but was also very unlucky as a bowler. Vasconcelos, that's bounced on him, he plays it well. It's half stopped by Adam Thomas, tumbling away to his left in the slips, but a little bit of bounce there. And very well played by Vasconcelos. Got on top of it rode the bounce, and it's the first run for the Steelbacks.
Only 2 deliveries so far, but just looks like there's a little more pace in this pitch. I know it didn't carry to Adam Thomas, but it was a slow start against Leicestershire on Friday.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough batting first on Friday, but I still think exactly the right thing done by Burns to have a bowl first, without a shadow of a doubt. It's a breezy old day up here on the roof. There is a bit of a strong breeze going across the ground at the moment, as Miller, the right-hander, gets ready for his first delivery, and solidly forward goes Miller. Plays this one down behind him. But good crowd in already. 1,500 were in, I believe, on Friday, and already a lot of people sat in their white plastic chairs. Lots of people along Dapdune Wharf, and nobody along the Woodbridge Road. Just people wandering to their seats in front of the fencing along the Woodbridge Road. Might be quieter today, the Woodbridge Road, as it's a Sunday, unless they all come from the car boot sale. Taylor, over the wicket he comes. Now that does bounce. That's a lovely length from Taylor. It's nicely left alone by Miller. So a couple of deliveries already in this over to encourage James Taylor. The Guildford car boot sale is very famous every Sunday. The queue to get into that as you come up the A3. What, at 7 o'clock this morning, and the queue had already formed for the Guildford car boot sale. So I just wonder if a few people may come down after purchasing from a car boot a bit later this afternoon. As onto his toes goes Miller to a back of a legs delivery. He's just trying to help that into the leg side, but he actually just put us straight back up the pitch. So a nice tidy start here from James Taylor. Blue sky, clouds. Nice afternoon for it, and morning for it. The sun is due to really come out this afternoon, which Surrey wouldn't mind seeing as they're chasing. Taylor is on the back foot, punching this one away into the offside is Miller, and it'll be the first run for Miller as well, as Ralphie Albert does the fielding. So the end of the first over. Tidy first over from James Taylor. Little bit of encouragement for James Taylor. 2 without loss after that first over. Northamptonshire, and it's going to be Benji Flores to get us started from the pavilion end. Hats still being worn. Mr. Phil Walker has arrived, which is very good news. Good morning to Mr. Walker here on the live stream. And Benji Flores, who picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 60 against Leicester. He'll be better for that, I think. I think getting those first 2 under his belt will be better today for that Cameron Steele.
First game out of the way.
So Benji Flores gets the ball in his hands, ready for the start of this second over, and it'll be Gus Miller settling himself down over his bat. Tall lad, Gus Miller, as first ball from Flores is punched off the back foot for 4. Nicely played by Miller. Just on that back foot, didn't try and overhit that, just chipped it away through cover point. And as we were saying on Friday, if you get it past the inner ring, you're going to pick up 4 square of the boundary, because they are not big boundaries. Square of the wicket, and the outfield parched and a bit bobbly, and that one absolutely whistles off to the cover point boundary rope, the first boundary of the game. Nicely played that, Cameron Steele, by Gus Miller. Didn't try and hit that too hard. That's full of length. That's the better length, and just played politely by Gus Miller.
Much better from Flores there. That's the length, that's the line. And just with a little bit more pace in this pitch today, the margin for error will once again go down for the bowlers.
I would love, because I'm very boring, if someone gets in and gets 100, to see their wagon wheel. And what you don't want to see is a lot square of the wicket. You don't want to see people pulling deliveries or hooking deliveries or cutting. That one's just drifting onto the pads of Miller, and he's he's just helped that down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 more. So a couple of boundaries in this second over. And just drifting onto the pads and a roll of the wrists from Miller.
Just a little bit of shape from Flores. All you got to do is miss by a touch, and it'll race down towards the paella tent.
Yes, well, it's here again today. The paella tent. You'll see that in a few moments with Miller batting. He did a good trade yesterday, the old paella, or on Friday, as again he's on the hip here of Miller, and this will be a single out towards the backward square of Flores.
I'm doing my crick info research. Gus Miller has one of the great names. Full name, Augustus Horatio Miller.
Oh,
a name from a bygone era.
Excellent name, isn't it? You can almost imagine him sailing HMS Victory, can't you? And then leaping upon his horse and riding to the estate. That is a super name, Augustus Horatio Miller. Well, here's Ricardo Vasconcelos. And around the wicket goes Flores to him. He's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. I tell you what, the old HMS Victory would be whipping across the seas if it started here at Guildford today. There is a very strong breeze today, and that is blowing the clouds away. And we now have blue sky and sun, because there was a fear of some rain today, but we haven't seen any of that, thank goodness.
Well, I did actually see a little bit of rain when I stopped off for my A3 coffee at Starbucks.
You?
A smattering of rain. Not quite good for the farmers just yet.
No. Well, it's good for the garden. That's what they say, isn't it? Any rain. Flores around the wicket once more. Shout for LBW given. So, Flores has the first. And Vasconcelos just has a little look at where that hit him. From around the wicket, he's pushed forward. Long look. And then up went the finger. And that is a good start for Surrey, because Vasconcelos is a very dangerous player. But we'll have a look at the replay from around the wicket. And Vasconcelos pushing forward. Yeah, it's a good shot. Good shout, and you heard there the dulcet tones of Mr. Phil Walker. He's given that out. He's given that out a minute and a half after it was given out. So hard-hitting analysis from Mr. Walker, but that is a good start for Surrey. It did look a good shout. When you see it again, hit the knee roll, coming back, and Vasconcelos gone for 1, and Steelbacks 11 for 1.
Huge wicket for Surrey. Dangerous player is Ricardo Vasconcelos. Nice bowling from Benji Flores. Vasconcelos looked unsure whether that might have been going over the stumps, but Martin Saggers sent him on his way, and it's a nice piece of bowling. Just nipped back a little bit.
It's interesting, isn't it? I think, as I said, he'll be better for Friday. He looks the sort of bowler to me that might bowl you the odd ball that you can stick away, but then he's going to come up with something special. He's one of those, I think.
I mean, you would have taken the 2 boundaries off that over for the big wicket of the left-handed opener.
Miller on strike for the start of the 3rd over, bowled by James Taylor from the railway end. And Bill just opens the face and guides this one down to deep 3rd. Saw Mr. Lehman out there this morning, hitting balls. Lovely to see Darren Lehman here, and Glenn Chappell as well, part of the coaching staff at Northamptonshire.
Did you see either of them play here?
I did. I saw Mr. Chappell. I will say this on the live stream, but I won't remind the captain of this. First time he ever opened the batting for Surrey. And he walked out there in a championship game against Lancashire. I don't think it was first ball of the reply, as that's well bowled. And Rob Keogh, the new Northamptonshire batter out there, just had a fiddle in his first ball. Goes past his outside edge, nicely bowled by James Taylor. And Glenn Chappell bowled Rory Burns an absolute perler in the first over and knocked the soft stump out of the ground. And that was the end of the first innings from Rory Burns opening the batting. But I knew he'd be all right at that point, because he walked off with a big grin on his face, because it was a beautiful piece of bowling from Glenn Chappell. One of the unluckiest players, I would say, to never play for England, Glenn Chappell, as this one's left alone again. Probing away. There's James Taylor. But now on the coaching staff here at Northamptonshire. And Mr. Lehman, I would say, was one of the best players I've ever seen. Live. Unbelievable player. Unbelievable player. Scored millions of runs for Yorkshire. Brilliant player. Absolutely brilliant player. So yeah, very nice to see him here.
Nice to see his son playing his trade in English cricket as well.
Absolutely. Looking to turn leg side here is Keogh. That hits the pads, just rolls away in front of him. I was chatting with Andrew Radd, the voice of Northamptonshire cricket, a little earlier, and he was saying that the last time Northamptonshire were here in sort of a one-day capacity was 1985. And then I do remember a famous game against Northamptonshire at Whitgift School where, well, they had to start signing players in again. Did Surrey for that game as driving his Keogh, little away from his body. And Adam Thomas liked the look of that at first slip. Won't get a run. Fielding's done by Ryan Patel. Surrey were in I think it was a B&H semi-final up at Yorkshire. But in the wonderful world of scheduling, that was on the Saturday, and on the Sunday they had a 40-over game at Whitgift School. But then it rained on Saturday and it got carried over to the Sunday. So the first team was still at Headingley. So Surrey had to put a team together, and David Ward, the master in charge of cricket at Whitgift School, he played. Got 70 odd, I think, as Keogh turns this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good over from James Taylor, just a single off it, 3 gone, 12 for 1. Yes, and Malloy played in that. He found the boundaries quite small at Whitgift School, Malloy.
Sweeping seamers as usual.
Well, I often think that. He was sort of
before his time.
He really was. Do you remember his one-day international debut where he started sweeping Brett Lee? And everyone was like, what on it? Although even in this day and age, that would still be brave. But yes, he was somewhat ahead of his time. Now Lloyd, 4th over. Flores with the wicket of Vasconcelos to continue from the pavilion end, and that's left alone by Miller. Wideish outside is off stump.
Good pace from Flores.
Yeah,
3 miles an hour.
Started nicely today, hasn't he? Yeah, a couple of boundaries in that first over, but then the wicket of Vasconcelos.
It's a strong Northants team.
It is.
Long batting lineup.
I think Mr. Radd was saying they've lost 7 to the 100. 7 to the 100. Surrey have lost 17. I don't mean lost. Well, I don't know. It's quite difficult to find them.
Seconded.
This hits the bat of Miller as he's looking to let it go. It's the face of his bat and potters off down to third man, and that will be a single for Miller. Keogh comes on to strike yet to get off the mark. So, yeah, 24 out of these 2 squads. That's 2 teams plus 3 12th men.
Quick maths, Mark
Thank
Church.
you very much indeed. That's quite a lot of players, isn't it? Keogh. Oh, shout for LBW. That looks tight as well. He's playing around that front pad. I just wonder whether he might have got a little bit of bat on that. He's trying to whip round that front pad. He's got to be a little careful. Good bowling again from Flores, right length and a little bit of movement. So Keogh's been out there, 6 balls, still yet to get off the mark. But nice bowling again. He is coming back in.
Just standing the seam up, Flores. Allowing it the chance to seam off the pitch.
Keogh lets this one go outside his off stump. And the other way that time. Flores, how was your day off yesterday? I believe you may have been at a wedding.
I was at a wedding yesterday.
Yes, all good?
It was good. It was. It's always a little bit. Well, it's a little bit surreal in retirement, being able to go to weddings in summer. So it was
Saturdays.
a nice change.
Yes. Long time since I've been to a wedding. Waits again does Keogh. Driving. Quite to the pitch of that. That's off a thickish outside edge. Down to third man. Yusuf Majid is down there. On to the total.
Much tidier over here from Benji Flores, really finding his feet now. Pace is up. Striding confidently now.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? You know, a couple of wickets at the back end of that game on Friday. It does look a lot better for that. Really does.
Saying, met him on Friday. Firm handshake.
Firm handshake. As that's hitting the pads of Miller. Down the leg side. And umpire Saggers. Signal leg by. It's the end of the 4th over. 14 for 1. 15 for 1, my apologies. But yes, no, he's a big unit, isn't he? Gets it down there at goodish pace. Bit of movement.
Hit a nice bomb as well.
He did that straight 6.
Always good to see.
Very straightforward technique, I thought.
Bit of Dan Worrell about his batting technique.
Wasn't there? See it, hit it. There's nothing wrong with that at all. 5th over. There's the crowd. T-shirts, shorts, a variety of hats today. As that's just nipping back from Taylor. Nicely bowled again. Middle of the bottom hand comes off the bat on that occasion. Gunther comes round to do the fielding. Yeah, lovely day for it today. It's a bit cooler today as well. There is a heat wave next week, just to let everybody know. That was on the news this morning. Another heat wave coming next week. They're expecting it to get up to 30 degrees. Well bowled again by Taylor. Well played by Miller. Just opens the face of the bat. Glides that away down to Ralphie Albert down there at 3rd man.
James Taylor looks in fine rhythm here.
Does. He's hitting the bat hard. Well, he should have had a couple of wickets on Friday. He had that edge, didn't he, that flew between keeper and slip.
And Hamza Sheikh's single to get us 100.
Good effort from Josh Blake. Got a glove to it though. So he definitely should have had a couple of wickets on Friday, Mr. Taylor. Keogh again. He's keeping Keogh and Miller very honest here. Play down into the leg side. I watched a bit of a club match yesterday afternoon. Very nice it was. And I didn't realise in club games these days there's delays for changes of clubs as well. It took a while. Then one of the umpires needed to use the toilet, so that was about a 5-minute delay as well. But it was excellent to watch a bit of club cricket yesterday. As Keogh's down the pitch, Taylor sees him coming, just bangs it in a little bit shorter, just tucks Keogh up for room. There's no run. All playing in colour kit now, of course, with the names and numbers on the back. In the club game, using an orange ball. Orange ball, yes. And that saw a little bit like here at Woodbridge Road. And that ball saw quite a bit of the road while I was sat there. But I have to admit, it's sort of, I was surprised when I looked at it, and nothing was happening, and then I realised there wasn't an umpire. But yes, he got caught short. They just had the tea break. Forward once more goes Keogh. It's good bowling, just probing away here. Here's James Taylor. So yes, he nipped off. So there's about a 5 to 10 minute delay. And we were only a couple of overs into the run chase at that point. Then the opening batsman got hit on the pad. And there was a big shout for LBW, but got hit so hard his pad broke. So then he had to call for another pad. That took a while. So there were quite a few delays in the club game. That's well bowled as well. That's just hopped at Keogh. He's played it pretty well, to be fair to him. He's kept it down. And he'll get himself a single there, Will Keogh. Nice over from James Taylor. Very testing over. So sorry it started well this morning. If you're just joining us on the live stream, good morning to you. As you can see, crowd enjoying it already. A few straw hats in the crowd today. I can see there are some Northamptonshire fans here as well. I can see a gentleman there in his Northamptonshire Steelbacks polo shirt watching away.
Shoes back on feet
Shoes
for the
back
Steelbacks fans now as well.
What are they called? The Shoe Army. That's what they're known as, the Shoe Army. As Flores. Oh, that's very wide outside the off stump. Keogh went after it. He would have been very annoyed if he got a touch on that, because he'd have done well to reach it. And wide is the signal. Yes, the Shoe Army.
Though that's always good scenes at final stage.
Oh,
See Dave
tremendous.
Willey with his shoe off
Tremendous.
to the crowd.
I tell you what is also good is a Dave Willey interview. There's always something in there for you with a Mr. Willey interview. There's another shout for LBW, but this is half a shout from Thomas, really. That's going down the leg side. Leg by will be the signal.
I just wonder with Benji Flores, he looks as though he tries to really swing it away, and then he sometimes just falls off a little bit, which might be hard to pick up for a batsman if he can angle one back, whether it's deliberate or not.
He's a tall guy as well, isn't he? He's quite a sort of rangy figure. Here's Flores. Forward solidly goes Miller, plays this one back up the pitch. He's not sort of, you wouldn't describe him as a big burly fast bowler, would you? Sort of same build as a Glenn McGrath, really. Tall and skinny. Strong mind, as you found out when you shook him by the hand.
Good Aussie handshake.
Good Aussie handshake. Yeah, it's part of being an Aussie, isn't it?
Part of the school curriculum.
Trying to break the other person's hand with a handshake. Oh, that beats the edge. Just trying to flash that off the back foot was Miller. He can low down by Josh Blake. But yes, what was it I noticed in the half time of after they beat Somerset? That was it. I noticed, Mr. Willey, I noticed that as they were getting ready to bat, some of the Somerset coaching staff were laughing and looking really relaxed as if they'd already won it. And that got my beans going. That's what he said.
He said that?
Yeah, he said that on the interview. He always gives you something, as this one's wide outside the off stump.
Broadcaster's dream.
Oh, absolutely. He is a hell of a good cricketer as well. He really is. Be it with bat, ball in the field.
Took that fantastic catch, didn't he? Well, I suppose
magnificent.
The alley-oop catch on the boundary.
What a catch. And of course it was a one-man show against Surrey in that final back-in, whenever it was. Scored runs with the bat, ran out Stephen Davis from the boundary and finished the game with a hat-trick. Flores is in, and this one's hitting the pad again, just potters into the leg side. That's what you were talking about. Cameron Steele, leg by is the signal.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Just falls off the ball slightly and it angles back in, and he just gets onto Gus Miller a little bit quicker than he's expecting. He's shaped up beautifully so far.
Yeah, he has. He looks a very good player.
Tidy technique.
Yeah, very organised.
24-year-old.
And very tidy.
Miller at the start of his career, and Keogh with a wealth of experience.
Yeah, well, he's been around a long time now as Rob Keogh. He'll be bowling some overs later on today. As that's down the leg side, good take from Josh Blake. Wide will be the signal. Acrobatic take from Josh Blake. That's what you're talking about. Just loses and falls away a touch in that action. Always reminds me of a great story, a test match that Alex Stewart played in. It was the opening test in South Africa. He said that England had a chat and they'd spotted that Donald was losing his action. Donald's losing his action. A lot of it is just spearing it down the leg side because he's losing his action. Flores is in, and that's off the front foot for 4. Nicely played by Keogh. Just a bit of width. He stayed on that front foot and then just with a flat bat put it away through cover point for 4. So very nicely played by Keogh. He's on to 6. 6 overs gone, 25 for 1. And the talk was, just keep an eye out for it, but that action's gone. Well, England were 2 for 4 after being put into bat on a cloudy day. I think it was in Johannesburg. And yes, he was losing his action, but at about 95 miles an hour, and they were starting at about 3rd slip, and hitting middle stump. And he either had you LBW or Yorked. And as the great Alex Stewart said, it was one of the great team talks of all time, that. It was Michael Vaughan's debut, nicely bowled by James Taylor again. And nicely played by Miller. With soft hands, now towards third man. And Keogh comes back on to strike. Yeah, Michael Vaughan walked out on his Test debut with England 2 for 4. Alan Donald having lost his action bowling 95 mile an hour Yorkers, and at the other end Sean Pollock. But it's a little bit like that with Benji Flores. It just looks like he's just losing it a touch, as here's a ball that's pulled uppishly. I think there's a hand on that at short mid wicket. Now I think that has to go down as a chance at short mid wicket. Keogh jumps onto the back foot, pulled it, and I think it's Tommy Elam there, dived to his right, and I think gets hands on this. And I think Cameron Steele, that is a chance, because he didn't get all of this, Keogh. And Tommy Elam there, I think he's got hands on that, so that technically goes down as a chance.
Unfortunately again for James Taylor, another chance goes down of his bowling. Rob Keogh pounced on the width from Flores in the previous over and has pounced on the length there from James Taylor.
Yeah, as I say, he didn't get all of it. Taylor's in again, and Keogh's taking this very late off his pad. In fact, that's hit the pads, going down the leg side. And leg buys will be the signal.
Well, he's had to be patient. Rob Keogh has been doing a little bit in this first 6.3 overs. He was 1 off 10 deliveries and now reaches double figures. Lots of gardening going on.
Well, it's exactly what we saw, even though the pitch has hardened up, it's exactly what we saw on Friday. This first hour and a half is not going to be straightforward, and then as the day goes on, batting will look a bit easier. So that's why it's a good toss for Surrey to win, because the forecast for this afternoon is blue sky and sun. As this is turned by Miller into the leg side, he'll pick up a single. Gus Miller, and he moves on to 15.
Well, Mark Church, as every cricket coach at every level in every country around the world will say, it'll do a bit early and it'll flatten out later.
It will, yeah. And it will be, crucial first hour. Crucial first hour.
All of the cliches here
Indeed.
at Guildford CC on your Sunday.
Taylor, 2 balls of the over to go, and oh God, pulled straight into mid-wicket's hands, and this time absolutely no mistake from Tommy Elam, and James Taylor does get his reward, and he's just had that catch dropped by Elam, but this one hit straight at Elam, and Keogh will be very disappointed with that, having just got away with one. He's played the same shot again, but has picked out Elam unerringly here, and Elam hangs on to that one. Good catch actually, because it was above his head and it was travelling. Ironically, he got hold of that one a bit better than the one that was dropped, but good catch from Tommy Elam. And James Taylor has his first, and Surrey have a couple, and Northamptonshire 32 for 2.
Oh, identical delivery, different result, and a roar of approval from James Taylor, who has deserved that. Over the last 2 games he's bowled with wonderful accuracy, and Steelbacks find themselves in a little bit of trouble at 32 for 2, but they have a test player walking to the crease.
They certainly do. The
Nathan
captain,
McSweeney.
Captain Nathan McSweeney, making his way out to the middle. So, very fine player, Nathan McSweeney. He's just having a little chat with Miller. There is 1 ball to go of the Taylor over. 1 for 11 he has so far in his 4th over of the piece. So Vasconcelos has gone. Rob Keogh has gone. Good catch from Tommy Elam, especially after just dropping one as well. And it's nice when that happens as the fielder. McSweeney's first ball, he's letting go outside his off stump. Taylor looks a little frustrated that he just gave him a side turn, but it's a good over from Taylor. 7 have gone here on the Surrey live stream, and the Steelbacks 32 for 2. And yeah, Surrey will be happy with this start, having won the toss and decided to bowl first. Cameron Steele and the, well, as we christened him, the Wizard of Guildford, Ryan Patel, into the attack from the pavilion end.
Well, I was thinking about some alliteration we could use for Ryan Patel. It's the Wizard of Woodbridge Road.
With the Wizard of Woodbridge Road,
the Prince of the pavilion end, the Guru of Guildford, Ryan Patel. Scored 97 the other day off 101 deliveries. Fortunate not to get 100. Took 3 wickets.
He had a
this
good
very
all-round
end.
game, didn't he? So his first delivery, and he's got Blake up to the stumps, and Miller's pushing that one out to backward point, and there's no run.
I was speaking to Ryan after the game, and he thinks that's the best he's bowled in a while.
Yeah, he said to me on interview he's been working very hard on his bowling with Jack Brooks, and also that he's better the more he bowls, and he's been doing quite a bit of bowling.
Who'd have thought that would work?
Funny that. That's full of leg. So he'll just be looking for a little bit of swing here. That eventually gets round to that, and there is no run. But yeah, 3 for 4, and actually the balls he got Eskenazi and Ben Green with were identical and terrific deliveries, just nipping it back through a little gate and hitting top of middle. Miller forward again, plays this down to backward point. Garintler does the fielding.
Well, as we were saying on air the other day, Ryan has got a knack of getting big players out. Johnny Bairstow in the Championship last year. Ajinkya Rahane for Leicester a few years back. And he's got a man who averages 40 in List A cricket at the other end, at the non-strikers end, Nathan McSweeney.
Just jogs in, and then he's on the legs here, and Miller turn that one out to Dominic Sibley. His first touch of the ball out there at deep backward square again. So he's patrolling the boundary again, is Mr. Sibley. I did see him, and I told him your comment about being brilliant out there, and he'd have been looking at the ice cream van the entire time. And he said I was looking at the ice cream van the entire time. And the ice cream van is here again today, alongside all the other catering facilities here at Guildford. So McSweeney on strike to Patel for the first time. Look for the Yorker. McSweeney has tucked this away. This could run away to the boundary rope for 4. It will indeed. And again, that just shows the pace of this outfield and how short the boundaries are, because it wasn't a bad delivery that at all from Ryan Patel. Thank you to John Surtees, who has MacGyvered us a shade for the monitor out of some cardboard and tape, as this one's left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump. Sweeney, and it's the end of Patel's first over, and Sweeney with a boundary to get started. 37 for 2, and we were saying that the outfield is obviously very parched and a bit bobbly in places, but actually it did behave pretty well on Friday. You just always fear for a fielder, and you'd know this better than anybody, if you're diving and it hits a bobble. We saw Eskenazi actually, didn't we? He had to go off, got struck in the mouth. Here is Taylor, and Miller gets a ball that bounces on him outside his off stump, rides the bounce, guides it down to third man for a single.
Well, in outfields like this, it's not only the bobbling of the ball, but also when it gets a bit sandy. If you dive or slide, you can often get stuck, a little bit like when it's really wet, and you do fear for knees, shoulders, ankles, elbows.
Yeah, and you're going to pick up some, I hate to say this, grass burns as well, and
sand in places you don't want.
Absolutely, very painful, very painful. That's why you see a lot of the players in long sleeve shirts when they're fielding. As forward comes McSweeney.
Well, this is, I was speaking to Jamie, one of the groundsmen from the Oval. He's here today. He's saying that The outfield here is very sandy, so hence why it drains so quickly and why it is so parched.
There's also, I noticed, there is also the sort of remnants of a running track as you walk across the whites of about 6 lanes of a running track. So obviously there was a sports day here, I think, on the outfield. As pushed by McSweeney down into the leg side. Nicely bowled again by Taylor. He really has probed away here this morning from the railway end. Keeping the Northamptonshire batters very honest at the moment is James Taylor.
Captain Rory Burns will be hoping that his premier bowler can just pick him up 1 or 2 more wickets in this power play. Put a dent in this strong Northamptonshire batting lineup.
Well, Rory Burns obviously got his coin toss right this morning. As this is punched away off the back foot by McSweeney. Sibley does the fielding. I know he has been known to practice his. He's got a number of techniques, hasn't he, when it's not going well?
Well, there was one of the years we won the championship, didn't he lose 10 out of 14 or something like that?
Hopeless.
I don't know the exact.
Absolutely hopeless.
I mean, that'll send anyone mad into
He's-
practicing coin
Well,
tosses.
he's gone with a number of techniques, and it seems to be that this one is he sort of spins it as high as he can. It's one of those where he launches it into the air,
Hoists it.
hoists it, yeah. Hoping the wing gets hold of it. Oh, that's come back. It's a good lead from McSweeney. Oh dear, wind's got up and it's actually blown our John Surtees cardboard cover upwards, because it is a very sunny day and the sun's right behind us, so we've got the monitor in front of us, but it's made a big difference, that the John Surtees monitor cover. Excellent use of cardboard and gaffer tape. Taylor again with his headband on. Oh, beats the outside edge. That's nicely bowled. So he's just pushed that a little bit wider and tempted McSweeney with the big drive. It's another very good over from James Taylor. Bit of movement here, but it's the length. That's got McSweeney excited, that length. And it's beaten his outside edge. So 9 gone. 38 for 2. Crowd enjoying this, I would have thought. Shorts and t-shirt weather. And a vast array of hats today. And baseball caps. And I hope everybody has slipped, slapped and slopped this morning, as Cameron Steele was telling us all about on Friday. Patel it is with the 10th over. First one of the first power play. That's left alone by Miller.
Well, don't forget about seek and slide.
Seek and slide. What?
Seek shade.
Ah, yes.
Slide on sunglasses.
Very good. I forgot my sunglasses this morning, because I sort of listened to the weather forecast and didn't think we'd actually see the sun today, from what I heard. But it seems to be very different to what we were told in the Guildford area. Driving is Miller. Half stop there at extra cover. Oh dear. And then missed by Benji Flores as well. And they'll get 2 here. So the half stop from Adam Thomas, who did very well there at short extra because that was travelling, and then Benji Flores just missed it, and it means that Miller will pick up a couple here. But good half stop, but then it might have taken a bit of a bobble on him. That's what we were talking about. You sort of got to get everything behind it, and I mean everything, on this outfield. As forward goes Miller.
Well, high-level fielding coaches are always saying no long barriers, but they haven't played at Guildford CC at the height of summer.
Absolutely. And as you said, and I don't know whether any of them are, there may be a couple of fielders out there on a serious point wearing abdominal guards, which is a very sensible move. Left alone again, nicely taken by Josh Blake. Good length again from Ryan Patel. Obviously with Ryan Patel, he doesn't want to be cut or pulled, because if he is being cut or pulled, it might well be going for 6 at that pace. But when he gets it up to the bat, we've seen it, he nips it, he can wobble it, and he does look a lot better for bowling. And there's the paella sign. This is turned by Miller into the leg side. Quick singles taken, and they're through for the quick single. Rory Burns had to come up and flick the ball towards Blake with a dive.
Outstanding running.
Well, you're going to have to do a bit of that today as well, both sides. I thought Leicestershire ran really well between the wickets on Friday. And it was a super innings from Rishi Patel. As forward goes McSweeney. Plays this one up towards mid-off. End of the over, so 10 gone, end of the first power play, so they can get 4 outside the circle now. Fielding circle, and then 5 for the last 10. But I think Surrey will be fairly happy with that first 10. They picked up a couple of wickets, and the Steelbacks 41 for 2.
Would you say that's evens in the power play?
I would.
Sorry, just ahead.
I would. I think Miller's played very nicely here for his 20 off 30. But I always think if you're keeping a side below 60, 70 with that first 10, and then you picked up a couple of wickets, if you can pick up a couple more quickly between overs 11 and 20, then you're really in the game as a bowling side. So we've got a change of ends for Benji Flores. So James Taylor comes out of the attack, and Flores, who had 3 overs from the pavilion end, comes into the attack from the railway end and replaces James Taylor, coming into Miller. Miller was thinking about either cutting that or running it down to third man, and in the end decided against doing either. Probably a wise decision. The bats almost went towards the ball, a touch, and then he's pulled it back. He saw the width on it. Great decision.
Just going back to what you're saying about 60 or 70 off the power plays when you start to worry. That's happened a lot to Surrey over the last few years, and I must say Surrey have looked sharper this year than previous one-day cups.
This is tucked off the hip by Miller. He'll get a single. Well, the thing is as well now with the 100, Surrey always know they're going to lose a lot of players to the 100. But it's that thing of giving players an opportunity, and sort of last year we saw Adam Thomas really take his chance in the One Day Cup, and look at him now. So it does give a younger player an opportunity, and I always find this competition very interesting actually, just from a pure cricketing talent point of view, as this is a nice looking shot from McSweeney, just driven away down through backward point and off to the boundary rope for 4. He's just stood up straight there, let it come to him, and then just on top of the bounce guided that away. 4 runs, nicely played by Nathan McSweeney.
Too much width from Flores, but that is a gorgeous stroke from McSweeney. We always talk about playing the ball late, but waiting to hit that from behind himself off his back hip, just guide that to the fence for 4.
No slip now, as that's left alone. That one comes back a touch and climbs. Off goes McSweeney for a little wander towards square leg. You and Jim Troughton have a lot to answer for now, because after the Jim Troughton revelation to you that Rishi Patel never taps his bat on the floor, I'm watching everybody now. It was a very good spot that from Jim Troughton. But Rishi Patel never in his stance taps the bat on the ground.
Well, thankfully Nathan McSweeney does.
He does, but I was just keeping an eye on that. As Flores in and McSweeney forward. Again, nice looking shot, but they've got the sweeper out there, and that will end up just being a single as Ryan Patel does the fielding.
It's always a little unnerving when people do something wildly different. Would not tapping the bat be a little bit like Shiv Chanderpaul?
Oh, well, Shiv.
Shaping up, facing towards you.
When Shiv broke into that West Indies side in, when was it, 98? Was it 98? Yeah, I think it was 98 on the England tour. Made a 50 on debut. This is turned into the leg side and won't get a run, as Miller just hits Adam Thomas in there, but well, not really seen anything like it. Although, talking about David Willey, of course, Peter Willey had that very open stance. His dad, he had a very open stance as well. But yeah, it's like I used to love Jonathan Trott. I'm sure it drove opposition players absolutely mad, but his
idiosyncrasies and superstitions.
Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. And, you know, scuffing a trench every ball.
I'll tell you what, when you played when he was still playing in 2018, I was playing for Durham against Warwickshire, and Sam Hain had come onto the scene as well. And he was they used to train together, and he used to copy every single thing that Jonathan Trott did, so the size of the trench would double.
Well, that was a bit like Marnus, wasn't it? As forward goes McSweeney, and that's off a thickish outside edge. It's good work down there at third man. Good slide and throw from Yusuf Majid. McSweeney picks up a couple, but Marnus was a Steve Smith clone, wasn't he, when he first started? Because he said that Steve Smith was his big hero, so he copied everything that Steve Smith did. David Warner, of course, famously, he undoes the Velcro on his gloves, doesn't he? After every ball, goes for a little wander and then puts the gloves back. The Velcro, as driving, just lost his shape there, a touch with McSweeney, and the bottom hand came off the bat, and Rory Burns was lurking in there at short extra cover.
I always wonder if these guys who have those idiosyncrasies do it on purpose to separate themselves from the rest, from the mere mortals.
Yeah, I don't know. Alex Stewart had the greatest bat twiddle ever seen in cricket. Driving again is McSweeney. It's a super shot. Good bit of work though from Mikael Garintler. Gets around quickly, but beautifully timed again by McSweeney. There he is. He's got a little bat twiddle as well as he goes for a wander towards square leg.
Well, are you taking Alex Stewart's bat twiddle or Kane Williamson's? Sometimes twiddling it while the bowler's running up.
Well, yeah, that is a really good point from you with Williamson. As this is driven straight back up the ground, half a hand on it by Patel. Ralphie Albert gets round to do the tidying up work, and that's the 50 up for the Steelbacks in the 12th over. So 50 for 2. Yeah, Kane does, doesn't he? Or did. I think though, A. Stewart sort of was the forerunner on the bat twiddling front.
Well, bat twiddle and the chest and arms that he has.
Oh, yes. Patel's in, goes for the length again, checked up the ground by Miller. Ralphie Albert does well there.
I'm going to see a lot of that today, running at fielders.
Well, it's worth it, although as you said on Friday, sometimes with the bobble it can just bobble straight into the fielder's hands, and then it gives them that extra half a second. So that happened a couple of times on Friday. But Ralphie Albert doing what we said, got everything behind that, did Ralphie Albert. As doesn't time this at all. Nathan McSweeney looking to punch off the back foot. End of the over, 12 gone, 51 for 2. I'm going to vacate, and then Mr. Phil Walker is going to come and join you, Cameron Steele. Although he's just been to this new baker's at the petrol station.
I look forward to asking him about it.
Well, yes, it's not a baker's I've ever heard of, but it is a new addition to the petrol station. This new baker's. And a few thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then you'll be joined by Phil Walker.
Thank you, Mark. That's gone fine. That will run away for 4. First slip would have been interested if Rory Burns had chosen to have one. Understandably, though, at this point, still in the power play. Not quite afternoon. Good morning, Cameron. How are you doing?
Good morning, Phil. Good to see you.
Yeah, I like this improvised sun shield on our screen. Looks like an old crisp packet box, perhaps. Yeah.
Cardboard cap.
Yeah. Braving the elements up here.
No hat for you either.
No, it was a mistake. I should have remembered. I did a game here a couple of years back and got absolutely roasted. So this one's on me. Also, woke up, it was a bit dreary, a bit grey. Thought, okay, maybe we're finally turning into real English weather. So I put on a nice thick t-shirt and the black cords. Yeah, schoolboy error really. Slightly uppish, but no danger. Thoughts on the first hour or so, Cam?
Evens now. James Taylor bowled very tidy 5-over spell from the railway end. Did well to get the wicket of Rob Keogh. But these two, McSweeney and Miller, have steadied the ship. Horatio has steadied the ship.
Ah, that's lovely. Is that the first one of the morning? The first Horatio gag?
Well, no, Churchy
Churchy
was talking about HMS Victory a little earlier.
He's rolled one out already, has he?
But these two have played very nicely. Wealth of experience for Nathan McSweeney. Gus Miller has looked very assured here at Guildford. Must say, we were talking about past scores on Friday, and Ryan Patel said to Mark Church after the game that Surrey were probably 20 or 30 short, only getting around 270, and it does look like par's a little bit higher today. Pitch is slightly quicker, not doing quite as much as it did on Friday.
3 spinners in Surrey's 11, so certainly the expectation is that with these dry conditions we'll see a little bit of purchase later on. Tidally driven into the covers, but tighter extra cover, and so a dot to finish. 13 gone, 56 for 2. Both teams just sizing each other up, really. Got a lovely feel to it today. Sunday afternoon in the sunshine. That little bit of magic that outgrounds tend to bring you. As soon as we pulled in this morning, it just had a delightful feel about it. It's going to be Patel then to carry on, doing a useful job here. And as you say, Cam, Gus Miller has played very tidily here. Just a young lad trying to make his way in the game, really, and benefited from being a substitute in one of the earlier 4-day games. He only played the one 4-day game this year, last month, against Durham, but came in for Luke Proctor after Proctor picked up an injury. Wasn't in the 11 initially, and then opened the batting in Northampton's second innings and played beautifully and breezily for 61 from 80-something deliveries. And perhaps that sense of it being a shot to nothing might have just freed him up, and it's certainly done his cause no harm in getting the gig up top here in this impressive white ball setup that Northampton are building. Beats him, nicely bowled, definitely a bit of nip there. You always rock up here at Guildford and you just think, road, absolute road. But there's a bit of nip for sure. And as we say, with these conditions, not a drop of rain anywhere, hosepipe bans all over the place. My wife is still kicking about that. It's ruined her garden over the last few days. But yeah, we're going to see some definite spin later on. Looking forward to seeing Ralphie Albert in particular. So Burns just ringing the changes here. Albert himself is pushed out to long on now, and deep square brought up into the circle. wide of backward point. Of course, it runs down the hill here. Such an inviting boundary for the batters. Welcome boundary 4.
Just a punch there from Nathan McSweeney. Not too wide from Ryan Patel, but the margin for error here is tiny.
Did you have much luck here back in the day? Driven down the ground, but long on is in place.
Well, I've played in the Surrey team that has not won a game here for 5 years, so no.
Okay. Moving on.
62 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, right.
But the pitch has done a fair bit for the seamers over the last few seasons. Often quite green here. This is probably the hardest it's been for a little while. It's a good toss to win. Usually here at Guildford CC,
yeah,
you've got some stats for us. It
well,
looks like
you must be joking. I was just that's not what I'm here for, Cam. But I was just checking on the specifics of Justin Langer's triple here, which was actually my first experience of coming here to Woodbridge. I'm not from these parts. Essex is where I grew up playing the game. So I came here many years ago now to see Langer bat all day, and it was remorseless in the heat. 342 he made here. Forget it.
Sounds like Justin Langer.
Yeah, 416 balls, highest score in Somerset's history at the time, overtaking Sir Vivian. Yeah, that was quite an introduction to Guildford cricket, that was.
I'll tell you
also saw Ricky Clark here, got a double, I remember, because he's a Guildford boy, old boy. He got a brilliant double 100 here. Saw Ramps get a couple of hundreds, of course, that goes without saying.
I'll tell you
Forward to seeing Adam Thomas as well later on, Guildford boy as well, the latest star to come off the conveyor belt.
Proper player. It's been difficult to bowl spin at Guildford the last few years with the size of the boundaries, and the pitch hasn't taken much spin, but it is dry now, and it'll be exciting to see whether the 3 Surrey spinners, Yusuf Majid, Ralphie Albert and Tommy Elam, can get some purchase, as well as Yuzi Chahal for Northants.
Yeah, I mean, what a star he is. Going to be a joy to watch him on a turning track. It's a brave call to bat first, or to field first rather, on Surrey's part, but they clearly back themselves to chase here. They'll know exactly what's required. Chahal will be box office. Never seen him bowl live, you know. Obviously one of the stars of the IPL, a kind of will-o'-the-wisp like leggy, really. One of those, it's never ever quite there. You think it's going to drop, it always just holds itself back. The number of players that he's undone over the years. Really looking forward to seeing him. Be interesting to see how Northants use him as well. And whether Surrey just try and milk him and blunt him, or whether those days are gone. And it doesn't matter who's bowling, you just try and take them down. Tidy start here by Majid. Very useful white ball left arm spinner in the classical vein, really. Mixes up his pace, but it's predominantly relatively flat, darting into the pads, stump to stump. That's the way to do it, Cam.
Wish I could have bowled at the stumps more.
Well, you're different. You're one of the artists. There's artisans and artists, and you're definitely in the latter camp.
Well, we are going to see someone that you're excited about, Adam Thomas.
Yeah, useful medium pacer. I was actually chatting to Jack Brooks downstairs, who's now involved as a consultant with Surrey, and he was talking me through some of the emerging players in this setup, and obviously he said what a gun batter he is, and what a Fabulous fielder he is as well, but he said don't discount his seamers. So we are going to see him now. 5th bowler on show so far. Well taken, Josh Blake, fabulous keeper. Really good hands.
Well, Adam Thomas is going to have, along with Ryan Patel, a fair few overs to bowl over the next couple of weeks. Tien van Vuren has now gone down with a hamstring injury.
Driven tidily, job to do, and he's done it well. Yeah, excellent work by Tommy Elam. A deep cover. It does race down that hill, doesn't it? Seems to pick up pace.
I'll tell you what, Surrey are missing one man in particular.
Well, I mean, some would say they're missing a few.
Well, missing a few indeed, but there is one man who has a stress fracture currently, Nathan Barnwell.
Yeah.
And he usually patrols on that boundary down there. He has got to be the fastest cricketer in the world.
Yeah.
And one of the best ground fielders I've ever seen.
Really?
It is remarkable how he gets to some balls. So it's always very helpful if you're bowling from this end, having him patrolling out on that offside boundary down there. But wishing him a speedy recovery.
Beats him again. Tight lines here. Burns ringing the changes, and he's been very tight as well. Short extra. He's definitely in the game here with the medium paces.
You mentioned Josh Blake before, just then that was a tidy take there.
Yeah, yeah. Squeezed away for a single down to deep third. So, other absolute gun fielders in your time then? Inside the Surrey dressing room and players you came up against as well. Who would you put in that top bracket?
I was having this conversation with Cameron Ponsonby the other day off air.
There are no new conversations, Cam. Not on the stream. Tidily played. Another one ticks by. 16 gone, 67 for 2.
I'd say to start with, you always think of slippers. The ones who just don't drop them, and the ones that come to mind, 3 slippers.
Yep.
Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Huge mitts.
Huge mitts, doesn't drop them.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a Venus flytrap.
Yeah. There's few things more emasculating in the game than shaking hands with Simon Harmer. I've interviewed him a few times, and yeah. The divide between the pro and the hack has never been so pronounced as when I meet up with Simon Harmer, let's put it that way. Go on, who else?
Ollie Rayner.
Yes, great shout. Very good shout. Again, another big lad. Majid it is again. And that is his signature delivery. Slightly short of a length. And just arrowed in to the top of off. You can live there, there's a career for you.
Kind of what Ollie Rayner did as well.
Yeah, yeah, very fine off-break bowler when conditions allowed. I remember interviewing him actually, and you might be able to relate to this, Cameron. I said to him, what advice would you give to aspiring young spinners? And he said, learn how to bat. That's what he said. It can be a tough gig at times, bowling finger spin in English county cricket. But he had his days out. Took 14 for once, didn't he, Ollie Rayner, for Middlesex?
He had an incredible slip catching technique,
right,
where he would almost stand side on and then step back with his right foot as the ball was released.
Oh.
It was very off-putting for a third slip.
So he was quite agile in the moment.
Agile in the moment.
Interesting. Oh, I haven't seen that. Interesting.
Almost like a trigger movement.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's some logic to that, perhaps. If you're dealing in split seconds and you're already feeling like you're in the moment, in the delivery. Yeah.
Scott Borthwick was another one.
Yep. Yep.
Wonderful hands.
On the sweep, that'll be 4. Very nicely played indeed.
First real shot in anger from Nathan McSweeney. Premeditated. Guiding that perfectly out towards the river boundary.
Yeah, he just has another look over his shoulder. There's definitely a shot on there for the delivery. It's just a wee bit too straight. Back on the money though to finish.
Thinking about it.
Contest here now. Yeah, for sure. And what about outfielders, Cam? You mentioned Nathan Barnwell's great shout. Any others that really come to mind?
Well, there's one at the Sean Abbott,
Mm-hmm.
one of the best fielders I've ever seen, but the lesser known ones, young Joe Moores
Yes.
at Lancashire, he is some fielder. And I believe that's one of the reasons why he's been given such a go this year. His undoubted batting talent, hit it both ways.
Yeah, he looks like a player. Beautifully taken on the bounce. Fabulous work.
Often it's the fielders are the unsung heroes. And speaking to Keaton Jennings, not too long ago, he said this kid is going to be one of the best fielders of all time.
Really? One of the Moores dynasty, of course.
Tom Abel up there as well.
Yep, yep. Looking at Harry Brooks' catching stats, they've actually gone down a bit in recent months. He's grasped 1 or 2, but at one point last summer, they were far and away the highest across all of world cricket. Just was not dropping a thing. Then obviously Australia came calling and a couple of hit the grass. Such is life. But yeah, fabulous. Anywhere, Harry Brooks.
I was thinking of other slippers and Australians. Cameron Bancroft is one of the great slippers. Again, huge hands. Harmer hands.
Yep, yep. When I was a kid, it was always about Mark Waugh. Basically anything that Mark Waugh did was good for me. But the way he'd snaffle them, not just at second slip, but also at silly point as well. He'd stand there under the white floppy and pick them up. Just like shelling peas, really. Extraordinary fielder.
You only notice them when they're not there.
Yeah, totally. So a tidy job here. Got to hurry.
Ooh.
Yeah, tidy job is Adam Thomas. Slight hesitation on that run, and Ryan Patel, it's the right choice as well to go to the far end. Direct hit would have been interesting. So, are we at a point of drinks, perhaps? As befits outgrounds. Tends to happen at its own pace. Cricket matches out here in the provinces, yeah, drinks it is after 18. So a fascinating first hour and a bit. 75 for 2. 26 to the skipper, Nathan McSweeney. 32 to Horatio Miller. Gus Horatio Miller. And a really nice feel to this cricket match. Northampton, okay, it's a slightly different format, slightly different personnel as well, but they'll still be feeling so good about life after their latest heist in T20. What a performance that was, across the board really. Went off like a train, first 8 games in the group stages of the Blast, and then got it done on finals day. And whenever a club of Northampton's kind of stature and size and budget performs like that on the biggest stages of county cricket, then it really does. It brings great joy to the rank and file of those who follow this game and care about it, and care about the 18 club model as well. And so they'll be feeling probably quite relaxed and liberated going into these kinds of games as well. It's almost like a free hit. They've already had a wonderful season, whatever happens from here on in.
It just looks like a sharp unit these days.
Yeah, exactly. And Darren Lehman's done a fabulous job with them. I thought it was quite telling actually after the finals day, and Lehman was interviewed at the innings break, and they only had 140 something, and you look at that and you think, well, yeah, 25 shy. And he had a big Cheshire cat grin on his face, as if he knew the truth. He knew what was coming. And then they squeezed brilliantly in that first game. And yeah, they are a crack unit, particularly in the field. It's a very smart appointment as well to bring McSweeney in alongside Lehman. Australian access. Yeah, good cricket club. Kind of cricket club that you root for. So, quick drink, back on. Majid to continue. Giving away that one boundary 4 earlier in the piece. It's been very tight indeed. On the sweep again, gets away with it. On length rather than line. Hands on head. May have been a slight inside under edge, and it is, yeah. Needed it.
Just played his shot for the field there, Gus Miller. Now they are changing the field. Tommy Elam out on the fence is going to go behind square for McSweeney.
And again. Bang on the money. Don't need to turn it too much. Very hard to get away.
He is bowling fast here, Majid. I wonder if a paddle sweep might be on. The outfield is so quick that you just get anything on it. Either side of James Taylor at short 45.
Yeah. Parched and arid outfield here. Again. Points to the bowler. Tantalising outside off stump. Cameron Steele can't get enough of it. He's already overrun by a few balls. George Gompertz to step in a moment. Cam will be back on the mic before you know it. What an addition he's been, I have to say.
Oh, thank you, Phil.
It's true. Wouldn't say otherwise. In fact, I might, but I do mean it. Slightly short this time. Cuffed away, but just a single. Dom Sibley lugubriously out there in the shade at deep square. Beautiful day here. Bit of breeze, not too hot. Food and drinks vans have rolled in, doing good business down below us. And again, bowling to his field. Slight misfield. The old adage, don't run on it unless you're sure. That would have been curtains. So another one ticks by. Yusuf Majid bowling beautifully here. Just 8 from his first 3. Cameron Steele does finally leave us. So it's going to be Adam Thomas then, the local boy, to carry on from the pavilion end here, from where we are commentating. He's doing a very useful containing job here. That's all you need. Landed on a length and try and squeeze and strangle, shackle these two right-handers. afternoon, George.
Yeah, good afternoon, Phil. It's been a pretty cloudy morning, but we're now just getting a bit of sun beating down on our necks. I reckon both sides at the minute will be fairly content with the state of the game.
Yeah, it's just ambling on, isn't it? Neither team overly fussed about making a big play. Still an age to go, of course. 30 overs after this one, still to bat. Having lost those two up top, Northamptonshire. Oh, it's brilliantly hauled in at backward point.
That is an unbelievable stop, by the way. Nikhil Garantla, who was on fire on Friday, actually, with his ground field.
Well, you mentioned that, and I mentioned it already, but I was talking to Jack Brooks downstairs just now. He's involved in the twos set up here, and as a consultant, he was saying, Garantla, unbelievable outfielder.
I'd stick him at point where it comes fast and with a lot of spin on it as well.
That's a
there it is
stop.
again. Unbelievable. Because he's not just stopped, he's held that as well.
Yeah.
That's right out the middle of the bat. Oh, I've been hearing from Cam Steele this morning, Durham alumni. Nikhil Garantla also Durham alumni. Maybe there's something in it.
And so are you? Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. It's a very similar game state to what we had on Friday. Both sides in that one bringing up 100, around 22 overs in for the loss of 2 wickets. So Northampton slightly behind that rate, but they'll be happy with these two plugging along. Surrey will be delighted to have removed Ricardo Vasconcelos so early.
Indeed.
He's been on fire recently. Back-to-back 50s in this competition, 80 odd in the Blast final, and a mammoth 191 in the county champs away at Durham last month.
Yeah. He's a fabulous player to watch when he gets going. Little pocket rocket, isn't he? 5'0". He's a fabulous player on his day. Not to be today though. It's a good delivery actually by Benji Flores, going round the wicket. Pinned him on the crease. Not too many complaints about the decision.
That game I just referred to at Durham was also a big one for Gus Miller, currently on strike at the minute, who was brought in part-way through as an injury replacement for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it really did get his season going, didn't it? That bit of a free hit, probably wasn't expecting, definitely wasn't expecting to have a hit that game. Freed up, plays a nice 60 odd, 61 it was.
So yeah,
gets him into this setup.
I was up there and Luke Proctor felt the full force of a Ben Stokes straight drive.
Right, you were there, were you?
Broke his hand. So Miller came in, wasn't even in the squad for the game, and was drafted in halfway through for the second innings, opened the batting against an attack of Potts, Ray and Aldridge. Brought up his maiden first-class half-century.
Yeah, on such margins can sometimes a career be launched, right? Kicking around in the twos and trying to make his way. Suddenly you get given a chance that you don't necessarily expect. Maybe a bit more freed up than you would be otherwise. Nothing to lose. Go out and play really nicely. Now you're opening for your county in the One Day Cup. He's got to go this time. So a nice breezy knock of 35. But Gus Miller has to go. Beautifully done as well by Josh Blake, who, as we were saying earlier, is a fabulous gloveman. And he hauls that in. Bit of turn as well.
It was full and wide, wasn't it?
Majid deserves that, I would say. He's been ramrod accurate. Just floats one outside the off stump. Bit more air to it as well. Good catch.
A little bit more flight on it, as you said. Miller's eyes have lit up. He's not really got there.
Yeah.
And just a little bit of turn. See his hands away from his body. Quite a wristy shot. And it's a good grab. It's definitely taken a bit of a deflection. But no mistake from Josh Blake. And that brings George Bartlett to the crease.
Yeah, so 3 down for 81. Surrey have certainly edged the opening stages of this one. They've kept the run rate under control on this lightning fast outfield and picked up 3 very useful wickets indeed. George Bartlett is the man in form, really. Coming off the back of a couple of half centuries, 54 against Kent 2 days back. And then earlier in the week as well, strummed a 72 against Warwickshire. So he's a key man here, and with I was going to say a longish tail, that's not true, but they bat deep. But there's perhaps a couple of rookies coming in, and so this feels like a really big key partnership in the context of this one. Lewis McManus, very resourceful keeper, batting at 6, and then Adi Sharma, just 20 years young. Not much record yet to speak of. Young all-rounder in at 7. Luke Proctor, as mentioned, damn fine cricketer.
Yeah, well, I came on 2 overs ago and said it's pretty much in the balance. Both teams will be happy with where they are. I'll add another wicket on. Surrey looking on top, and if they can get another quick one here, then they'll be right on top into the middle order and creep into the lower order. It's that man enjoying the sun and enjoying the drinks on offer as well. Tell you what, it's good food and drink offering here.
Yep.
Went for the Greek option yesterday. Some gyros, went down nicely. Might try the paella today.
Yeah, my wife's in the building. She's come along with a couple of her mates. Rare to get her to come to the cricket, but the promise of a little festival feel, feed and a Sunday afternoon drink. I think I might be driving home. Beautifully played. Straight away, George Bartlett into his work. It was a longish half volley, admittedly from Adam Thomas, but beautifully timed. If ever we want a little indication that the boy is in form, then it's right there, George.
Yeah, equally, when you've faced, and that's your second delivery, I think you'd probably want a 6-stump half volley.
Beats him this time though, pulls his length back. That's better by Adam Thomas, who's in the midst of a good spell here, by the way, into his 4th. Conceded just 13 with that boundary 4. He's looking very useful here.
It's that length which seemed to have the most success on Friday as well. It's the same pitch that we're using again today. Anything back of a length went the distance. Anything over pitched went the distance. But anything on a good length was difficult to play. It sometimes would just hold in the surface slightly. And that's the line of length from which a lot of wickets have fallen.
Oh, beats him again. I make that 4 fresh air shots now against Adam Thomas. Just using this slight sense of a slope, looking from right to left as we look at it, and he's utilising that beautifully so far.
He's coming in on the angle and holding on the seam. It's pretty top class bowling.
Yeah, give it a couple of years and he'll be saying, Skip, I demand a slip. But not quite yet, still a rookie. But yeah, if he can really add this to his game, then what an all-round cricketer Surrey have got on their hands here. He's a top-class athlete in the field. Nailed a debut 100, which was a true joy to watch at the Oval a couple of months back.
Tell you what, he's loud in the field as well. As the game dragged on Friday, he started giving out some shout-outs to Cam Steele. for reasons unknown to me or him.
While Cam was on the
Whilst
mic.
Cam was on, he was somewhere on the square,
Lovely.
and his form of encouragement was, "Come on, fellas, Steely's on comms." I'm not quite sure what he was going for.
Nicely done.
It got our attention.
Majid then into his 5th. 1 for 11 so far, bowling beautifully here. Nathan McSweeney recognises here that he is the fulcrum of this innings. He needs to go deep here.
Well, between these two out in the middle at the moment, there's a lot of runs in the One Day Cup this year, both with back-to-back 50s. There's over 200 runs between them. Probably over 250, I imagine.
Again, cuffed away, slightly short of a length, but the field is set.
Is that our first cuffing of the day?
Second, actually.
Is it? Oh, brilliant.
Look, Ali Brown's not here, so you don't have to gang up on me.
Well, Majid will be liking this as well. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl at. He got a wicket in the last over. He's coming super wide of the crease, angling it in. And as we just saw with Miller, if you can get 1 to hold and try and take the outside edge.
Reverse, clever. That will run away as well. Picks up pace across this arid outfield. So a bit of invention already from George Bartlett, who's in cracking form. A couple of boundaries already to his name. And that is a good option. As long as you play it on line, don't bring your off stump into play, then that is a good option here, I think, against the left arm spinner who is arrowing it in. Beats him this time. Excellent correction by Majid.
That's moved a lot
Yep.
off the surface. Bounce as well. It's probably moved a good stump with the turn.
Single into the onside. Easily taken. So we are going to be treated to some intriguing slow bowling across the afternoon here. You fancy that we'll see Ralphie Albert come into the fray at some point with his left armers. Majid in the midst of a brilliant spell himself, of course. And then later on in the piece, Adi Sharma is a young leggy coming up through the ranks at Northants. But the main man is Vendra Chahal, IPL legend. One of the real gods of the IPL over the years. And he will be looking forward, I would say, to bowling on this track. And I wonder if perhaps McSweeney, as the skipper, is looking at this, knowing what he's got in his own bowling attack and thinking, maybe we don't need 300, maybe 260, 270 on a dry track with his spin options could still possibly get it done.
Well, we wondered on Friday whether it would start to turn the longer the game went on, but it actually got easier to bat on. But already today, now into at least its second game, I imagine this is only its second game, it's looking a little bit more characterful, I reckon.
Punch down the ground. Doesn't beat Ralphie Albert. Keeps it down to 1. Famous last words, but Bartlett looks like he's unable to locate anything other than the middle of his blade at the moment.
Only 23 overs in, we've seen movement, both off the seam-up bowlers and off the spinners.
Airborne, beats him, runs away for 4. So perhaps the first real shot in anger from the skipper McSweeney. Goes airborne. With mid on up. It's a relatively safe shot.
Yeah, it's so full. It's almost a half volley. Everyone's in the ring. You've got to really make a mess of it to spoon it to mid on.
You're talking, George, like a man who's just scrummed an unbeaten 100 yesterday afternoon. Every ball's a 4-ball out there. How many was it? 101?
101.
101.
101.
Not out.
Not out. Got there with the final ball of the innings.
Oh, please.
An agricultural swipe down the ground for 4.
Carved away. Job to be done. Tommy Elam does it well.
Do you remember your first Saturday ton?
Long time ago. But yeah, of course. Reappears in your dreams from time to time, isn't it? Anyway, 100 up, 3 down, 23 gone. Surrey probably slightly the happier, and they will know that this is the key partnership.
Yeah, pressure on these two. The main run makers still out in the middle. Not loads to come, as you mentioned. Enough.
Another reverse. Won't beat Ryan Patel on the offside 45 this time, but another indication that McSweeney's looking to expand a little here.
And if you can play it outside the line, it is relatively safe. If you miss it, you're going to be hit outside the line. You're all right. Covering the stumps. You're fine.
Majid will be thinking, get that arm ball in. Get that one that just rolls on with the arm. If anything comes back into the right-hander. They're in the game though, these two fieldsmen, just behind square on the offside, constantly in the game.
And at the same time, as soon as it beats that inner ring, it races away. Only one winner today.
Partly will be frustrated actually, because that was there to hit.
It's a slight change in the field as well. Mid-off has gone all the way out to the ropes.
There it is again. Doesn't beat Ryan Patel, who is much finer now than he was earlier. Runs the first one hard, but races across that outfield, and so just a single.
There's no need for these two at the minute to do anything other than that, really. Just rotate the strike, tick along at 3 or 4 and over, and reassess it the next drinks break. At the same time, you don't want to allow the bowlers to settle. It's a tough game, isn't it?
Well, that's the beauty of 50 over cricket. I wouldn't say that it's maligned, but it's sidelined more and more in the conversation in modern cricket, but that's what makes it such an intriguing game. There's more tactical, on the hoof decision making, I think, in 50 over cricket than there is in any other form, really.
These middle overs are often seen as a bit of a trudge, maybe switch on for the first 10, switch on for the last 10, but it's so finely poised at the minute that this could turn in a couple of overs either way.
Yeah, and also at the halfway point, 103 for 3. There's been a lot of talk about potentially contracting it down to 40 overs now. I know that these conversations are being had by the ICC and national bodies, but on a pitch that turns, such as this, then you need those extra overs for the innings to undulate, play out. Almost in the game, but it just clears him. That does go all the way, in fact. Taylor down there, making good ground, but just out of reach. I wondered if the dive may have come out at one point, but just beyond him, the big fast bowler, and so first maximum of the day and picked up nonchalantly by Nathan McSweeney, and so into the 40s now, edging towards a third consecutive 50 for the skipper. Definitely been a slight shift of gears. Got to run hard. Oh, if Garantler had claimed that clean, then that would have been tight. He is a gazelle there, backward point.
Oh, he talked up his ground fielding about 20 minutes ago. I reckon that's the first misfield of the day.
Yeah, but still he got there so quick and surprised the batters. Clears Albert. Doesn't get all of it, but enough. One bounce, 4 more. And so they move, 11 from 3. Perhaps they've decided that the medium paces from the pavilion end, Adam Thomas, Ryan Patel, they can't just let them sit on that length. Got to try and make a play here.
We saw a similar shot to Patel in his last over. Although on that occasion it was slightly fuller. This one was definitely slightly back of that length. It was pretty good length, to be fair. He just picked it up, and we saw earlier in this over, the one that was pulled away, anything short just sits up to be hit. But you're right, the medium pace has been their cue to just get a move on a little bit, especially with mid-on and mid-off still in the ring. And it is that beautiful balance between not being in a position to lose any wickets, but at the same time accelerating the rate and getting that total up.
Yeah. McSweeney's done this well up until now. Oh, not this time. And again, further evidence. It's electric in there. Garantler sat up nicely, didn't it, for the fielder, just to pick it up. Barely had to crouch into the pick-up and a bullet throw. So
I reckon that's close, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Direct hit and he's gone.
So Northampton survive, 12 from that over, 115 for 3. It's going to be Majid to carry on, and George Gompertz, 101 not out, to carry on with us, and Mark Church to step in.
Thank you, Phil Walker. He can now get to his lovely pastry that I've seen in his bag, as it's Yusuf Majid continuing from the railway end. It's been an interesting passage of play, this. I don't think Rory Burns minds at all Bartlett going after Ryan Patel, and the fact of the matter is he hasn't moved his mid-on at all. He's left him there and said to Bartlett, you want to go over the top, you go over the top. As Majid is in and Bartlett's forward, playing this one out into the offside. I think McSweeney is playing the McSweeney way. He's booked himself into bat till the end. I think Surrey have bowled pretty well here so far, and they're forcing Bartlett into taking a risk or two here. I don't think Rory Burns is too bothered by that at the moment. Stood at extra cover. Good around the wicket, forward goes Bartlett, just tucks this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. Nice bit of bowling as well to pick up the third wicket. And Surrey sort of picked up those 3 wickets at good time so far. Over halfway through this Northamptonshire innings, and we're seeing as well on this pitch, as that's a good shot from Bartlett. It's great placement. Wasn't that short, little bit of width. Bartlett has just laid back and put that between short third and backward point. And again here at Guildford, you know, as long as you hit the gap, you're going to pick up a boundary. So Bartlett will move on to 23. But this is a little bit like the Surrey innings on Friday, batting first. Bartlett's forward will take a single, just nudges this one out towards deep mid-wicket. Adam Thomas comes up to do the fielding. McSweeney comes back on to strike. Good crowd in again today. I think we had 1,500 in on Friday, so I think we've got the same again today on this Sunday. And the weather's lovely now. Still a strong breeze, as that's well bowled by Yusuf Majid. I think McSweeney was looking just to go inside out there a touch and try and thread that between cover and extra cover. And it ended up going straight back up the pitch. Just a single off the over, and the boundary, of course, 5 off the over. And there we are, there's the crowd, George. And oh look, there's a Surrey T20 shirt, and that gentleman's there in his retro Surrey shirt again, I can see. Circa 1993.
I wonder if it's the same gentleman from
I think
Friday.
it is. I think it is, because he was wearing that very hat
In the same shirt.
on Friday.
Like he washed it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he did. And there's a lady wandering around with a very nice straw hat on. It's a bit of off spin coming into the attack now in the shape of Tom Elam. Be interested to see how Bartlett goes about this. They do have a long on in for the off spinner. Start of this 28th over. First one's tossed up, it's actually a full toss. And Bartlett will get a single, just driving up to Ryan Patel at mid-off.
I think Elam can say he's probably got away with one there.
Yeah, what the difficulty here is, whichever end he bowls from, he can't afford to get too straight. He's in here, that'll just be turn, flatter delivery by McSweeney, out towards deep backward square for Alfie Albert. Doing the fielding out there. Ball comes in one bounce over the top of the stumps. McSweeney moves very nicely on to 45.
The
Fine
pitch
player.
today, for my eyes, definitely looks better for spin than it did on Friday.
Yeah, it's hardened up, definitely. I had a wander across this morning with Matthew Spriegel, and it's obviously been out in the sun. As Bartlett just turns this one back up the pitch, and Elam does the fielding off his own bowling. So yeah, it was quite soft on Friday morning, with the grass having been left on. But it's definitely, and you can see as well, it's not as green as it was on Friday through the middle. A single with it? No. Rintler gets around quickly to do the fielding in there at short extra cover. So yes, you would expect there to be something there for the spinners today, perhaps. I think they'd still have to give it a good old rip. That's nicely bowled by Elam. Forward goes Bartlett, nice soft hands.
But we have seen some evidence of turn from Majid, especially. The wicket to Miller just held a little bit in the turf.
Over the wicket he comes once again, and this is tucked away into the leg side by Bartlett, out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single. So tidy first over from Tom Elam. The other thing with the spinners, of course, is if you can get them going in tandem, you can whip through overs. That's the other thing. Good old tactic, that. And it's that old thing, you suddenly look up at the scoreboard, 10 overs are gone, and you can't remember when they were bowled at you. So it's always quite handy on that front as well. I think we are going to get spin from either end, because Ralphie Albert's coming into the attack. Now he bowled from the pavilion end on Friday. He's going to have a go here from the railway end. Young Mr. Albert, having captained the England under-19s against South Africa, made 100 as well with the bat, the Ralphie Albert. Now he's into the attack from the railway end of the ground. And we'll have George Bartlett on strike to start off with.
It'll be interesting to see how these two approach this change of bowler.
First ball for Albert today. Oh, looking to cut, beats the edge.
A bit full for that shot, I reckon.
Well, he's also trying to give himself room. And he's completely fallen away in the shot. Bartlett, when he played that lovely cut shot, down 3 backward point off Yusuf Majid, he didn't try and back away on that one. He was giving himself as much room as he could and ended up almost giving himself too much room. And it beating the outside edge. So it's 3 wickets to go. Vasconcelos was the first to go. LBW to Flores for 1. And Keogh was caught at short mid-wicket off Taylor for 10. And Miller caught behind off Yusuf Majid for 35. There's a single here for Bartlett out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. And those wickets have fallen with the scores on 11, 32 and 81. So what they also haven't been able to do, Northamptonshire, is form a significant partnership as yet. McSweeney's fainted to get outside his leg stump there to Ralphie Albert, and then ends up just pushing the ball back up the pitch to Albert. Inside out is an option for a player like McSweeney over the top of the covers. There he goes, driving away through the covers for a single. Dominic Sibley. Sweeping up again is Dominic Sibley. Out on the Woodbridge Road boundary. But yeah, McSweeney's a good enough player to come down the pitch and go inside out to Ralphie Albert.
Very good form as well, off the back of 2 half-centuries in this competition.
Bartlett on the back foot this time and cuts this away out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. There is Sibley once again. So it's a tidy first over from Ralphie Albert, just 3 off it. Elam went for just a 3, so 6 off the last 2. 126 for 3. About to start the 30th over.
A really impressive start from Albert, because these two seem to be looking for any invitation to just push the run rate on a little bit. And between Elam and Albert going for 6 off their 2 overs, kept it nice and tight. Albert just darting it in a little flatter than Majid was. He was giving it a little bit of air, a little bit of chance to turn, but Albert just darting it in, and 3 singles from the over.
Well, he started his year bowling at Surrey, did Ralphie Albert. As Bartlett's up on his toes to this first ball from Elam, and there's the captain, Rory Burns, diving across in the dirt with his floppy sun hat on and preventing the signal. Alex Dodson's on the field of play now. I think Yusuf Majid has gone off as Bartlett's whipped this one down the ground towards long on. Flores comes up to do the fielding because, yes, Ralphie Albert, part of that England under-19 World Cup team that got to the final. And then Suravanshi got 175 in very short order in the final. England were on for winning that at one point, as that turned a touch for Elam. And it's tucked away by McSweeney out towards deep backward square. But he had a very good tournament, did Ralphie Albert, with the ball. But it was a pretty thankless task bowling to Suravanshi in that final. Forward goes Bartlett, just takes this off, about off stump I would say, and works it out towards deep backward square. Haven't seen a sweep shot yet from either Bartlett or McSweeney.
People being paid millions in the IPL found it difficult enough.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. They kept him quiet at the start. This is punched down the ground off the back foot by McSweeney for a single again. Down there to Flores.
There is
more to the total.
There is cover deep on the leg side, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, but yeah, with a sweep shot, as soon as it gets backwards off square, it will race away. There's no fine leg on the boundary.
Just the length, isn't it? There he goes. Just slog sweeping. Didn't really get hold of that, Bartlett. Flat, one bounce out towards Dom Sibley. Deep mid wicket, even with the short boundary, it's a real tempter with the off spinner bowling at you, but it's got to be the right length, otherwise you're going to get yourself in a pickle. End of the over from Elam, another tidy one from him. 131 for 3. There we are. There's the angle on the live stream towards Dapjune Wharf there. So lots of the crowd sat in front of the hedge and the trees, and Dapjune Wharf is behind that. a famous piece of water in the Guildford area is Daptune Wharf. As Ralphie Albert to bowl our 31st from the railway end, gives this air. Actually a lowish full toss, I think, and Bartlett will get a couple here. Just works it through the leg side. Elam comes round to do the fielding in front of the crowd, in front of Daptune Wharf.
And another famous Guildford site, which I greeted you with this morning, Guildford car boot sale.
Ah, yes,
Never
every
seen
Sunday.
anything like it.
Every Sunday. Very popular. Albert around the wicket to Bartlett. That's nicely bowled. He's just reaching for that a touch, Bartlett. That potters down towards backward point. Bartlett's onto 33 from 40 deliveries here. Oh, the cue for the car boot sale, it goes on forever. Quicker from Albert, just stuck that one in the pitch, and Bartlett will take a single, just pushing it away out towards Sibley, sweeping on the cover boundary rope.
I just saw some people walking along the road and thought, well, that seems slightly odd. I wonder what they're doing. Looked to my left, and there must have been 200 cars parked in the field.
Oh yeah, it's always like that on a Sunday morning.
Amazing sight.
Those of a car boot persuasion, bet you can get some good bargains in there. As McSweeney onto his stumps, turns this one down into the leg side and take another single, so that they're happy just knocking it around at the moment. Bartlett's the one who's looked to be aggressive. McSweeney's just happy at the moment to knock it into a gap and take a single. Tucked away by Bartlett, out towards deep mid wicket. Again, good placement. That'll swing Tom Elam around and enable Bartlett to stroll back for another couple of runs.
That's how it works, batting in partnerships as well. If Bartlett's going to be a bit more expansive, then it allows McSweeney just to sit at the other end and tick over the strike. They don't both need to be going big at the same time.
It's nicely bowled again by Ralphie Albert. Just gave that one a little bit more air. And Bartlett is forward and playing that one out into the offside. He just says to Rory Burns, I'm just going to have a towel brought out if that's all right. So he's going to go and get rid of the sweat off his brow. And, well, news from you, I don't know whether Phil Walker asked you about this, is that you played last night and got 100. Well played.
Thank you.
Yes, who was that for and in how many overs?
Well, that was just for my club team back home. We were chasing 203 in 50 overs, and we did so in just a touch over 40.
Well done.
Came in at 10 for 1.
Very good.
And hit the winning run.
Oh,
203
lovely.
for 5, I think.
Well done, George. Well done.
That was a lot of fun.
First 100?
First 100.
First 100. What a lovely moment. Well done. Well, Adam Thomas is back into the attack from the pavilion end after a couple of overs of off-spin from Elam, and McSweeney will bring up his 50. It's just been a proper innings, this, from the captain. And he's just setting himself up here. On to 50 he goes from 66 deliveries with that single. And as I say, he'll want to, like you, be walking off at the end of 50 overs. The captain. Thomas right arm over the wicket he comes, and this is punched off the back foot by Bartlett. Now towards the sweeper on the cover rope. Do you do the old Virat Kohli and take 10 overs off? That's what Virat used to do in a chase. So if Virat walked out there in a 50 over game and walked out in the 5th over, he would say he only had 35 overs to get the runs. It's the way that Virat used to go about it. Oh no, oh dear. Oh, the wind's not only... Well, the John Surtees bit of cardboard, as there's not a run here, as that's played into the offside, not only is acting there as a shield to the sun, it acted as a sail. And it took the monitor with it, almost straight over the side of the balcony. As shorter ball, just into the pitch from Thomas, and again, no pace to that, so... having to wait and wait and wait for it was McSweeney, and then punched it into short extra cover. That was a good catch from you there, George, because the players are sat below us and the last thing they need is our monitor landing on their heads. McSweeney, oh, top edge, he's going to get away with this. It's going to loop over Josh Blake, who stood up to the stumps, and he's going to get a couple. So genuine top edge there from McSweeney. He was trying to stick that in the Woodbridge Road, or even in the petrol station, but he got a big top edge on that, but of course Blake stood up to the stump, so ballooned over Josh Blake, and McSweeney picked up a couple more. First really full shot from McSweeney today, and this one he's just cutting away out towards Elam, doing the fielding again out there, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. So another over ticks by. They're getting through these overs quickly. Sorry, 142 for 3.
Yeah, well, it was definitely short enough for McSweeney to pull, but he just slightly miscued it as he brings up his third one-day cup 50 of the season, his third match. Though he's only converted once in his list A career. That was a 137 for South Australia against Queensland. And he was caught by today's teammate Liam Guthrie.
Ah, there you are. As around the wicket comes Ralphie Albert. It's a great pick up from Gorilla. Coming round to his right, he is a very good fielder in there at backward point.
Well, now, just before you came on, we were talking about Grantler's fielding. And it's not just his pick up and throw, but it's how quickly he gets to the ball.
He's just a natural athlete. He's one of those that just looks a natural athlete in the field. He moves well.
He loves it as well.
Yeah, prowling he is in there at backward point. And there's Bartlett cutting, and there is our man again at backward point, diving away to his left and doing the fielding. And it's such a key position, that. Ricky Ponting was unbelievable in there, and he used to practice it for hour upon hour upon hour and set himself challenges. That's well bowled. That's an absolute ripper from Ralphie Albert. That's almost the perfect delivery. Beautifully taken as well by Josh Blake, because on the angle that's coming in, and then it's just bounced and gone away from Bartlett. It's a lovely bit of bowling. It really is. Great bit of work. Albert's in once again, and Bartlett will turn this one off his pads out towards deep backward square. One more to the total. The other key thing there was bounce.
Yeah, well, it's
That's
probably
the
more
thing.
so than the turn.
That's the thing. If he can find a bit of bounce, life does get a little tricky for the batters. Sweeney back onto strike, and I'll turn this one into the leg side. Won't get a run because Thomas is there to do the fielding.
I've got that noted as the second one, which has really bounced off the surface, and they've both been on that same good length.
Final ball of the over. Use of feet from Nathan McSweeney, and then out it goes towards Adam Thomas, who's been pushed back onto that mid-wicket boundary for the final ball of the over. So McSweeney will keep the strike. 17 overs to go. McSweeney and Bartlett having a bit of a natter about all this out there. Yeah, just looking at the north hand side, and you see that for Ralphie Albert, and your eyes immediately swing down the team list to Mr. Chahal. Oh, there goes the monitor again. It is a magnificent bit of cardboard, but as I say, it is acting a little bit like a sail at the moment as Thomas comes in over the wicket. And this is the start of the 34th over. May have to gaffer tape down the monitor now to the table.
This is my problem with wide brim floppy hats as well. As soon as the wind gets under the wings, then you've got no control.
It's tricky with the sun. As this is short, pulled by McSweeney behind square on the leg side, but he's picked out the fielder. That's James Taylor there. So James Taylor doing the fielding. Ooh. Well, this only thing. Yes, no, we can do that. We can do that. It might, yes. So John Surtees has found a very heavy box now to weigh down the monitor. As this is picked up. Not fully timed again by Bartlett. It was aerial, and again that is why Rory Burns is not dropping his mid on to long on, because he hasn't really got all of that, and it wasn't too far away from mid on, but it's away to the long on boundary rope for 4. It'll take Bartlett on to 42, so this partnership forming, and the 150 comes up for Northamptonshire. 150 for 3. Thomas in again, and Bartlett lets this one go outside his off stump. Again, nicely taken by Josh Blake. There's the paella tent again.
Yeah, absolutely. Rory Burns won't mind that at all. It's maybe the second or third time he's played that shot down the ground and has caught it off the inside edge a little bit. Oh my word!
Well, now Adam Thomas here. That is a spectacular. If that was the Commonwealth Games, I think he would have won a gold there on the floor exercises. That was magnificent. Just watching our umpire's left foot here, but oh, look at that. He didn't actually let go of the ball either. Managed to hang on to the ball as he did a forward roll. Look, he's completely lost his footing there. Magnificent roll, and he's all right, which is the main thing. And this one's turned by Bartlett into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That's one of the stranger movements I've seen on a cricket field. Not quite as strange as on Friday when members of the playing team had to knock on somebody's door to get the ball back.
Yes. Well, actually, the most important thing is he's all right there because he rolled his ankle with his delivery stride. This will be runs down to third man. It's good tumbling stop by Yusuf Majid back on the field of play. He's done well there. Got round to his right. Put the dive in. So it's a couple of runs. Adam Thomas is nipping off now after that over. That might be actually because he did feel a little twinge there when he rolled. So he might just be getting that ankle checked out. Because it looks spectacular, but actually, especially, I'm not saying that Adam Thomas is a fast bowler, but still putting a lot of weight through that back leg of his when he lands on delivery. He just lost his stride there and took a tumble. So, bit of a drinks break with 16 overs to go. 152 for 3. I think Surrey will be happy with where they've got Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire will still think to themselves, we've got wickets in the hutch, we've got 2 set batters, we can start pushing this on in a moment.
And these two have done really well to just steady things. 62 put on between them now, and 16 overs to play. They've built a really good platform. McSweeney 56, Bartlett 44, both seeing it pretty well. The pitch is fine. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers, but absolutely fine. Yeah. And if these two want to just stick around and go big, bat out till the end, there's absolutely no reason why not. Surrey have bowled well, but I don't think these two have looked particularly threatened by it. They've looked more likely, or Bartlett maybe has looked more likely to get himself out. McSweeney's had that one top edge.
Well, I said this because I'm dull. I would like to see the wagon wheel of this innings, and you can always have a good look at an innings. Thank you, George. You've got the wagon wheel there on your clever computer laptop thing. You see there. Okay, single square of the wicket. That's fine. But I can only see 3 boundaries really square of the wicket, which shows that Surrey have been bowling the right length on here. If you're getting cut and pulled regularly on this pitch at Guildford, you're not bowling the right length. So I think Surrey have been very disciplined with the ball today as well. So I think that all plays into it. So change of gloves for Bartlett. I was saying, I went and had a very enjoyable afternoon watching a bit of club cricket yesterday.
Oh,
yeah, it's very good. Down at Sevenoaks, my old club. But what has changed, because I'm old now, is the amount of times that players in club cricket change their gloves as well.
No, it all comes from the top, doesn't it?
Well, they've seen it on the telly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's the same with youth football and kids talking to the referee, or wearing wrist tape, or any of these sort of trendy, faddy things.
And they're all wearing these little arm guards now as well.
The
little arm guards. Where did the big arm guards go? I used to like those. They were so big, weren't they? That they used to go off your elbow. In the good old days, of course, you used to get yourself a little football shin guard, gaffer that onto your arm. That always did the trick. Yes. These days, it's one of these little sort of wristy arm guards. We're underway again with Ralphie Albert, starting the 35th over after a little bit of a drinks break. First ball from McSweeney, punch down to backward point. Started nicely here, Ralphie Albert. He looks happier from the railway end to me, as this is punched away by McSweeney. He will get a single out there. to the sweeper on the cover rope.
And I will say, actually, part of the reason why there haven't been as many boundaries through backwards point is Nikhil Garanda.
Yeah,
He's stopped a lot of runs through there.
He has. Alex Dodson's out there again. Oh, this is the stand-up reverse sweep from Bartlett.
We've seen it a few times. A couple successful, a couple not so successful, but he's reasoned that to the left armour it's a relatively safe shot. Ryan Patel is fairly square, and as soon as it beats him, then it's going to race away.
Albert in again, and McSweeney drives back up the pitch, and there is Ralphie Albert diving across to do the fielding off his own bowling. But yes, Bartlett and McSweeney would have had a bit of a chat, a bit like a strategic timeout that during the break. Enables them to get themselves set on how they're going to go about this in the last sort of quarter of this innings. Single here. Out to Dodson again. Sweeping on that cover boundary rope, the Surrey 12th man. Interesting thing about Bartlett, as this one's left alone outside his off stump, and of course made the move from Somerset to Northamptonshire. You can see he's played a bit of cricket with Tom Banton. Just the setup. And there's a touch of the Bantons about Bartlett. End of the over. 15 to go then for the Steelbacks after being stuck in by Surrey. Thank you to George. He's having a well-earned break, and Mr. Cameron Steele is back, having already been to Paella. Cameron Steele. He likes a bit of the old Paella at Guildford. It's Cameron Steele. Welcome back, Mr. Steele. Did you go chicken again?
I went for the chicken paella, and I'm satiated.
Ah, excellent. Does that mean you're well satisfied?
Yes.
Excellent. So James Taylor, from the, you can tell you're a man of words. James Taylor from the pavilion end back into the attack to bowl the 36th over, and McSweeney drives up the ground, and it's a good tumbling stop by Ryan Patel. And there's no run. I was saying there to George, I think Surrey have been very disciplined with the ball today, and I think they've made run scoring as hard as it can be on here at Guildford for Northamptonshire so far.
I agree. Northamptonshire are just a little bit behind where they need to be, but with two in batters, the experienced McSweeney and exciting Bartlett, they're just starting to build, but James Taylor's been at the forefront of Surrey's efforts.
As McSweeney just waits on the back foot here, that's beautifully played. He has just waited. It's not a short ball, but he's just waited on the back foot, which means he can open up through backward point and the gully region. And even with the dive at backward point, beautiful placement. And that whistles off to the rope for 4. Just a good bit of batting. He's on to 62.
Only a hint of width from Taylor, and McSweeney just drops his hands on it. Impressive cricket.
It's been a very good innings this for the captain so far. That just turned him round a touch. He will get a single. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. I was saying to George, when you see McSweeney bat in these situations, and he's such a good player, you know what his game plan is. You can almost see the innings, how it's going to pan out, and he'll be looking to wander off at the end of the 50 overs, unbeaten with about 140 odd to his name, I would have thought.
So number 3, 4 of the ilk of Root and Hayne.
Yeah. Oh, now Bartlett's had a fiddle outside his off stump, and it bounced on him. He was trying to run that down to third man, but it just hopped on him. Good bit of bowling from Taylor. I was also saying with Bartlett, fine player, but you can see he obviously made the move from Somerset to Northampton. You can also see that he's played a bit of his cricket with Tom Banton. There's a huge amount of similarities with their setup and the shots he plays.
The Somerset Academy.
Well, there
the
is
indoor school at Taunton.
Absolutely. Bartlett's on 45 here. And this time he does just open the face of the bat and guide this down to Yusuf Majid down there at third man. So Paella was good. There it is. Look, there on the live stream. You can see where Cameron Steele got his Paella from.
It's very salty and just what I needed after frequenting a wedding yesterday?
Yeah, well, yes. Lovely day for a wedding.
Beautiful day.
Key to any wedding is the weather, I think. Now that has not bounced as much as he was expecting, McSweeney. He's looking to punch that off the back foot. It kept a bit low on him, and that's taken low down to his right by Josh Blake. So end of the over from James Taylor. Of course, there are other key elements in a wedding.
Loving one another.
Loving one another's probably number one, I would say. Number two is both parties turning up. But the weather is a key part to any wedding. And good weather just makes it that bit more special, I think. Ralphie Albert from the railway end of the ground. And this one's cut away. And that's going to be 4. It was a little short, little wide, and Bartlett's jumped all over that. And this will bring up his 50. He's played very nicely so, but he went through a little patch where I think he really wanted to get after the Surrey bowlers, but then realised, actually, I may have to wait a bit to do this because they're bowling well enough at me. I can't do this at the moment. So he sort of stopped that, and now has got himself to 50. And there's still ample opportunity to go for it at some point. Albert's in again. That's short once more. Cut away again by Bartlett. Gruntler does the fielding in there at backward point.
George Bartlett's always struck me as one of those players who's got every shot. He's almost got too many options for his own good, and can get himself out in scenarios like this where he's nice and settled.
Tossed up and driven by Bartlett down the ground. Well, Phil Walker will tell you this, one of the most famous Morecambe and Wise sketches of all time. It's got all the right shots, but not necessarily in the right order. And that was when they were playing with Andre Preview, as they called him, the great conductor. As McSweeney, forward he comes, nicely bowled again by Ralphie Albert. He does look a lot happier from the railway end than he did from the pavilion end, Ralphie Albert.
He's just slowed things down a little bit today as well.
Yeah,
not rushing
he's
back
not
to his mark.
rushing in. No, exactly. And he comes once more. McSweeney backs away and cuts this out towards a sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Alex Dodson, who's still out there, 12th manning. Rory Burns, the captain, will be quite happy with this at the moment, I would have thought, in there at short extra cover. He looked frisky with the bat on Friday, didn't he? As this one's punched away off the back foot by Bartlett, and Dodson's round again to do the fielding. End of the over. Few more thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then you will be joined by Phil Walker to guide you through the last 13 overs of this Northampton innings.
Northampton's only going at 4.5 and over, a touch above 4.5 and over. These two really settled now at the crease, and we'll be having to eye up a total somewhere north of 300. What do you reckon, Phil Walker? Welcome back.
Hiya. Cheers to Mark Church as ever. Yeah, they'll have to go some. 10s from here on in to get there. Burst through the hands on the bounce, of course. Runs away, another couple. But they have the right men in place. These two are in prime form. Third consecutive 50 for both of them in this competition. And if they really get a gallop on, they can certainly get up around that 300 mark. They'll have to go at 10s from here on in, almost exactly that, in fact, 170 into the 38th. Rory Burns has been in the game extra. Enjoying himself out there, it seems.
George Bartlett looks in good touch. Just giving himself a little bit of room on that last ball. Looks like he's priming himself to start targeting young James Taylor. Actually played club cricket with George Bartlett back in the day for Glastonbury Thorns.
Of course, yeah, he's a Somerset boy. He's looked superb today. Strummed his second ball through the covers, or through backward point rather, for 4. Reverse swept. His third delivery against Majid. He just carried on where he's been batting all week. He's had a very fruitful week in the middle order here. He's got all the shots. Good hands as well. That modern style, the cocked wrist. Trying to make a bit of room for himself. Nothing doing there. Yeah, intriguingly poised, this one. Lewis McManus is a vastly experienced cricketer, of course. He's carded to come in next. Luke Proctor down at 8. Very resourceful player across all the formats. And Adi Sharma, just a young leggy bowling all-rounder. We may see slip in there as well. But a lot hinges on these two. He's in the game again. He's a live wire at backward point. He's not always been tidy today, Garantler, but he's a constant threat.
When he's not shadow batting at backward point, he's fielding with vigour.
Yeah, yeah. Got all that vim and spunk of youth, isn't he? So it's one of the joys of this tournament as well. You get to see new names. So playing a miss to finish off the 38th over. 171 for 3. Beautifully poised, this cricket match. It's one of the unintended consequences, I think, of the 100. Barging into the middle of the summer and cherry picking some of the best talents in the English game. Well, it frees up space. Frees up space for new players to emerge who you may not know too much about, but who get a chance on the proper stage to really establish themselves as professional cricketers, and it, I think, brings a whole new kind of identity to this tournament that I doubt the Brains Trust, if I dare call them that, at the ECB had this in mind, but it's one of the pleasing unintended consequences anyway. So, return of the opening bowler, and he's been dispatched straight into the scoreboard. What a shot. Picked up shortish, but I'll hesitate to call it a long hop by any stretch. And Bartlett's just climbed into that. What a statement shot, really, as we edge towards the final 12.
Welcome back, Benji Flores.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Deposited by Bartlett. It's that fast.
That's the length. Saw him on Friday as well. Just takes a ball or two to get into his rhythm. There's Benji Flores. There's a lot of him, but you can understand why Surrey are interested in what this bowler has to offer. The physical attributes are there for all to see. Not express pace by any means, but the angle of delivery is unpleasant. Let's put it that way. Full this time, driven, and he's gone. The worst of all possible ways for poor old George Bartlett, who's been playing out of his boots out there, and the game can be so cruel. 62, in the form arguably of his professional career, dares to back up a yard or two. It cannons off Benji Flores and straight into the non-striker's leg stump, and he's marooned. And talk about having to peel yourself off. Look at that for a walk-off. Devastation for the boy.
All you can do is laugh. So fortunate for Benji Flores. Off his hand, onto his leg, and cannons into the stumps. Oh, poor George Bartlett. He was just starting to motor as well. I mean, just deposited Benji Flores into the scoreboard.
Yeah. There are times, perhaps as a batter, when you secretly you don't hate that happening to you. You might be bogged down, or it's not your day, or you're struggling to hit off the square, and then there are times when it's a heartbreaker, and that is one of them. He's played as well as he can today. As Cam Steele says, he's just picked him up off the hit, straight into the scoreboard, no bounce. And now he's got to trudge off. Well, Lewis McManus is in the most extraordinary circumstances. He will resume at the non-striker, of course. And Nathan McSweeney, 64 not. He's going to have to reassess slightly, the skipper. Ever had that happen to you in pro cricket?
I haven't. I managed to get away with it. But in the bigger picture for Northamptonshire, McSweeney was able to just play second fiddle to George Bartlett for a while there. So intriguing to see how Lewis McManus goes about this, whether he resumes the role of the aggressor.
Bowled him! 2 in 3. Extra bounce. Hurries him up as well, and he chops on. So, both in-form players now back in the hutch. An inspired bowling change by Rory Burns, bringing the big man back into the fray. He effects a run out, slightly unwittingly, although he's done well to get down to it. But that's a real beauty. That's what he's in the side for that extra pace and bounce. And suddenly, 178 for 3 is 178 for 5. And the game tilts back towards the home side here.
Well, Surrey on top again, and looks as though it came off his back elbow onto the stumps, nipped back at him. That's what we were talking about before with Benji Forrest, just falls off them a little bit sometimes, but means that the ball can angle back towards the batter and it just pops a touch off a length, and yeah, right off his back elbow and onto the stumps. Huge wicket for Surrey, who are now firmly on top with Northants 5 wickets down and 2 fresh men on 0.
Yeah, and it is Adi Sharma, bowling all-rounder. Not much of a first-class record or professional record to talk of yet, but he's got the nod here in this side. And if you are involved in Northampton's white ball setup, then you're going to have something about you. No doubt about it. Played just 6 list days. This is his 7th game. High score of 82, so he's been in the runs. He knows what it's like to raise the bat in professional cricket. 4 first-class games. Not bowled yet in list day cricket, so he's mainly in this side as a lower order hitter. Big moments for him. It's good stuff. Well bowled. First delivery dispatched into the scoreboard, and then 2 wickets in the over. Very impressive stuff. Well, what a power play this is by Mark Church. He's just casually dropped a packet of Haribo Star Mix on the table. Other filthy, gluty sweets are available, of course, but none quite in this category, let's be honest. Thank you, dear boy. So, left arm spinner back into the attack. Good move, I would say, Rory Burns. Looking to, if you like, coax and tempt these two into the big shot against one of the most accurate left arm spinners kicking around in the county game. And mid-on is up as well. So there's the play. They're just going to have to consolidate here, Cam. Just for a few.
They will, and it's a good bowling change by Rory Burns. Save a few from James Taylor and rush through a few overs from Yusuf Majid, who's been economical today. 1 for 26 from his 7.1 overs. Doing what's required for the 3 feathers.
Yeah, so we might just see a couple of quiet overs here.
Very rarely see Yusuf Majid bowl from the pavilion end here.
Just that breeze running across from right to left as you look at it on screen, and that may just help the drift for the left arm spinner. Did most of his work, as Cam says, from the railway end. But yeah, just turned around and might just want to drop a couple out there on the breeze. Arm ball this time. Dom Sibley is quick to the ball. See him back in the fray, so there won't be any concerns with him opening up. Spent a bit of time off the field during this innings.
I have some breaking box news from Dom Sibley.
Oh, stand well back. We're breaking news now. Is there anything we can't do?
We were talking the other day, Churchy and I on it, about how Dom gets hit a lot in the nether regions.
Yeah, indeed.
He's now wearing 2 boxes.
No. Unheard of.
Unheard of.
That is extraordinary.
And our physio had to make sure that everything was okay the other day. It's 181 for 5 after 40.
So, I don't want to dwell on it. I just want the imagination to run wild.
It's hot off the press.
That's remarkable. Did you hear this, Churchy? Yeah.
Moving on.
It's going to be the big man as well, it might. He's picked up a couple already. And an assist, let's call it, from the run out. Yeah, he's been a really good acquisition for this side. Oh, and bang on cue, get another box on. Yeah, you're right. He does sometimes just fall away a wee bit in his action, but when he stands up tall and he gets that ball to then hold its line, you can see how effective he can be. Little inside edge. Yeah.
It's quite an old school bowling action.
Yeah.
Falling away from the wicket and ending up on the practice wickets next to the pitch proper. He's done the job.
Certainly has.
It's something that's tricky for Surrey in this competition. Not just the amount of players, but the amount of seamers that Surrey lose. Always struggling to get more than 2 or 3 genuine seamers. I'd say genuine. Adam Thomas and Ryan Patella, of course, genuine seamers, but with more pace. That anyway.
Squares Charmer up as well, bang on the money. Yeah, he does have first class experience as well from New South Wales, Canberra born. So yeah, I can well see a few more outings in the Surrey shirt in the fullness of time for this tall, rangy quick. And again, excellent stuff. At this stage you can almost discount the game situation for a new batter. Very little first class or list day experience to call upon. It's a case of getting yourself in and trying to block out the good ones. Runs will come as and when. They don't want to find themselves 6 or 7 down still with the best part of 10 overs to bat here. Nicely played. Under the eyes.
I'll tell you one thing, when you're sponsored by SS, it certainly shows that you can hit a few bombs. They don't just sponsor anyone.
Oh, just wide. In fact, right betwixt in between. Burns' extra cover wasn't really in the fray for that. But again, further evidence of the steepling bounce. Flores gets 41 gone then, 185 for 5. These two just trying to build something. What's a good score, Cam?
I suppose now, with the most recent wickets, anything above 270 they'll probably be happy with, but while Bartlett and McSweeney were doing their thing, they would have been eyeing north of 300. Certainly what Surrey were aiming for on Friday against Leicestershire.
One thing we can say is that we've seen some significant appreciable turn, and bang on cue in fact. Ralphie Albert replacing Majid, like for like, 2 left armers. But we've seen some real turn and bounce from both left arm spinners. This one's flat, pulled into the track, but no damage done really.
Ralphie Albert just looks slightly calmer than he did on Friday, settling into his work in a Surrey shirt. He's an exciting young talent.
Airborne into the space and will clear the rope for 6. Half a yard short, no more than that. Lewis McManus is away. Key man, of course, in that 2020 setup for Northamptonshire Steelbacks. So he'll be feeling really good about life. Just on the bounce to a man on the 45 offside, but another single.
Just seeing that replay back, it wasn't short at all, that 6. Top of the stumps. You see so many players in T20 cricket now just standing there and depositing.
And again, this time long on is in play, just shy on the bounce. I was going to say almost cleared Flores on the bounce, but that would be nigh on impossible. That's part of 7 foot.
Conscious decision from the Northants batters to target Ralphie Albert from this end, the pavilion end.
3 men out on the onside. Yeah, just going back to McManus, he's a very resourceful lower middle order run wrangler. Quick between the sticks, not a big hitter by any means, but like a lot of keepers, uses the angles well. And he's a fabulous gloveman as well. What a catch he took in that final. In fact, the semi-final, the first game for Northants. Absolute screamer, one-hander. Hard run 2 to finish off. Nothing gets the crowd going like a hard run 2. Spirited applause. If you know, you know. 197 for 5, 42 gone. Interesting this. Who's going to win these final 8 overs? You feel it's going to go a long way to deciding this cricket match. So I have to ask you, Cam, what do you know of Jimmy White, the snooker player? What do you know?
I don't know anything for sure, but I've heard the stories that everyone hears.
Right.
I know that he's a very encouraging granddad to young Ralphie.
No doubt it's already been mentioned on the stream. Beats him again. Fabulous spell this. Yeah, he's quite a regular now at the Kia Oval, is Jimmy. Snooker is my game, right?
Okay.
Snooker is truly the game of the gods as far as I'm concerned. I still play it once a week over in East London, a club I've been a member at since the best part of 20 years. And Jimmy is my all-time sporting hero, bar none, across all sports. Leg side, I'll have to bowl that again. Just lost his action a tiny bit, falling away in delivery. First leg side delivery of this second spell though. So Jimmy lost 6 finals in a row. So he's the classic people's champion, you know. And was always a really recognisably human kind of sportsman, with all the vulnerabilities and the flair that is baked in. One day I'm going to have a chat to Ralphie about it.
Well, that was going to be my next question: is have you met
I haven't
him,
yet.
seen him around the Oval?
Well, I have once actually seen him in the pavilion at the Oval, but I thought, no, don't do it, don't fanboy it, just let him be.
Let him watch his grandson go to work.
Exactly. But I've only ever cried once at a sporting event, Cam, and it was when, nicely played, when Ralphie Albert's granddad lost the 1992 World Championship final to Stephen Hendry, and he lost 18-17, and I sat there with my mum and we both cried our eyes out. It was so heartbreaking. I think that was the 6th and final that he lost, but the most thrilling of all snooker players. And watching Ralphie Albert just go about his business, he has all the mannerisms of his granddad. The way he walks, dug in again, cramping in for room. He's got a certain kind of swagger, and I think you see it with left armers in cricket. They walk in a certain way. Phil Tufnell always used to walk in a very left arm spinner kind of way, and Ralphie has that. Jimmy, of course, Jimmy White was a left-hander as well, left-handed snooker player. So he's got that lefty thing going on. Yeah, and he's channeling his old poet, no doubt about it. Another play and a miss. This is a brilliant spell here. Adi Sharma's struggling. Just needs to get one away. Get into some kind of rhythm. He'll be eyeing up that short boundary, but Flores isn't giving him anything to hit. And again, top stuff this. 43 gone, 200 up then for 5. Surrey doing this well.
So far, this is one of the better Surrey bowling performances I've seen in One Day Cup. As a collective, everyone has played their part. Surrey have been mostly sharp in the field. Captain Rory Burns will be very pleased with how things are going. And that man right there is at the wrong competition, with the wrong shirt on. We're all meant to support My London here.
Cut me and I bleed, My London. So James Taylor going to replace Ralphie Albert. Might just see us through here. 7 overs to go. Taylor has room for 3 of them.
Wouldn't be surprised if James Taylor, who's just sending long on back, is going to go block hole on leg stump. Just try and cramp Adi Sharma for room. Short side is on the offside from this pavilion end.
Slap through the covers. Just for 1. So 14 deliveries. Adi Sharma's 8 so far. He'll be wanting to up that rate. Got enough time.
Yeah, it was me saying Yorker's in at leg stump and he's bowled 2 length balls, so I was wrong there.
Maybe he was trying.
Too accurate as James Taylor.
So he's into his 8th here, so he'll have 2 more potentially from the pavilion end. Benji Flores has 2 remaining. So assuming that he bowls out, as well he might, 2 for 42. Then they'll need to find one more from that far end. One more from the pavilion end as well.
Yusuf Majid has 2 left.
Majid could be the answer. Well, Adam Thomas bowled well actually earlier. Perhaps it's not the answer for the death, but very useful spell in the middle overs. When at just 4s, 6 overs for 25. What a cricketer Surrey have on their hands there.
Plenty of young talent coming up through Surrey. Particularly Ralphie Albert and Adam Thomas. Very, very exciting cricketers. Often we talk about whether players have what it takes or have it in italics. Ralphie Albert, Adam Thomas certainly have it. And some exciting youngsters as well in Tommy Elam and Nikhil Garantla. Just fields that at backward point, young Garantla.
Yeah, he's been good to watch in the field.
A couple of run-out chances
that
he's created out of nothing, conjured up from nothing, and
he looks like a good infielder as well, doesn't he? Low centre of gravity, really quick in those first couple of yards, like a born gully backward point fieldsman. Just evades the bowler on his follow through, scampered single. Good return then by James Taylor, 204 for 5, just 5-4 from that over. And they've just not been able to get away here at all of Northants. There was maybe a 5-over spell when Bartlett and McSweeney were in together, where they were looking to really expand and go hard, but then they were pushed back, and now the strangle really is on. These two struggling for momentum. 36 balls still to go in the innings. You've got to think that they're going to want to double that really, 70 odd for the final 6. Give themselves 270, 275, maybe 280 if they go really, really well to defend. It is turning. Doesn't feel like you'd be out of the game at all, Cam. If you can set a score around that mark. So Majid, as predicted. Now what's that come off? The result was a dot ball. Majid almost did himself a mischief there, slipping on the rather lush practice pitch.
well, Northants are going to be looking for 2 boundaries and over at least to go at 10s. When you're trying to break scores down, always need 2 boundaries and over.
Ryan Patel at backward point is relatively square, and so we saw Bartlett go for the reverse successfully. Will McManus try it? He missed out there. So 2 dots. Good start, Yusuf Majid. It's been excellent today. Going at just 3.5 and over. Picked up Gus Miller as well. Fine catch, caught behind by Josh Blake.
Beautifully done by Yusuf Majid there, just getting McManus off strike after those 2 dots. There's no man in the infield on the leg side. Keep the same field for Adi Sharma.
So this is it with his SS bat. Is he going to boom a couple into the river? We shall see. This may be his moment. Struggled a bit against the seam. Well, he's picked up a couple here. Rather filthy under edge, but runs are runs here. Well bowled again though. Doesn't offer you much.
It's good bowling from Yusuf Majid. Can tell that Adi Sharma's targeting the leg side, just hangs it wide for him.
Yeah, just over hitting a touch. So just an under edge, scampered single. The squeeze is still on. Mark of how well he's gone, Majid. I can't remember one driven cover drive past Burns at extra. Can't think of one that he's bowled all day which demonstrates his control of length in particular. Now this is airborne. Two men converge. And Tommy Elam takes it. So Lewis McManus has to go. Didn't really get going. It's been a bit of a struggle for Sharma and McManus. Something had to give. It was probably there for the shot, to be honest. More elevation than distance. And a tidy catch running in. Always that danger as well of the collision. It's always in the back of the fielders' minds. But yeah, tidy catch, good fielder, Tommy Elam. Quick across the grass.
Well deserved for Yusuf Majid. Not dissimilar ball to the one that Lewis McManus picked off for 6 off Ralphie Albert's over. But tidy hands of Tommy Elam, who had a little bit of communication to do with Adam Thomas, who's the senior of the two fielders. But safely pouched, and Surrey in an excellent position now.
Yep, they've done this really well.
Brings the left-handed Luke Proctor to the crease.
Yeah, what a servant Luke Proctor has been for Northants, but also of course for Lancs. 38 years old now. Storied career, really. His 65th list day game, on top of 169 red ball matches and 54 T20s. Became a key man as well of the Steelbacks' victorious T20 side this year. Got taken down by Will Smead in that first game against Somerset and then came back brilliantly later in the day. So, what can Adi Sharma scavenge towards the end of this innings here? Couple into the onside, 5 to go.
There's been no weak link in this Surrey bowling attack today.
Yeah, they've all played their role, you're absolutely right. Ryan Patel and Adam Thomas dovetailing really usefully in that containing third, fourth seamer role. The two big new ball bowlers have gone well here, Taylor and Flores. Room sees him, and a wide, brilliantly landed Yorker. That's the key ball now in modern cricket for the death bowler. You want to just get it wide of the stumps. It doesn't matter if it's just a wee bit wide, provided you land that length perfectly. Bang. Perfect example of it.
And well watched from James Taylor as well. That's the hardest thing about seam bowling at the death now. Having to watch where the batter's going, giving themselves room. Adjustments, late adjustments.
Oh! Almost. Got a good hand to it, and again, he's electric. He makes these angles for himself, this Garantler, but he couldn't hold on. It was hit hard. First one truly out the meat for Adi Sharma. But he was in the game. Garantler at backward point. What a screamer that would have been if he'd hauled it in.
That would have been a hanger. He stopped 4 runs. Some athlete. Nikhil Garantler. Fit as a fiddle. And he's making things happen from backward point.
Yeah, exactly.
Excited to see him with the bat today. He's a prodigious young talent. Forced his way into the Surrey squad through weight of runs for Saka and in Surrey's second team. Just a matter of time before he comes of age.
Yeah, and in this side, I wouldn't necessarily say primarily as a fielder, but it's a key part of his game. When I chatted to Jack Brooks earlier, who's involved with the twos here for Surrey, that was the first thing he said. Fielder. What a fielder. And in 50 over cricket and in 20 over cricket, you can make a name for yourself if you're as good as he is. Still not the finished article, 1 or 2 fumbles, but it's how he covers the ground, how he makes those angles for himself that's so marked. Nicely played. Down the ground. He's not a big hitter, is Luke Proctor. Doesn't have a great white ball strike rate. The question really is whether Adi Sharma can open up those hefty shoulders of his and get a couple out the middle, because they need some here. They need 1 or 2 really big overs, or else they're going to be under par. Long on up into the circle, mid-wicket out onto the boundary. 3 men now on the onside. Slightly slower ball. No. That second was never on. Dom Sibley's a very fine outfielder, quick to the ball. So Sharma keeps the strike. 4 to go, 2-1-3 for 6. They need a couple of big ones here.
Clinical from Surrey. I've made it tough work for these Northants batters. Really given them nothing to put away. All the boundaries have been in the last 5 or 6 overs. Have been the work of good batting rather than loose bowling.
Last one then for Yusuf Majid. There's a chance that they have assessed here, Northampton, thought that 250 is a defendable score on this track?
Perhaps. What I would say is, if someone's going to target the bowling of Majid, it should be Luke Proctor with the ball spinning into him. If they are going to target that 250 mark, he's going to have to be the one to put the foot down here. And that's the discussion that Yusuf Majid is just having with Rory Burns, who's on the ring at cover.
So he's going to go left arm round, I think, to the left-hander. Yep.
And they're just moving deep extra cover to a deep backward point, because I believe they know that Luke Proctor can reverse sweep.
So is that the shot here, do you think, for Proctor?
No, I think he should try and hit it into the temporary seats.
Nice. Shovels it into the onside. He's going to come back and he'll have to hurry here. Bullet throw. And he makes his ground comfortably enough in the end. Yeah, nicely judged, actually. Just touches it into the onside. That's the skill, just to get it rolling to around the edge of the circle, and then there's always a comfortable couple. Where does he go this time? Into the space again, just the one. Surrey won't mind that. 3 from 2.
High skill from Yusuf Majid, working the batters around and not giving them anything to free their arms with.
That is in the slot, and that's punched into the gap, and it does finally get away. So a big exhalation of relief from Adi Sharma. It's taken a while. From his 21st delivery, finally punches one over the rope. Lovely shot.
Just as I say it, for Yusuf Majid. Picks the gap perfectly, bisects the fielders out on the fence, Adi Sharma.
Going to run hard as well here. Sibley quick to the ball, so just a single.
What was so impressive about that Adi Sharma shot was how he kept his shape. Picked the exact pocket rather than try and overhit it or put it into the stands. The precision, threading the fielders.
Does he try the reverse this time? No. Again, just content to bunt it into the onside. Three to go. 2, 2, 3 for 6. Majid's work is done, at least with the ball for the day. I think he's been excellent. 2 for 45.
Well done, Yusuf Majid. Goes under the radar in the Surrey sides, both in T20 and in 50 over comp bowls. A lot of the tough overs. He's done a wonderful job for his club today.
So Benji Flores will see us out here from the pavilion end. Still got 2 in the bank. He's had a good day. The big wahoo. So the slog is on. Fair to say that's 180 degrees away from where he meant it, but it matters not. A useful boundary.
He has swung so hard at this ball. It's danger to his side. He gets the 4 runs he was looking for.
So where does he go here, the bowler? What's the plan? What's the play?
Into the pitch with the 2 men up at mid-on, mid-off.
Clubbed 4. That will run away. Not even Adam Thomas can haul that in. So useful momentum down the final stretch.
Much better from Proctor here. Same result, but right out of the middle of the bat and exactly where he wanted it to go. Jumped on that length. Nuggety left-hander.
$16 balls left. 2-3-1. Can they double it? Can they get 30 from here on in? Change of angle. Right arm round now. Tries the sweep. Gets the leg outside. Oh, and he would have been gone for all money. Sharp work by Josh Blake. Couldn't haul it in the end. You can understand the play by Luke Proctor. Try and get under it. The pick-up. Short boundary out that way to the left-hander. So it's a gamble by Flores, but he's backing himself here.
I just wonder whether Luke Proctor's got a scoop in him. That short third man up.
Gives himself room, carved away, just a single.
Nicely executed from Benji Flores. Just watching him till the last moment and managing to hang that ball wide. Now he's got something to contend with Adi Sharma, who I'd imagine will be targeting anywhere from deep backward square to long off.
Anywhere will do at this stage. Does he give himself room? Shorter boundary out on the offside. Yeah, give himself room. Slaps it down the ground and Burns on the half volley Pulls it in, just a single, well bowled. I think he's read in there. And he knew what was coming, the bowler, and dug it right in. Cramped him for room. All he could do was spoon it over his head for a single, well bowled. Come back well in this over. 8 from 2.
Rory Burns almost got that. Ball had so much spin on it, almost faded straight into his right hand.
There is the predicted scoop ramp type thing. All he gets is a bruise for his troubles and a leg bye. So 2 to go. 2, 3, 4 for 6.
If Surrey can just keep this score under 250 now, Captain Rory Burns will be delighted. Looks so it's going to be James Taylor to finish off from the railway end. I was about to say the train line end. That shows how much time I've been spending on the app. Getting down to Guildford.
Taylor it is then. He's also had a good day. Much underrated is James Taylor. Had a bit of time out on loan earlier in the season in red ball cricket, but very, very valuable white ball bowler.
Part of his decision to move to Yorkshire for more opportunities in red and white ball cricket.
Yeah, they're getting a good one.
It'll be a big miss for the Surrey dressing room. I wrote about him the other day. He's one of those guys, a glue in the dressing room, one of the most empathetic guys I know. I highly doubt he's feeling particularly empathetic towards any Northampton batters today. But he really is a top man. Loves his teammates. Looks out for everyone. Always there for a chat. And has always done his job when called upon for Surrey.
Yep, he's been a good servant. Continues to be till the end of the season. So, Rory Burns ringing the changes here, bringing long leg up into the circle, pushing backward point out. So there are 3 leg side, 2 offside fieldsmen on the boundary. Does Sharma try and engineer a scoop or a ramp? No, is the answer. Well bowled. He's not been able to get away here. He's fought hard as Sharma. He's just not been able to find any great rhythm. He's done a tidy enough job. He's been busy. But what he'd give for a couple of chunky big shots towards the end just to get it up to a decent strike rate. Just going at a tick under a run of ball so far. Off the toe, down to long leg. Excellent stuff there by the 2 big seamers. Been an impressive performance so far by Surrey. They've looked on it all day.
Execution from Taylor there. Straight in the block hole, exactly where he was aiming. Cramping Proctor up, giving him no option. And the same field for Adi Sharma here with 2 men at deep point and deep cover. Square leg now coming up. He'll look for a slower, wider, potentially a wide Yorker, but hugging that blue wide line.
Gone high and long and all the way. Look at that. Finally, he frees himself up, climbs into it, and that goes a long way. Long off was out, posted for that very shot. But he gets a lot of it. Drops it right into the paella stand.
Wowee, what a shot that is by Adi Sharma. Not too much of a miss there from James Taylor, but just walks across, holds his ground, and then hoists that over the fence off the big SS.
You did call it, Cam. You don't get a blade like that in your hands unless you've got the big shot in the locker. Right, what does he follow up with now? Or bold. Block hole. Runs hard. Just a single. Good comeback.
Well bowled, James Taylor. Quality comeback there. It's always one of those things as well when you're bowling. He's 1 for 39 now off his 9.5. You know, and you want to go under fours as a bowler. Regardless of where you're playing, who you're playing, if you go under fours, you know you're doing something right. So be desperate for a dot here, James Taylor, from a personal point of view and for his team.
He's in the game. No, just couldn't quite get there. I wondered if that was just going to drop, but Majid didn't really set himself as he might have wanted. Ball swirling off the spin. And so the upshot is Proctor comes back for 2. And James Taylor ticks over into the 40s. 41 then from his 10. Excellent stuff.
Feel for James Taylor, he deserved a second wicket there.
Certainly did. So, final over then of the innings. 2-4-6 for 6. Adi Sharma on strike. Can he get another couple out the way? Certainly enticing through the offside. Only one man up. And there it is. And he's picked him right out. Oh, that will sting. That will sting for the batter. Finally into his rhythm, and he slaps the bat down on his front pad as well he might. Low full toss. Should have spanked that for 4 really, in truth. He just relinquishes some of the momentum in this final over now.
Absolutely, and brings Luke Proctor back on strike. Will be targeting the leg side. Flores might hide it wide outside off stump.
Running hard down to long leg, and he will come back for 2 with a slight misfield. Majid down there will be frustrated. Should get that down to 1.
Not the worst result, I'd say. Adi Sharma's just hit that massive 6 down the ground towards the Paella tent. Not the worst thing to keep Proctor on strike. It's not a slight on Proctor in any way, but more accomplished hitter right now is Adi Sharma.
Yeah, 3 to go then. 4 to go, in fact. Down the ground, that will be 4. Picks up pace. Useful lower order runs here. Bit of a flurry in the final couple of overs.
Well weighted by Luke Proctor. Sat back in his crease. Made sure he gave himself time to pick the slower ball. And place it perfectly. Mid off is up.
Bowled him. You miss, I hit. So a useful, sprightly hand then from Luke Proctor, but he's got to go. And that's a 3rd wicket for Benji Flores, who's been mightily impressive today.
He has deserved that, Benji Flores. Having gone for 4, the previous delivery beats Luke Proctor. And who are we going to see now?
Yeah, it's going to be Liam Guthrie with a couple of balls still to go. So the brief will be pretty straightforward. Get something on it, and even if you don't, still run to the keeper, I would venture. Try and get Adi Sharma back on strike. Or
Brief.
slap it out the ground.
Yeah, the
I
brief will be
suppose.
1, 6 or 4. But Northants have got over 250 now.
I don't know if you caught any of the Trent Rockets game the other day, the Birmingham Phoenix Trent Rockets game. Calvin Harrison came out to bat at the end, and they were already lost. They couldn't win. Technically, they couldn't win. He faced 2 balls, and he was 12 not out. Put his bat under his arm and walked off on the losing side. So that's a pretty cool way to see out a game.
Aura.
Yeah, this is it. There you go. Get something on it. So, 6 takes Northants up to 260.
Where does he bowl here? Benji Flores. Everyone's back on the leg side.
Bowled him. Fourther. Brilliant. Benji Flores has had a day out. Deserves all the plaudits. Picked up Vasconcelos early on. The danger man pinned him on the crease. And right here at the death, he's picked up another couple. And he got rid, of course, of Nathan McSweeney in the middle overs as well. So the standout fourfer, a statement performance really. And Surrey will be delighted, Cam Steele, with their afternoon's work so far.
They certainly will. Well done, Benji Flores. Well deserved. Had a tough start the other day against Leicestershire. Struggled to find his rhythms, but had no such worries today. Picking up his 4 for 60 from 10 overs. And Surrey will be delighted with where they're at the halfway stage, reducing the Steelbacks to 254 for 8 from their 50 overs. At one point it looked as though when Bartlett and McSweeney were going along nicely that they might push towards that 300 plus mark. But like you mentioned, Phil Walker, Benji Flores, a little bit of good fortune with that run out.
Well, indeed, that was really the key moment in the innings, because they were going really nicely, Bartlett and McSweeney in there, and that run out of nowhere, run out at the non-striker's end, and then 2 balls later picked up McSweeney, bowled off, bit of elbow, bit of top edge, and the momentum was suddenly halted at 182. And since then Surrey have squeezed and harried really well in the field. They have edged the first half of this game, but I would say Yuzvendra Chahal, the little will-o'-the-wisp leg spinner, one of the icons of the IPL, will be lying in wait, and I fancy he may yet have something to say in this cricket match, because the ball is turning, it's dry as a bone out there, and this game is far from done. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to go and get a paella, and we'll be back in about half an hour, Mark. About half an hour, of course, for every delivery live from the second half of this one. We'll see you in a bit.
A very warm welcome back to Guildford here on the Surrey live stream. Players making their way back out into the middle after Northamptonshire in their 50 overs after being stuck in by Surrey, posting 254 for 8. The only partnership of note really, 97 between the captain Nathan McSweeney and George Bartlett, but those two going in quick succession, and Benji Floros finishing with 4 for 60 and having a hand in the run out of McSweeney at the non-striker's end for 64. James Taylor 1 for 41 and Yusuf Majid 2 for 42. So I think Surrey will be pleased with how the first half has gone, because that is below par, because we thought Surrey were below par on Friday when they posted 270 for 9, but still have to do the job with the ball and the bat. Liam Guthrie it will be to get us started from the pavilion end. Dominic Sibley and Ryan Patel are out there in the middle. Liam Guthrie stood at the top of his mark. Ricardo Vasconcelos is going into first slip. Cameron Steele is alongside, having replenished during the interval. I think Surrey will be happy with the way they went there with the ball.
Very happy indeed. That's one of the better bowling performances I've seen from Surrey in this competition over the last few years. Very impressive from everyone involved, especially from Benji Floros and James Taylor.
Yeah, very good. So, left arm over the wicket, Guthrie. Oh, good Yorker first up to Sibley. Whoa. Well, that's gone past his off stump.
That was quick as well.
Oof. Sibley was trying to get a bat down on that. Had that been a bit straighter or swung a touch back in, that would have been the perfect delivery. It did come back a touch, in fact, seeing it again, but that's a cracking first up delivery.
Oh, it's about as good as you can get first up.
Really good.
Can be tough to pick up, Liam Guthrie, if you haven't faced him before. He's not a huge man. Slinging action.
In over the wicket he goes, and forward goes Sibley, and he's definitely getting a little bit of shape back in here. A good pace, Guthrie. Yeah, there's a touch of the Mitchell Starks about him. There's a touch of left arm strength about the Guthrie action, isn't there?
There is, and he is from Perth, Western Australia.
There you are, you see.
I played underage cricket with him.
Did you?
WA under-17s with Liam Guthrie.
Yep. And here he is at Guildford, coming in once again. And Sibley gets forward to this, lays bat on it, rolls down to backward point.
Excellent signing for Northamptonshire. He moved from Western Australia to Queensland, and then Queensland over to Wantage Road, and just adds to a very strong Northamptonshire squad which has flourished under head coach Darren Lehman.
Yeah, they certainly already have the T20 trophy, of course, in the trophy cabinet. Well, I don't know whether it's in the trophy cabinet yet, but they've definitely got the T20 trophy, as Sibley's just had a little nibble at one that goes across him outside the off-stump. The first thing, though, that Sibley will be thinking when he got that first ball and the second ball that just swung back, he'll be setting himself up for that. Now, Dom Sibley, even though it didn't bowl Dom Sibley, when you get a delivery like that first ball of an innings, it just gets in the back of your mind a touch, doesn't it?
Probably just switch him on a little bit as well.
Turns again. Does Guthrie. Past umpire Sag as he goes. And again, just swinging back a touch, but it's a no ball. So these will be the first runs for Surrey, and there will be a free hit for Dominic Sibley. Very exciting. Normally they're very anticlimactic, the old free hitting. And here we are, there's the disco move from umpire Saggers. You can only see his bottom half there, which wasn't moving. Well, you could see that his bottom half wasn't moving, but his top half on the live stream was doing the little circular motion above his head. The signal of the free hit. Guthrie is in. Sibley gets across his stumps. Oh, he swings this high, hard, and over the boundary rope for 6. And it's a good free hit from Dominic Sibley. And that's gone over the fence, I think. And that is rolling across the road and heading towards the petrol station. So, yes, look, there's somebody who's going off to get the ball in the petrol station. That's very good of them. It was heading towards the unleaded pump there, Cameron Steele. It's very kind of that gentleman who's done that, holding a small child in the petrol station. That's an eventful delivery. I said they were anticlimactic. Well, that one soared high and hard over the fence, across the road, into the petrol station, and is retrieved by a gentleman holding a small child. I don't think you can get better than that, Cameron Steele, can you, for a free hit?
Oh, no, you can't. Very happy with the high and handsome from Dom Sibley, but then the throw back over the fence was top notch.
Guthrie's in, and Sibley's just tried to open the face and guide that away through the offside. So, the 6 off the free hit from Dominic Sibley, and the 1 for the no ball means Surrey at the end of the first over, 7 without loss.
Very nice way to get off the mark. And you got a couple of nerves, and you got a big searing in-swinging Yorker first up. To then get a free hit is just what you want. As Dom Sibley as an opening batter trying to get off the mark, and so it's going to be Luke Proctor to start from the railway end.
Here's Luke Proctor with his action that looks like he bowls off the wrong foot.
Well, he actually can bowl off the wrong foot.
He can, but it looks like he is, and he isn't, but he can bowl off the wrong foot as well. He will come around the wicket from the railway end, and Ryan Patel, I think, pulled the bat inside the line of that first up, and he just indicates to Dominic Sibley that's gone away from him. So 255 the target for Surrey. Luke Proctor had an extraordinary T20 finals day.
Some cricketer.
Oh, he is. He's
longevity.
Absolutely.
He was out in Perth at Christmas, actually.
Now, this one's down the leg side. Wide will be the signals, but Manners takes that, moving to his right. Playing?
I don't think so.
Or on holiday.
I saw him. He was down
lovely.
at the beach with his wife.
Very nice.
I think he just goes out there for a few weeks every year, and why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you, if you can? He is a very good cricketer, though, Luke Proctor. And as you say, he's been around a while now. Started at Lancashire, of course, as shot to get off the mark from Ryan Patel. That is the shot of a confident man. He has just pushed that in a gap through the covers, and that has fairly whistled off to the cover boundary rope for 4. Just kissed that, did Ryan Patel. As I say, that is a shot, Cameron Steele, of a confident batter.
Very much so. The guru of Guildford straight into his work. His parents are here. I bumped into them on my way from my piler. I can't imagine they'll be moving.
This time he's forward, playing this one back up the pitch. He likes playing here as well. He's got some good numbers at this place, hasn't he, Ryan Patel?
Certainly does. And yeah, his parents were here the other day as well,
yes,
Sam and Manisha, and didn't quite get to see him go to 3 figures, but I'll be hoping today he will. Nervous watchers.
I met Mrs. Patel for the first time. Very nice to meet her. She was watching the interview with her son as he's forcing off the back foot again. This time, good placement through cover point for 4 more. And again, it's just a very confident looking shot from Ryan Patel. So we're off to a little bit of a flyer here, 16 without loss.
I didn't quite get all of it, Ryan Patel, but it just shows that there's a little bit more pace in this pitch than there was on Friday. Just managing to lift that over point.
Settles himself down over his bat once more. Couple of slips in there for Proctor. Around the wicket he goes. Fuller of length this time, drilled by Ryan Patel up towards mid-off. Looking forward to watching Mr. Chahal bowl. It's amazing, really, that he is one of the iconic figures of the IPL, isn't he? He really is. And the sort of razzmatazz of the 100 is going on whilst he's here at Guildford. It's rather nice. But I am very much looking forward to watching him bowl. There's a little inside edge here from Ryan Patel. He'll get a single into the leg side. End of the over. 2 gone. Surrey target 255, and they're off to a good start. 17 without loss. It's amazing how far that ball goes when it hits the road. I suppose it's a hard ball on a hard surface, so it's going to bounce, isn't it?
At least it didn't hit a car. We had one hit
Oh,
on Friday.
I know. Yes, indeed. But it was a towering 6 from Dominic Sibley. But now Guthrie will bowl to the left-handed Patel for the first time. Lots of spectators were out on the outfield during the interval. Ben Folkes was out there with the gloves on, which is a great sight. Had a bit of a hit this morning with the bat and was doing some keeping practice with Matthew Spreagle. Guthrie into Ryan Patel. He's down the leg side. There's a shout for a noise off the pad. Taken low down by McManus to his right. Here is Matthew Spreagle. He was loading the balls in for Ben Folkes. Very, very good sight that during the half-time interval. Lots of spectators as well out on the outfield. Very nice. Lots of people looking at the pitch as well, mesmerised by some grass. Now that does swing. It started wide and went wider, so wide will be the signal, but that did swing from Guthrie. And Patel, well, if he'd reached that, he'd have actually been quite annoyed because it was very, very wide. So there is a bit of something there for Guthrie, but it's this slingy action, isn't it? As I say, there is a touch of the Starks about him, not just the left arm, but the action, the approach and all that good stuff. In again, punched back up the ground by Patel. Guthrie does the fielding off his own bowling and there's no run.
Just talking about some of the spectators at lunch being mesmerised by some live grass. Not much of it around the UK at the moment.
No, and we're heading into another heat wave this week.
We are. But I'll tell you what I was mesmerised by. When Ben Folkes is doing his catching, he's now having to throw left-handed because of the injury that he's recovering from, and the accuracy with which he throws with wicket-keeping gloves with the wrong hand.
And this is tucked off his hip by Ryan Patel. He'll get a single.
So for anyone who's watching his drills, make sure you pay attention to how accurate his throws are to the person manning the bowling machine.
His fielding warm-up is spectacular to watch. It really is, and he is so particular with it as well. There's a very good reason he's still for me up there as the best in the world. Just one of those, please. That's what Cam Steele was just indicating there. Just a single as Guthrie into Sibley, and Sibley forward. He's wearing very, very short shorts as well, I noticed, Ben Folkes. Very short shorts today for his wicket-keeping practice. I must admit I've had a slight malfunction in the wardrobe department this morning, in that my shorts have torn in a rather awkward place. And I'm very glad that I can sit up here and hide today. So I'm already concerned about conducting an interview. I'm going to be putting my t-shirt down. Sibley punches this into the offside and won't find a run.
Not a great day for you, forgetting sunglasses.
I forgot my sunglasses. I was chatting with...
Sorry, I didn't have any in my car, by the way.
Do not fret, old boy. Stephen Howes of Surrey County Cricket Club, one of the great men of Surrey County Cricket Club. I was telling him about the great Alex Tyso, former Surrey physiotherapist, messaging us, and he sent me a photo of his good self, and I was just showing the way he was sitting in that photo to Steve Howes, which caused my wardrobe malfunction. Looking to work round that front pad is Sibley. Thuds away into the leg side. Polite inquiry from Northamptonshire. Good over from Guthrie. 3 gone. 19 without loss, Surrey. And the weather now is lovely. We've been fortunate, I think, today with the weather here at Guildford, because there was talk of showers. And you said you drove through a bit of rain this morning. But we've been blessed with blue sky and sun all day.
So what point does it become not being blessed with blue sky?
Well, I think we will need some rain at some point fairly shortly. Good for the garden.
But we are British, so we will complain regardless.
100%. As soon as it starts raining, as in behind the first ball of Proctor's second over, the 4th of this innings, is Ryan Patel. Oh, I can guarantee it. If we get 2 days of consecutive rain, everyone will be going, oh, is that the summer over? Wasn't here for very long. And then it will get cold and everybody will be moaning about it being cold and get windy. And heaven forbid we get snow, because then we may as well all give up. Proctor in again, forward goes Patel. Nicely taken, single. Just rotates the strike with Sibley. Right-handed Sibley comes on to strike. So yes, next week it's going to be hot again down south. Hosepipe bands in now as well. As we were saying the other day, I think we found out, didn't we, that elite sport is exempt from a hosepipe ban. So if you want to wash your car, drive to an elite sports ground.
That's an expensive exemption.
It is. Sibley got off the mark with that towering 6 off the free hit. And this one he's just pushing down towards the gully region. Won't get a run.
But during the break, I got a text message from father of Gus Atkinson.
Very nice.
Ed Atkinson. He was listening into our conversation about Jake and Darren Lehman.
Mm-hmm. Sibley waits again. It's down the leg side. This will be wide signalled. Sibley gets nothing on that.
And he said that Gus's captain grade cricket at East Torrens CC in Adelaide was none other than Jake Lehman.
There you are.
Gus was playing at the Lehman Academy at the time, 10 years ago.
10 years ago now, is it?
Yeah. And in his last game, he took 11 wickets.
Yeah.
And that was...
As runs here for Sibley. Just works this fine on the leg side. This will run away for 4. Just had to get bat on that. And that's run away down below us, in fact, and over the boundary rate. So another boundary for Dominic Sibley. Surrey move on to 25 without loss.
That was his last game before returning back to a Surrey contract.
There you go. There you go.
A small world.
The rest, as we say, is history.
Indeed, Mark.
Good afternoon to Mr. Atkinson. Do you know, I worked out the other day, I used to play with Mr. Atkinson Senior many years ago. As Proctor's in and forward comes Sibley, plays this one down into the leg side. Potter's out there to mid-wicket and there's no run. I'm sure he remembers it very well.
Where was it? And who for?
It would have been down in Tunbridge Wells. And there was a wandering side called the Blue Mantles. Used to have a cricket week every year at the Neville Ground. Very nice amongst the rhododendrons. Looking to work leg side here, Sibley. Hits him high up on that front thigh. So Surrey will be happy with this. It's just been a nice steady start from Messrs Sibley and Patel. 4 overs gone. Surrey requiring another 230 from here, with a target of 255. Guthrie it will be to continue from the pavilion end of the ground. A couple of slips in there for Ryan Patel. Start of the 5th over this is. And Patel's in behind this, pushes Guthrie away into the offside. I'll be interested to see as well how early McSweeney gets Jahal into the piece. I think you'll want to look at him early-ish.
I would say so. Get a spinner of that quality.
Well, the thing is, he hasn't got a huge amount of runs to play with either.
We haven't seen loads of spin from this pitch.
No, but he is a very fine leg spinner. As this is short of length and turned away by Patel down towards long leg. Another single for Ryan Patel. Be a few in the crowd that have just dozed off. I said this on Friday. It's that sort of time of the afternoon. There they are in the crowd. That gentleman's animated though, with his sunglasses perched upon his white floppy sun hat. Nice to see the white floppies out in force again today. Do a job in the sun. Depends on the state of your brim though, as punching up the ground is Sibley. Wants a quick single, will get a quick single. Good running from Dominic Sibley. One more to the total. I think you want a stiff brim, don't you, in this sort of weather. A Richie Richardson style sun hat, rather than the ones that have seen better days and the brim gets a bit floppy. Rory Burns was sporting his sun hat out in the field as always. A lot in the crowd with their cricketing sun hats, as this is driven straight back down the ground by Ryan Patel. What he did very well there, just waited for that, Ryan Patel, and despite the best efforts of Guthrie, straight down the ground for 4.
Almost a flick of the wrists from Ryan Patel, holding his shape down the ground. Not the high elbow that we're accustomed to when it goes down the ground, but same result, and wonderfully timed from Patel, who is purring away 16 off 14 deliveries.
And Sibley as well was making sure he was sliding that bat back in, because we saw what happened to Nathan McSweeney today. Run out at the non-striker's end, horrible way to go. This will be 4 more. Again, Guthrie's just on that angle, a bit too straight. And on that angle, Ryan Patel can just pick it up and flick it leg side. Another lovely looking shot from Ryan Patel, but there you can see it's about middle of the leg. And it's just on the angle, picked it up and whistles off to the boundary rope for 4.
Just the last 2 deliveries. Looks as though Guthrie's tried to swing it, not quite got the purchase that he'd like. Ryan Patel in some form.
He really is. He's driving again. Oh, half a hand on it, extra cover. I'm not sure this will stop it going to the boundary though. No, it won't. And again, it's extremely well timed. And there was half a hand in the covers on that, but it's still zipped off to the boundary rope for 4. It was the captain McSweeney. So back-to-back boundaries for Ryan Patel. He's on to 24. That was 3 on the spin there actually from Ryan Patel. There was 1 off the hip, the straight drive, and then that through the covers. So good start for Surrey. 5 gone. 39 without loss. I must mention as well, when the ball goes off to our little grandstand here, there is a couple of big banners up for the Believe Foundation. And here on the 6th of September, there's a charity game raising funds for the Believe Foundation. They do a wonderful job. And that will be a Believe Foundation 11 against Lashings. And commentary will be provided on the live stream by Henry Brofeld and myself. And there's a lot of events going on around the game as well, so tickets for that are still available. Now, Nathan McSweeney's bringing himself into the attack here. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? It's Weatherall.
Losing your head.
I'm losing my head. I think it's the sun. Weatherall into the attack. I did wonder whether McSweeney would do that. So, Weatherall's into the attack. He missed the last game, fit for this one. And his first delivery is turned into the leg side, and Sibley will get a couple here. So Sibley, 2 more to him.
Just wonder whether this bowling changes to get Luke Proctor on at the pavilion end.
I think I've got McSweeney on the brain now, because he batted very well. Then he was unfortunately run out of the non-striker's end. He's of course captaining Northamptonshire. Weatherall is over the wicket. Again, he's on leg stump. That's an absolute gimme for 6, flat from Sibley. He has just picked that up and he has clipped it flat into the crowd for 6. His second 6 of the piece. This is one of the easier pickups you're ever going to see. And the crowd did well there to avoid that, because that was travelling.
Oh, a little bit Caribbean in that.
That is a lovely pickup.
Gorgeous stroke.
Really is from Dom Sibley. So Surrey just beginning to tick now. 47 without loss. This turns Sibley around a touch, but it's going to find a thick outside edge. It's going to run down towards third man. He will get back for 2. 2 more to the total. So Surrey are approaching their 50 in just the 6th over, Cameron Steele. And you've got to say, it's been just good batting.
not even been that bad at bowling either.
Nope.
They've just missed marginally, and Sibley and Patel have capitalised on anything slightly adrift, going at 8.9 and over now.
Rafi Weatherall from the railway end again. He's drifted onto the hip. That'll be 4 more. Sibley's just going to get inside that and turn it off his hip, and that will bring up the 50 for Surrey. It's come up in just the 6th over. 53 without loss. That's a super start for Surrey, and it's giving McSweeney. See, I have got him on the break. McSweeney something to think about here. Well, I was wondering when he might bring his leg spinner into the attack. It might be fairly shortly, because he's got to try and calm this down a touch. Weatherall's in, and forward goes Sibley. That's a better line of length.
Well, there's a couple of ways to Dom Sibley's heart. One of them is an ice cream van.
Yes.
And the other is a ball on his legs.
Absolutely. Oh yes, he's very strong there, Dom Sibley.
He has absolutely crunched those two.
He plays that extraordinary shot as well, where it's with a full face of the bat off his hip. Vikram Solanki used to say he'd never seen anybody hit it as hard as that, playing that shot, as this one's pushed by Sibley up towards mid-off. So productive over for Surrey. 6 gone here on the Surrey live stream, with a target of 255, and they have already knocked off 53 of that target, with Sibley and Patel going along nicely. Sibley on 25 and Ryan Patel on 24. Oh, that's a nice view. So there we are, look, it's a lovely view off towards Daptune Wharf. There we are, and all those spectators who've had to take evasive action during that Weatherall over, with the flat 6 and the 4 from Sibley. So you're right, Cameron Steele as always. Luke Proctor swaps ends. So it will be Proctor to bowl the 7th over. Started from the railway end. Round the wicket he comes, and Ryan Patel's forward. Wants a single, will get a single up the ground. Good running again. Very strong breeze today coming across the ground. It's sort of coming straight into our faces, isn't it, the breeze, I think. I can't quite work out which way it's going.
We can't see the flags, can we?
No, but it's also sort of coming upwards from us as well, because it's blown the monitor off the desk a couple of times. So I think Proctor's running into the breeze here, because it feels like it's blowing straight into our faces. So I think he's running into this breeze now. It's Proctor, but you can probably hear on the microphones a touch that the sound of the wind. Sibley back onto strike. Just pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, what Northants haven't had here is the control that Surrey had at the start of the Northants innings. James Taylor at one point was 3 runs off his 4 overs. Or have I got that the wrong way around? 4 runs off his 3 overs.
4 runs off his 3. And the other interesting thing, we've said it here, you cannot go either onto pads leg side or short. You don't want to be being cut or pulled or whipped off legs. As forward goes Sibley.
And that's not to say that Northants have missed much.
No.
They've not missed small margins with these lightning quick outfields and players of the calibre of Sibley and Patel.
Just like that very famous Al Pacino speech in Any Given Sunday, isn't it? You add those inches up, that's the difference between winning and losing. As forward goes Sibley. Plays this into the leg side. There are other things he says in that speech, but they're not for the Surrey live stream. But it's one of the great sporting speeches of a sporting film, that one from Al Pacino.
Like a sporting speech.
Oh, I love a sporting speech. I can't remember the name of the film, but Kurt Russell played the coach of the USA ice hockey team that beat Russia in the final. And his speech before that. Oh, now, shout for LBW. Height will be an issue here, because it's hit Sibley high up on that back leg, on his thigh. I think that missed the pad, because Sibley was hopping about there. That hurt Dom Sibley. It's well bowled by Proctor. Sibley down to do a touch of gardening.
That'll bruise.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that
it's
will
just
be painful.
straightened.
Yeah.
It's just straightened. There's still a little bit in this pitch. We saw all through the Northampton innings. There's just a touch, just enough.
That's missed top of his pad and bottom of his thigh guard. That's hit the one part of his leg that hasn't got any protection. Sibley's in behind this one. Laying it back up the pitch. Chahala will do the fielding. So good over from Luke Proctor from the pavilion end. 7 gone, 54 without loss.
Speaking to Surrey's physio today, Harry Ford, he was saying Dom Sibley is sporting a number of bruises.
I can imagine one area.
And a classic case of take the pain, leave the swelling.
He is as tough as old boots. He really is. He's D. Sibley. The number of times he gets hit, he just shakes it off and carries on. Does D. Sibley. He'll be up there at the non-strikers then, thinking keep going, and then he can have an ice cream.
Oh, he'll be trying to earn his Solero today.
He certainly will. I still can't get your vision of him sat with his Solero, with his shirt off. Here is Wetherall from the railway end. Oh, that's short. That's pulled by Ryan Patel. How much of this has he got? Enough, because it's gone straight into the fence for 6. So it was a bit of an optical illusion that it sort of sped up in the air, and it's hit the fencing along the Woodbridge Road about halfway up, but that's just too short from Wetherall. And as we've just been saying, you cannot be cut and pulled on here. And that one, Ryan Patel's just in such good form. We've seen that so early. He was just sitting waiting for it.
Yeah, can't bowl there to Ryan Patel, not with one fielder back on the leg side, as is permitted in the power play overs.
Wetherall in, that's a length ball, it's flicked in the air by Patel, 6 more. So that one over mid-wicket, and that has gone for another 6. So Ryan Patel back-to-back 6s. So 12 off the first 2 balls, and Wetherall just can't settle at the moment from the railway end. But again, it's on his hip, and it's just a pickup shot really from Ryan Patel. 66 without loss. Patel suddenly on 37 here. Wetherall in, that's short and wide, that's cut for 4 more. So Wetherall's 2 6s on the leg side, tried to drag his leg back, has gone short and wide, and that one's been cut off to Dapjune Wharf, and Patel 16 off 3 balls.
Top class batting from Ryan Patel, again not missing by a massive amount, but just doing well to pierce the gaps and put the bad ball away, giving Captain Nathan McSweeney a bit of a headache here.
Oh yes, the captain's trying to work this one out, because he's got absolutely no control here. Proctor's just bowled a quiet over, the first really quiet over of this Surrey innings, but now Wetherall, his first 3 deliveries have gone for 16. Patel's on 41. Wetherall over the wicket to Patel and beats the edge. Well bowled. Oh, has he overstepped? No, just for a second I thought he'd overstepped. The umpire was putting his arm out to say he's putting the bails back on, because the wing got up there. And that was well bowled by Wetherall. Well, I'm just thinking as well for young Mr. Wetherall, I doubt he's played at Guildford before, so it's his sort of first taste of it all. Patel forward here, pushes this one up towards mid-on. There's no run. He's got his captain up there with him at mid-on. That's Wetherall, but Surrey will be over the moon with this start. 1 ball to go of this, the 8th. 70 already on the board, and it's down to another 185 required by Surrey. So at the moment this is a very good batting power play for Surrey. Final ball of the 8th over. Wetherall in. Oh, he's on the pads again. That'll be 4 more. Just helped on its way by Ryan Patel, and it only has to be a bit too straight here. And with the short boundaries on the angle again, Ryan Patel can just lay bat on this and flick it away. Very fine on the leg side, and away for 4 runs. So A very good over that for Surrey. I make that 20 off the over from Weatherall. 8 overs gone, 74 without loss.
One of the key features of Surrey's batting here, it hasn't been ultra aggressive. Travelling at over 9 and over now. Just proper shots, clinical batting, and not trying to overhit the ball.
I don't think you need to at Guildford. Especially when the weather's been like we've had, as Proctor continues from the pavilion end. A thickish inside edge here from Dom Sibley, because the outfield's lightning. And again, I'll say what I said, the boundary square of the wicket are very, very short. And I think that'll be the one thing at the moment that will concern Northamptonshire and the coaching staff, is either balls are being flicked off hips over mid-wicket or being cut through the covers. You don't mind too much if you're being driven, but it's the sort of cut and pulls and leg side flicks that concern you. And there's been a few of those already in this Surrey innings. There weren't too many in the Northamptonshire innings. I thought Surrey kept their disciplines very well. And if the shots were played square of the wicket, they were always to a fielder. They had their fielders in the perfect positions. But of course we're still in the power play, so there's only 2 out as forward goes Patel. That's why, you know, some players who sort of bat middle order in the Championship are always very excited when they get to go up top in the shorter form of the game, because as they say, it's a really good time to bat because there's only 2 out. And
I mean, it's a nice time of year for Ryan Patel, who doesn't always get to play in Surrey's first team.
he's driving here, he doesn't time it. And Jahar does the fielding, stood up there at mid-off.
Gets to settle into a role here at the top of the order. Sorry, it's often a tricky club to play for when you're on the borderlines of teams and just searching for any opportunity that you can possibly get. And that's one of the great things about this Metro Bank 50 over competition. You can get consistency as a player.
Driving up the ground is Patel. Probably heard the cry of no there from him. Well, that is the thing, isn't it? Because straight off the back of the semi-finals of this comp on the 16th, 4 days later the Championship starts again. So if you do get yourselves into some sort of form and consistency, you can take that into Championship cricket.
So often at the back ends of seasons, as bodies are more tired, more players are required to play a role.
Left alone by Ryan Patel. Outside his off stump. Well, I was saying the other day, it's a mad old schedule in August. So in the 100, the eliminators are on the same day as the quarterfinals of the 50 over competition. The final of the 100 is on the same day as the 2 semi-finals in the 50 over competition. 3 days later, the first test against Pakistan starts. As this is, shot and a half, just over pitch by Proctor. And he's held the pose there, Ryan Patel. I think he enjoyed that one, Ryan Patel. And held the pose. Super looking cricket shot from Ryan Patel. He's on to 49, but everything's right about that shot from Ryan Patel. End of the Proctor over, 9 gone, 79 without loss. But yes, 3 days later, first test starts against Pakistan, and 4 days later the Championship restarts. So there isn't a lot of turnaround. Good luck to the New England head coach with that, because he's not going to get a huge amount of time with his players, and also some of them won't have seen a red ball. Well, most of them won't have seen a red ball for a while. Gus Miller is into the attack from the railway end, replacing Weatherall, who was a little expensive there. So he's taken out the firing line for the time being. 10th over, Miller's in, and forward goes Sibley. That's nicely timed and nicely placed, and that'll be 4 as well. It's just lent on that, Dom Sibley, and has threaded that to the right hand side of extra cover and the left hand side of mid-off. Again, it's a lovely looking cricket shot from Dominic Sibley.
Well, 2 shots of the day. Last ball of the previous over from Ryan Patel. First ball of this over from Dom Sibley. Sumptuous stroke.
Sibley on the back foot this time to a fairly good delivery. It's great work at cover. That's the captain, I think, doing the work in there at cover. Got down low to his left, but they're through for a single.
Say the days you stop enjoying shots like those from Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley are the days you stop enjoying watching cricket.
Indeed, they're a thing of beauty, both of them. And they're vying for shot of the day at the moment, because the sixes are very spectacular and they're good shots and very enjoyable, but those were authentic cricket shots from both of them. Miller around the wicket to Patel, who's on 49. Well, he's looking for his third consecutive 50 in the competition. Here's Ryan Patel, made runs in the opening game, 58 in the opening game at Sedbergh against Lancashire, 97 on Friday, and he's 49 not out. So at the moment he's having an excellent first week at the Metro Bank. Ryan Patel, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. This will be his 50. Just turns it off his hip into the leg side. It's coming good time as well. So Ryan Patel, third consecutive 50, 3 in 3 for Ryan Patel. And he gets a very warm round of applause here at Guildford. Lovely innings thus far, Cameron Steele, from Ryan Patel. He just looks a man in nick, doesn't he?
Oh,
Full of confidence now.
what a great start from Ryan Patel. Just beautiful stroke making the whole way through.
Sibley using his feet to touch here to get to the pitch of that one from Miller, and then just helps it into the leg side. Well, I think his hand's going to be forced here, McSweeney. He's going to have to get spinning quite early here, I think. I wonder if he'll go Chahal first up, or perhaps Keogh maybe, but he's got two right-handers out there, so you'd think Chahal probably.
Has to be.
With the two right-handers. Miller is in. Just cramped Sibley for a touch of room, but he takes a quick single up towards mid-off. Good running again from Sibley. Set off straight away, and again that'll be the outfield.
He is fast as well, Dom Sibley, for a huge man. That's 10 gone, 86 for none. Deceptively quick, Dom Sibley.
Well, you tend, when you see someone a lot, you tend to forget how big they are. Proctor doing the fielding there on the replay, hitting the stumps, but I can't remember who I was with, and Dee Sibley wandered past and said good morning, and they went, he is enormous. And I said, yeah, he is a big fella, tall for his height. So here we are, as we suspected. Chahal comes into the attack. So Chahal, as I say, he's one of the icons of the IPL with his leg breaks. Phil Walker was looking forward to this. Does everything with a grin on his face as well, Chahal, but...
Which is amazing, because bowling leg spin is really hard. Yeah. Yasser Shah's the same. Always
looks happy.
Face.
Yeah.
Just loves leg spin, and don't we all?
Well, absolutely, Cameron Steele.
But it's a love-hate relationship.
It is. It can be a horrible relationship that you have with leg spin. It's one of the hardest arts. His first ball, forward comes Sibley. Pushes this one away into the leg side, offside, apologies, and there's no run.
What I would say is, don't be surprised if Surrey just nudge and nurdle Chahal.
Forward again goes Sibley.
Given the power play they've just had, going at 8.3 and over, really don't need to get out of their boxes here.
They don't. It's not one of those cases where, right, good luck with this, you sort of look to target him. Don't need to be doing any of that at the moment. Forward again goes Sibley. Just overbalances a touch here. So he's pushing that one into the offside, and he's just crushed his groin or back of his leg there. Just overbalanced on that. Did look a little bit uncomfortable, and he's just rubbing the back of his leg. What muscle's that, Cameron Steele? Forward goes Sibley. We'll watch him run here. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a hobble on. Sibley.
He's had groin issues at some stage. He suffered from a groin injury at the end of last season. Might be a hamstring, bit of cramp. He's been patrolling
Yeah.
the boundary all day.
He
Get a
looks
few
o-
more fluids in, Dom.
He looks okay, doesn't he? Bit of an irony there as well when he got that groin injury last year, in the fact that he gets walloped there a lot when he's batting, and he just gets through it.
Well, you say that. I once did my quad because of a bruise on my back leg.
My back went out once when I was brushing my teeth. You see,
There we go.
these strange things can happen. When I was trying to get the milk out the fridge one morning, as this one's tossed up, forward goes Ryan Patel. Former Surrey physiotherapist Alex Tyso once saved the day where I bent down to pick up my pen before the start of play and my back went completely, and I hobbled down to him and his magic hands got me standing straight. As forward goes Ryan Patel, turns this one into the leg side. We'll take a single. One more to the total. End of the over, 11 gone. So Surrey just knocking Chahal's first over around the outfield here at Guildford, but Surrey going at 8 and over. What McSweeney would like ideally is a wicket here. He'd like a couple of quiet overs as well. He hasn't had that yet, the Northamptonshire captain.
Well, this is the thing, and I think he's going to get it from Chahal. Doesn't miss. Ball's nice and straight, but Surrey have earned the right here, both with the restricting Northants to 250 and with the lightning start they've had, to just sit on their premier spin bowler and pick off the other blokes.
Gus Miller. Around the wicket he comes from the railway end to start the 12th over. He was on the hip of Ryan Patel. I think that's hit his thigh guard and gone away. Oh, and the throw. Well, I think poor old Lewis McManus there, it was heading towards the top of the stumps and it clipped the stumps, the throw, and he had his gloves reversed, and I think it's just ricocheted over the top of his stumps. So Surrey have actually picked up two, the top of his gloves, I mean, because he was sort of getting his head out of the way as well when he saw it was going to hit the top of the stumps. So Surrey picked up two, so Patel stays on strike, and they have moved on to 90 without loss.
Not what you want as a bowler.
Not
Gus
what you
Miller.
want as a keeper either. 'Cause
Bail to
McManus
the
did-
eye.
Well, that happened to Mark Boucher, of course, didn't it? Finished his career. As gets the bottom hand off the bat on this occasion. It just hops on him a touch, that one from Miller. Nicely bowled. But yeah, that's what finished Mark Boucher's career. Standing up, wasn't it? And Bale flew up. Went straight in his eye, poor chap. And that's why you see the keepers now with the helmets on. But the thing there was he's standing back to a quick bowler and was coming up to the stumps for the throw. Lewis McManus. Again, solidly in behind this is Patel.
I suppose the thing about helmets is that Bale can still fit through a grill.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
Ryan Patel is just making things look very slow at the moment.
He is. He's just in good form. All his movements, everything. He just looks very confident at the moment. He's a lovely player to watch when he's like this as well. Touch of the Mark Butchers, I've always thought, when he's playing like this, as he'll run this one down towards third man.
High praise.
Well, he does have a touch of the Butchers about him, especially when he drives. And 2 balls to go. That was the sound of Phil Walker, who will be joining you after this over, asking somebody to write something out for him. Not quite sure, might be the cheque, I suppose, for Phil Walker.
Big check.
Big cheque. Well, what sort of the size you used to get if you won the old Sunday League Man of the Match. I've often said this, but that's short. That's pulled by Sibley. That'll be out. He's pulled it straight off his hit and straight down Liam Guthrie's throat. And Guthrie did not have to move an inch, and I don't think Sibley can quite believe he's just done that. Right shot, and he's played a couple of those beautifully today, but that one straight off his hip. Guthrie didn't have to move an inch, and Sibley's very, very handsome innings sort of cut off in its prime, really. He goes for 33 and Surrey are 91 for 1.
He's fuming with himself, Tom Sibley. Similar to the dismissal of Nikhil Grantler a couple of days ago against Leicestershire. Just can help this ball along. it'll be ruining the fact he didn't try and hit it further.
Yep.
And it couldn't have been placed better.
Well, he's just helping this
Guthrie.
on its way, isn't he? Rather than trying to hit it, he's just helping it on its way. And Guthrie, as I say, was right on the rope. Hardly had to move. So, Sibley, lovely innings at 33, but he might have left a few out there today. 91 for 1. Yes, Nick Knight, he won a 40-over Sunday League game back at the Kia Oval. In those days, if you were the player of the match, you used to get a massive cardboard cheque. Huge, great thing it was. And you know, for about 3 years, there was a bit of a leak in your home team dressing room, and it was Nick Knight's cardboard cheque that was stopping the water coming down where there was a tile missing in the home team dressing room at the Kia Oval. Two things with that. I was amazed it stayed up there as long as it did. And number two is Nick Knight never took his cheque home.
Cricketers paid too much.
I used to like it in the old days of football as well, where at half time, sort of manager of the month used to be presented with an enormous cardboard cheque. And there were photos of them shaking the hand of the mayor as Miller is in, and forward goes Adam Thomas to his first delivery. Gets a thick inside edge on this. Otherwise, I think the appeal would have gone up for LBW. It's the end of the Miller over. He's picked up the wicket of Dominic Sibley for 33, and that is 12 overs gone. And Surrey 92 for 1. Their target 255. There's the chairman's tent on the live stream with the great and good watching away from the comfy chairs. A few more thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then you will be joined by the great Phil Walker.
Thank you, Mark Church. Well, a small lifeline for Northants, courtesy Gus Miller and Liam Guthrie. Brings Adam Thomas to the crease, and it brings Phil Walker to the mic.
Yeah, if ever they needed one, it was right at that moment. Tom Sibley will be cranky with himself because he hit it pretty clean. Helps it on its way. Just needed another little bit of oomph. Would have cleared the man comfortably. So at least this start, if nothing else, clarifies what Northants are up against here. They need to bowl Surrey out. They're not going to contain them across 38 overs on a quick outfield. Even with Chahal, even with Surrey trying to, if you like, just milk him, sit on him, play him out, even with that, Northants, they know what they need to do here, so they have to attack. They have to go sniffing wickets. So, I'm glad to be on with you when Chahal is bowling, Cameron Steele. Wrist spinner to wrist spinner. You'd have watched certainly a lot of him on the telly, perhaps rather less so in the flesh, but he's over here having a run for Northants. It's great to see, by the way, the number of Indian legendary cricketers really who are playing one-day cup stuff. It's a quirk, I suppose, of the current system that they're not allowed to play T20 anywhere outside of their home country, but they can play 50 overs wherever they like. Chahal is one of the storied legends of the IPL. And what makes him so good with the white ball, Cam? I want a dissertation on it. Go.
One word: accuracy.
Full stop.
Full
Handed
stop.
in. Job done.
Just such a feature. All the Indian spinners, especially the leg spinners, just the level of accuracy is unmatched. And I'm sat here watching in awe, really. Stupefied at the skill. Just wonderful. We had Chahar here, Rahul Chahar, just a change of consonant at the end of the name. And just the level of skill, confidence and enjoyment. Something to behold.
I would say Chahal, albeit to my untrained eye, is more on the, if you like, the Adil Rashid side of the ledger. Relies more on flight, guile, lack of pace, and a bit of overspin as well to get that ball to land a bit earlier than a batter might think, draw them into the false shot, rather than, if you like, the more standard, quicker through the air white ball leg break bowler. It's all the harder to do, you fancy, but if you can do it, it's lethal.
Exactly right. The bravery to bowl as slow as Chahal and Adil Rashid. I mean, some of Adil Rashid's balls now clock at 45 miles an hour, and the level of skill that it takes to be able to move up and down the gears while keeping it so accurate, while also watching the batter and playing the situation, it's something I'll always be amazed by and infinitely jealous of. Also, how quickly he gets through his overs. He's going to put Gus Miller under a little bit of pressure here from a fitness standpoint. I think that last over was about 2 minutes long.
Yeah, well, talking of Rashid's alchemy, his gifts. In the 100 yesterday, playing incongruously for Southern Brave against the Leeds franchise, but no matter. He got Zach Crawley first ball with a 43 mile an hour floater. It's just never there. Never, ever, ever there. And Crawley, first ball, chipped it straight to short cover. 43 mile an hour.
I don't know if there's ever enough appreciation for just how good someone like Adil Rashid is, or Yuzi Chahal, because I like to think of myself as one of the harder trainers out there. Years and years trying to get better at leg spin and trying to get yourself to the position where you can bowl that slow with that much control. Never do it, and so much respect for those guys who can do it.
The obvious answer to my question is just keep doing it day after day after day after day, but are there any particular preparation skills that you can work on as a wrist spinner that if you're a young and out there trying to learn this mysterious art, you might be able to impart upon them?
Well, the usual ones that you would hear Warney often say on comms, I'm not comparing myself to to Warney on comms, but would be spin the ball hard.
Right.
Try all of the different deliveries that you can. But then as you go up the levels and through senior cricket, something I wish I'd done more before I got injured was bowl at a cone or a target with no batter. Don't let all of the external factors get into being able to execute a certain skill.
Quick change of bowler then here from the pavilion end. Rob Keogh, conventional off-break bowler, quite tall. And he'll just be looking to land that delivery time after time and put the squeeze on here. Chahal just a couple from him, so they'll be holding him back. You fancy trying to winkle out one or two here and then bring the leg spinner back into play. At the moment, things are quite serene for these Surrey batters. So take the threat of the hitter out of the equation.
It's more from a standpoint of being able to execute your skill in whatever scenario, because it is effectively a closed skill, bowling. And then the stress management part only comes through playing and through doing. So if there's 30,000 people who don't want you to put it in the right place.
On the sweep, that'll run away for 4. That's a hit me ball, really. Just lost his line a touch. Around the wicket to the left-hander, going on with the arm into the pads, and it's an easy picking sweep shot. Patel just played beautifully this afternoon. Ready onto 59. He's hit it so clean. Economy of movement. fine player. I mean, certainly not underrated inside the Surrey dressing room, Ryan Patel, but perhaps further afield doesn't get necessarily the flowers he deserves. But he's a very, very fine player. He's one of these shot, more runs. Does get hauled in tidily in the end. Extra cover, but another couple moves his team on to 100, 101 for 1 now, and his personal score on to 61. They are doing this with great conviction at the moment. Surrey's top order. He's one of these cricketers, Ryan Patel, that if he was at a club with lesser resources, he'd be their gun player. And he gets important runs, especially in red ball cricket. Think about that 100 he made against Essex a couple of years back at the Kia Oval, where tight game between two of the title favourites, and Essex maybe slightly ahead of the game, and he came in, I think, at number 7 in that one and peeled off a fabulous counter-attacking 100. He can open, he can bat 3, he can bat 7, makes runs in white ball as well, obviously bowls his fair number of white ball overs as well. Just goes about his business. Great cricketer to have in a setup such as Surrey's, that is always going to be affected by national team call-ups and 100 call-ups and whatnot, and franchise call-ups here and there. To have a player of his calibre to fall back on, to use at certain points across the course of a long season is, well, it's gold dust really. Almost through. A couple of inside edges now for Adam Thomas. Just squeezing down on it, just not quite got his flow and balance just yet. Obviously just getting going into his innings, just practicing shadow batting, punching down the ground and keeping his shape. Be a big knock for him as well here at his home ground. Photos up on the stairs as we walk up here in the pavilion.
There's these two that linked up on Friday for the big partnership of the Surrey innings versus Leicestershire. Ryan Patel was kicking himself for getting caught on the boundary for 97. Said to Mark Church in the interview afterwards that he, despite putting Surrey in such a strong position, he should have gone on with things.
Yeah, it's never enough, is it? Never enough. Yeah, as you say, Adam Thomas as well, 57 on Friday and 82 not out against Lancs to get his campaign up and running. What a season he is having. Back in April, he must have wondered what kind of a look in he was going to get into the first team. 2/3 through the season, and he has a first red ball 100 under his belt, thank you very much, and runs on his home ground. Lovely shot, kind of a back cut really. It's quick between the sticks, but can't force that second. What impresses you about him, Cam?
Well, I was just going to tie into what we were talking about before a little bit, really, with the bowling and what sets players apart, really, between club cricketers to good county cricketers to test cricketers and franchise legends, is the mindset. And obviously Ryan Patel and Adam Thomas both have the skill.
Oh, just got a fingertip to it, would have been a screamer.
Yeah, they both have the skill, but it's the mindset for both of them as it closes out the 16th over, 106 for 1, that just separates the guys from being good players to potentially great ones. And both these guys play well in pressure moments. You mentioned Ryan Patel against Essex last year, and Adam Thomas has played some important knocks for Surrey so far this year at such a young age. I mean, you could look at him on screen there. He's an excellent athlete, he's got all the attributes, but steely-eyed.
Yeah.
Wants to be put into tough scenarios.
I want to ask you as well about the nature of being a professional cricketer, the day-by-day nature of it. Play, car, drive, hotel, team meeting, play, car, drive, hotel.
Don't forget
etc.
service station.
Of course. You are the bard of the service station memoir. If you don't know what we're talking about, just type in Cameron Steele service stations and you'll find one of the most delightful pieces of writing I've read in a long, long time, and I edit a cricket magazine for a living. But yeah, I want to ask you about the nature of it psychologically. You talk about mindset. On the sweep, can't beat man fine on the 45. Slightly ungainly looking shot. It was almost like he's in two minds. Beat straight mid wicket for a single. I remember speaking to Derek Pringle, actually, the former Essex player, about what made Graham Gooch so special. And he said he treated every day the same. Whether it was a Sunday league game for Essex or a test match against the West Indies, he afforded the same importance to every single innings he played. And alright, he made more professional runs than any other man alive or dead. So he's exceptional within the exceptions. Got him! Now that has turned out of nowhere, really. We called it at half time that Northampton's slow men were going to potentially play a hand here. Ryan Patel has been serene and untroubled throughout these first 16 overs. Ambled up to 64, eyeing a big one, and Rob Keogh has gone round the wicket. It's turned, it's gripped, it's spun, and Lewis McManus, his hands are as good as anyone's in the county game. That is a fabulous catch, because that's quite an appreciable edge, Cameron Steele.
Oh, some delivery from Rob Keogh. It's the first one we've really seen spin today. He's just taken a little bit of pace off it, and that has ragged, and it was always going to take a special delivery to get Ryan Patel today. You can just see on Adam Thomas's face there at the non-striker's end that that's a serious ball, and Ryan Patel has to depart. 64. He's going to bring the captain, Rory Burns, to the crease. Rob Keogh just saw the passion on his face there. He's just given another little lifeline to the Steelbacks.
Yep. Well, exactly that. Exactly that. And Burns in at 4, left-hander, of course. Keogh won't mind that. Suddenly, this game is opening up for the visitors. This pitch has taken turn all day long, and it's getting harder and harder to bat on. Chahal has 8 overs in the bag still to bowl, and Rob Keogh has settled in very, very nicely indeed, just into his second over. Ryan Patel's breezy cameo, 64 from 55, 9 fours, 2 sixes. Batted beautifully, but he has to go, and Surrey, their progress was unblemished across the first 11 and a bit overs, and then Dom Sibley picked out the one man behind square on the boundary on the leg side to go for 33, and now soon after Ryan Patel goes for 64, so 107 for 2. The run rate is very, very much in the home side's favour, so if they get anywhere near to batting out their 50 overs, and they will win this one, you would think, relatively comfortably, but they still need 148, and on a turning track against a very, very good and disciplined white ball unit, will still take some chasing here. Cam Steele jumps out. George Gompertz joins me. Interesting passage of play, George.
It's been good viewing. Lovely knock from Ryan Patel. It took an absolute jaffer to get rid of him.
Yeah, good catch. He's got a slip in as well now. Good to see. On the sweep straight away. Off leg stump, you fancy.
We saw a bit of turn in that first innings. Again, we've just seen one grip and over after he was dropped at the other end. Tough chance, albeit.
So, Burns and Thomas together at the crease. Josh Blake carded at 5. Nikhil Garancha at 6. Ralphie Albert at 7. Benji Flores at 8. So, a lot of talent, but not much in the way of experience between those 4, and indeed the further down the pipe you go, only really James Taylor has an established county start, and bookended either side by Tom Elam and Yusuf Majid. So it's a relatively raw Surrey lineup. A lot of ability, very watchable, but there's a lot riding on these 2, and Burns in particular. Edging into a bit of nice mid-season form is Rory Burns. Peeled off a lovely 100 a month or so ago in his most recent first-class game against Glamorgan. Only batted a couple of times since in the List A competition. Could work an extra cover to keep Adam Thomas on strike. So Chahal right back into the attack from the far end as we look at it. The railway end, and as well he might, because this is one of those little windows now for Northants. Does beat the man this time. When you're defending a relatively modest score in white ball cricket, you don't get too many opportunities. Northants skipper McSweeney has eyed this one up and brought back his gun leggy. See what he can create here. Intriguing.
Yeah, 2 relatively fresh batters at the crease now. One young, one experienced, although it's got to be said, Adam Thomas has just looked phenomenal recently. Friday, 57 off 80 odd. And earlier in the week again, 80 odd not out. His first championship 100 coming in April this year. Very confident man. Then at the other end he's got the skipper to back him up.
So 2 men out for that sweep. Spin, the old classic call. Almost did for him.
That's a great thing about cricket. That's a call that will be heard all over the country in various village clubs all over the land.
Luke Proctor, though, he's 38. He's been round the block more than once. He knows how it goes. But a clean shot by Rory Burns. Beats in this time. That's the delivery. That's what Chahal is looking for. Just that hesitation whether to come forward or back, and then fencing outside the eye line. Slip in place now as well. Vasconcelos in tight at first slip.
Yeah, it's exactly on that length. Not sure whether to come forward or back, and then, as you said, end up just prodding away, trying to fend it off down to third man. Fairly unconvincingly, but it's that line of length where we've seen the spin and the bounce as well. So from that end as well, from that top end is where we've seen that turn and bounce.
So it's good captaincy for me from McSweeney. Yeah, every day's a school day for Adam Thomas and the like at this stage in his career. Can't have faced too many leggies of the stature of Chahal. He'll be wiser for it, for sure. It's going to be spin both ends, definitely now.
The left-right combination, what does that do for a spinner? Would you prefer to just be honing in on one angle and trying to recreate the same delivery, or is it nice to be able to change it up a little bit?
Yeah, it's a good question. Presents different opportunities for a spinner.
Well, here you think McSweeney would be very happy bowling to the left-hander and angling it in and turning it away.
No slip though for the skipper himself, who just fancies perhaps getting through a couple of cheap overs here, holding Keogh back. So spin heavy attack. The seamers have gone the distance for Northants. But if they're going to get anything out of this game, then you fancy it will be with the slowies. McSweeney is a very canny skipper. Captains Australia as well. He's captain Australia A. He's seen as a very good tactician.
He ended up captaining as well up in Durham when Proctor went off injured. And although he was injured and very much not a part of the game anymore, he maintained his role at 12th man in 4 whites, just so that he could run drinks on and give some tactical information.
Impressive.
Similar to Ronaldo in the 2016 Euros final.
Can't beat that tight field. So, good squeezing here by Northants. McSweeney staying around the wicket, even to the right-hander. So, the intentions are clear here. No width, no room. Let Thomas play the shots. Let him make the play.
As you said, this is their opportunity with 2 fresh batters at the crease. It's not the easiest pitch to get yourself in on. It's not impossible by any means. Not a bad deck, but to the spinners you're going to face 1 or 2 which will grit.
Interested.
Yeah, I thought that looked pretty good.
Yeah, umpire Saggers unmoved. Just want to have another look at that.
Confident it hit him in line. It's whether it's going on to hit the stumps, I reckon.
So Sweeney constantly thinking, moving the field around, bringing long on up, trying to squeeze Burns, keeping him becalmed here. Giving himself a bit of cover as well for the sweep get-out shot by Burns. That's full and chipped, but just shy of long off, mid-off correction. So tight stuff. Another one ticks by. 18 gone now. 19 gone correction. 111 for 2. I want to have a look at that leg before shout just one more time. They were certainly interested.
Ultimately, it's just for our own amusement. It's been given not out, but it did looks pretty all right from here. It's hit him full, around about the badge on the bottom of his pads. It's definitely not going over. The only question is if it gripped enough to straighten up. Anyway, that's all incidental. Still 2 down. Rory Burns is still at the crease.
Yeah, it's a good appeal. So here we go, constantly ringing the changes. Rob Keogh now back into the attack from the far end now.
It's just the one for Chahal, was
yeah,
it?
so bowled couple up top, then a third. So this may well be the play. Just keep as many in the tank as you possibly can. Even though he inconvenienced Thomas in the previous over, he's been pulled out of the attack. Have to bowl that one again, a rare errant wide. It's been a day of very accurate bowling actually, hardly any wides thrown up across these 2 innings. Nicely played off the back foot, punched down the ground. That's a George Gompertz shot, if ever I've seen one.
And you have seen some.
I have. We don't need to talk again about your 101 not out yesterday.
No, Churchy's already mentioned it as well, so
right.
I've done pretty well for that.
Yeah,
overall.
you have,
Yeah, just the 3 wides in the Surrey bowling innings. Equalled already by Northants, just 18 overs into this one.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating bowling display by Northants, really. Liam Guthrie and Rafi Weatherall both went the distance. Weatherall went for 34 from his 2, 23 from Liam Guthrie's 3. So the medium pacers tend to sit up and ask for it on this track, but the spinners are a very different proposition indeed.
It's quite a wake-up call for Weatherall, who went his 10 overs 4 for 56 on Friday.
That's the game. On the sweep again, straight to Chahal, so just a single. Burns looking for that shot here. It's his get-out shot against the spinners. Hits it well, consistently.
Yeah, been a very safe shot. It's 4th time he's played it in 9 deliveries.
That's turned again, but down the leg side, just losing his action a tiny bit.
You heard the shouts of anguish as well, because I don't think Thomas was a million miles away from strangling that down the leg side. But again, good signs of turn. He's giving it plenty of flight, plenty of opportunity to grip.
Yeah, he is. It's good to see. That's where Slip would have been in the game. Can't help thinking that they've missed a trick there. Much needed boundary. Runs away. Adam Thomas's first boundary of the innings.
And again, that one's come in a long way. It's probably turned about 2 stumps, I reckon. And it's cramped him up in the end. And he's quietly ticks along to 13 off about 20 deliveries, is it?
Yeah, 19 deliveries.
And the more you face, the easier it gets to bat out there. And with a low total to defend, they're the sort of chances that you really need to be going to hand.
Yeah.
It's like Luke Proctor.
McSweeney had his time again, sorry George, then can't help thinking with the amount of lateral turn out there for the spinners, then at this point, at this juncture, when you need wickets, you're not gonna strangle this chase and leave them shy. The only way Northampton win this game is if they bowl Surrey out. There's no doubt about that. They have 30 overs to get 136. So he's been very impressive overall in the field here, McSweeney, with his bowling changes, but he's missed a trick there. On the sweep again, nailed. Classic Rory Burns, plays it on length, doesn't he, George? Beautifully done.
Amazing timing. Half the deliveries he's faced now have been swept, and he's made good contact with all of them. Have another look at it here. He's taken that from outside off stump, got right outside the line.
Tries it this time again, but slightly trickier because it's turned, it's even further outside the eye line.
That's alright though, as long as he's playing it outside that line. If he misses it and gets hit, then it's no worries. But again, he's been comfortable taking it off the stumps, taking it off leg stump.
Put another man in conventional square leg, slightly behind square, to block that shot. Oh, and he gets away with it this time. That does turn. False shot. Burns trying to play through the onside. And again it turns, and turns sharp. Just gets enough on it, otherwise Lewis McManus behind the stumps would have been very, very interested indeed. So, false shot, slightly fortuitous. Couple of runs. Things are happening though. Get a slip in. That would have gone straight to him again. So it's 2 in 2 now.
At the minute, you still feel all the pressures on the bowling side though. Every loose delivery, every boundary just takes this game further away from them.
You only get a small window, don't you? Another one beats him.
Of course, a couple of wickets changes it, but the Surrey side will be looking to get that required runs to 2 figures, and then from there, psychologically, it becomes a much easier game.
Right, finally, slip in.
Is it too late? 2 chances already gone through that region.
We shall see. It's not before time. Reverse this time, gets a lot of it. Lovely shot. Burns showing all of his creativity against the slowies here. So 2 boundary 4s, both off sweeps, either side of the track, and the pressure released just a touch here. 21 gone now, 129 for 2.
He's having a bit of fun here, is Burns, with his field manipulation. Just brought one from the offside into the cordon. All right, I'll hit it over the top of third man. It's maybe one of those pitches where if you sit around and prod at the spinners, eventually you will catch an edge. So it's best to just be a touch more aggressive. He's used his feet a couple of times. He's got down and swept a few times, and for the first time this innings on the reverse sweep. So he's not letting anyone settle. He's getting after it.
Chahal's back in.
I'll tell you what, Nathan McSweeney is giving Sam Keir, our PA officer, a good day's work here. He's working hard for his money.
Sam was telling us that he set off at 3 in the morning from the north to get here from another gig that he was on. What a soldier he is, our Sam. So, good to see. Jugular time, he's got another slip in. I'd say it's essential now to the leg spinner. Dragged down this time, punched into the offside. Easy as you like.
I imagine Burns will be fairly easy on the sweep again, playing with the spin. They've moved that man out to deep backward square to cover it. Got a man at deep mid-wicket as well. If you can get it behind square, then it's going to race away.
Flatter and a bit quicker. Burns mindful, just solidly in behind it.
Just wary not to stray too straight here. As soon as he does, he knows he's going to go for runs. But I'm, from a bowler's point of view, liking this angle, coming across the left-hander and just waiting for one to turn back through the gate.
Again, sweeping on length, tossed up, so Burns can get stuck into it. Yeah, it's an interesting field, 4-5 leg side, and he's kept the offside broadly open for Burns. Not really Burns' play though to drive the spinners through extra cover. More than happy to get down on one knee instead. So Surrey won't mind this. Just play within themselves against this champion leg spinner. Slapped past extra cover, but straight up to long off, so just a single. That's fine though, and Thomas won't mind that at all.
They're so far ahead on the run rate. It was in this over that Northants brought up their 100. Surrey now 132 for 2. The DLS par, so what they need to be at is 90, given the wickets they've lost. They're 42 runs ahead of DLS. So they're well on top. But a couple of wickets always changes the game, so it's got to be mindful not to do anything silly. And at the moment, they'll be very happy, as is often the case in the middle overs of a 50-over game, just to plug along, go at ones and twos, and when a short wide one arrives, hit it to the ropes.
Changes being rung. Keogh now back into the attack. We had 2 from McSweeney.
First time we've seen Thomas on the sweep.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of it as well. Good hard old-fashioned sweep shot.
Hitting with the spin, fairly safe. Just had away from our cameraman Graham behind the bowler's arm, doing the good work in the sun.
Yeah, he's on his feet now, Graham. So no slip. Burns lets that one slide. May have hoped for a wide, but nothing doing. So a false shot runs off the face of the bat. Burns is trying to pull away.
I'm not sure whether he did intentionally deflect that down to third.
God, you're a generous soul, George.
Well, it's spun, but it's also held in the pitch. And it looks like maybe he's just checked himself a little bit.
Yeah, you're just 101 not out in all of your opinions at the moment. So, second hard sweep of the over from Thomas. He gets a lot of both. Good to see. Well into his work already.
He's done the hard bit now. 27 deliveries in.
Yeah, and he likes that shot too. Just taking the off spinner downtown for a single. Keeps the strike. These two doing it well.
Yeah, it's a very easy single. Just hit with the spin, use your feet a little bit. And they're very happy to offer it up. Surrey very happy to take it. Everyone's happy. You see the paella tent in the background on this screen for that end quite a lot. I think we both went for that for lunch.
Yeah.
I like some water.
Yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah. Certainly, that was my salt quotient for the week sorted anyway. It was delightful, but I do feel a little bit parched afterwards. My wife's in the house. Mentioned this earlier. She was sound asleep when I left her an hour or so ago.
Not anything to do with the cricket, I'm sure you hasten to add.
Oh, she's been gripped, of course. Not often that I get her to come down to the game, but she fancied this one. And she had a paella herself and a pint of Pimm's, and then slumped in her deck chair.
Well, the feel of these outground matches is quite similar, I think, to non-league football, where you can walk around the ground.
Yeah.
You're nice and close and personal. It feels a bit more real.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
It's a lovely atmosphere.
2 men on the drive now. Chahal calling the shots. And a slip. Good to see. That's the pace. Beautifully done.
Yeah, it's the second time now to Chahal that Thomas just hasn't quite been sure whether to get forward or hang back. And I reckon Chahal would have been quite interested in him going back to that one.
Absolutely. Tossed up, punch down the ground, beats mid on, long off comes round and tidies up, but another solid shot down the ground. He hits it clean. Stays quite still against the spinners as well. So the field spreads for Burns. No close catches, only one on the drive. 4 in the offside. Only one boundary rider on the offside as well. Burns content just to get in quietly behind it and snuff it out. Beautifully bowled. Flight and guile above the eye line. The politest of inquiries.
Yeah, the pressure's all on the bowling team. So Burns will be happy just to prod around. It's Northampton who've got to make something happen. $117 required, still 27 overs to go. So, as you mentioned, time's not going to be the issue.
Nicely played, in fact, just waited for it. Still, dot to finish. But for Surrey, they do not mind this. That is 5 overs now from Yuzvendra Chahal, and nothing yet in the wicket column.
And we mentioned that Northampton's had a good opportunity about half an hour ago with these two fresh to the crease. Well, they've now put on 31 between them. Thomas has faced 30, Burns has faced 24. They've played themselves in and they've built a good foundation to now go and knock off the rest of these 117 runs. Northampton's now scrambling for answers.
Yeah, indeed. And these overs do tick by, don't they? Keogh now into his 5th. Chahal's already done 5. And as we said at the start, the seamers have been ineffectual for Northants. So it's going to happen. It's got to happen quickly. Turn into the stumps, but Thomas stays leg side and punches it away. It's one of his shots, that. You look at his game as we remarked when we saw him make that fabulous 100-second innings of his debut at the Kia Oval a couple of months back, there aren't too many obvious weaknesses in his technical game. Sets up very nicely indeed. So, more turn, wide ball, turning from wide and going wider, but more turn. Burns swatting at fresh air.
His eyes lit up at that big gap on the extra cover boundary and a full wide one.
More comfortable on that shot.
He's been very restrained. That's the first real sign of him being ultra aggressive. We've seen him use his feet and we've seen him be inventive, but in a positive way more than a reckless way. Again, there's so much time, so there's no need for any silliness. Especially if they're going to get given runs like that.
Yeah,
I think he's just bowled 3 wides now in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, he just loses his action a tiny bit from time to time. Easy as you like. Plays within himself, does Adam Thomas. He has an old head.
Wonder whether we'll see any seam up before long. It is starting to turn. There's definitely stuff in it for the spinners.
On the reverse, clears the man that will run away, of course. Beautifully played. Clever and audacious. Burns playing very tidy cameo here onto 20. The partnership moves on to 40 for the third wicket. 25 gone, halfway point. Surrey doing it well.
It's looking like a really experienced knock from Burns. You can tell this is a man who's played a lot of professional cricket. He looks completely at ease. Maybe slightly more aerial than he would have anticipated for that last shot, but he's played it a couple of times for 4. He's played a few sweeps. He's come down the ground. It's looking like an exciting knock as we welcome Chahal back to the bowling attack, and we welcome back Mark Church to the commentary.
Well, the thing everybody tends to forget about Rory Burns is he's an extremely good player of spin bowling. Made his test debut in Sri Lanka in a 3-match series, opening the batting against spin. So he is a very good player of spin bowling. He's putting out his sweeps. He's got a number of them. Not quite as many as Ben Duckett, who's got about 93 sweep shots. But Surrey just ticking along nicely at the moment against this spin. Chahal it will be. And short, cut by Thomas for a single. And one more to the total. And then Surrey, well, at halfway, just another 108 required. So they're in control of this at the moment. And we did think that par is around 280. Here, I think, on these pitches at Guildford. So they were probably 20 under par after Surrey bowled very well. 254 for 8 Northamptonshire. Chahal is in to Burns. Burns just late cutting, and Vasconcelos doing the fielding there.
On Friday, Surrey 270 for 9 at the end of their 50, which was chased down fairly comfortably by Leicestershire.
Yeah, I think you'd need over 300. Slog sweep from Rory Burns, got all of that. And that's straight into the fence. Chahal has just tossed that one up a touch more, and Rory Burns has seen it go above his eye line, and a slog swept straight over the man at mid-wicket, and straight into the fence for 6. Excellent bit of batting. Down on one knee, slog sweep. And Chahal, as I say, just giving that one a little more air. Burns waits on the back foot this time and pushes this one to the left of Vasconcelos and takes a single. So good batting from the Surrey captain. It's on to 27 now. And that 6 brought up the 150 as well for Surrey. So it's exactly 100 required by Surrey now. Got off to a really good start through Sibley and Ryan Patel. And now those two have gone. Sibley caught down a long leg, flicking one off his hip from Miller, and then good bit of bowling from Rob Keogh. Got one to really go to Ryan Patel. Looked in wonderful nick. Chahal is into Burns, and Burns gets forward, plays this one down into the leg side. So yes, the home side at the moment in a very good position, and Northamptonshire and Mr. McSweeney know they need wickets here. And there's that view again of Dapjune Wharf with the trees and all the crowd sat in front of the big fence there as well. It's got to be a good hit actually to get into Dapjune Wharf, because you have to get it through the trees or over the trees.
Well, we've had a lot bounce back off the
Yes,
trees.
Aaron Finch, I mentioned this on Friday, his first ball in Championship cricket for Surrey here. He slog-swept his first ball over the trees and over Dapjune Wharf from Jeetan Patel. It went miles.
Welcome to the game.
Yeah, and got 100 in no time. That was the only Championship game he played for Surrey, I think. Or did he play 2? May have played 2 games for Surrey in Championship cricket after playing in the T20, Aaron Finch. Rob Keogh to continue from the pavilion end. He's just trying to get his field right here. Is Rob Keogh as a train rattles along the tracks in the distance. Keogh bowling in his sunglasses. Umpire Saggers is in his sunglasses today there. The umpires these days, they have a different kit for each competition. And they've got the sort of sponsors purple on their shirts. Around the wicket goes Keogh. Quick singles taken. Oh, and it's gone through the legs of Guthrie. And again, that's this outfield. He's got round to that. Probably should have stopped it, to be fair to him, but he was thinking about the bobble there. Oh look, and there's John Surtees of Surrey County Cricket Club. He told me that he was making his way to do a lap, which means he's off to the ice cream van, and he's being picked up there on the camera. This is cut away by Thomas, and that's going to race away for 4 more. So Keogh tossed the first one up, was driven through the fielder at mid-off, so he's just gone a little bit shorter, and Thomas has rocked onto the back foot and cut it away for 4. The runs required now for Surrey, 91. I think John Surtees' bit of fielding there, if there was a highlights reel tonight, I think that would make the highlights reel. Very good pick-up and underarm throw back. Thomas goes back on his stumps.
We've just done just about everything today. He's done PA announcing.
Oh yes, he jumps on.
He's done some fielding.
Great Sam Keir is on the PA, and I think he was quite rightly having some sustenance, and all of a sudden John Surtees was on the PA mic asking people to leave the field of play. Now he's been on the live stream fielding the ball. What next, I wonder? He'll be umpiring soon. Now that would be something, because this is whipped by Thomas down towards long on. Get a single.
Well, in the first couple of overs we had a no ball and a free hit, and Surtees did say he's quite glad he wasn't still covering on the PA then, because he wouldn't have known what to do.
Well, he does a fine job, and I can see him now. He's round by the scoreboard on his lap,
striding around.
I know exactly where he's aiming for, and that's the ice cream van down there at the railway end. Keogh around the wicket to Rory Burns, who's slog sweeping again. This is more top edgy, and he will go. Caught at deep mid wicket, and he's annoyed with himself, Rory Burns. He's going against the Turner touch there with the off spinner, and that's why it's come off the top edge. It's a good catch coming in from deep mid wicket. So he's played very nicely there, Rory Burns, but again, a little like Dom Sibley, you feel he's been cut off in his prime, but he was going against the turn on that time, with Keogh bowling his off breaks from around the wicket, just held on him a touch, and gets the top edge, and it's a very well judged catch out there at deep mid wicket. So Burns goes for 27, It's the wicket they desperately needed, and it's Keogh who picks it up. And Josh Blake will make his way to the middle, who is, well, a very good sweeper of a cricket ball, as we saw at Sedbergh. And Surrey are 165 for 3.
Yeah, it's a shot he played a couple of overs ago from the other end, and he almost cleared the fence with it, and it's a similar line. He's taken it from just outside off stump. But we have seen from this pavilion end that when it's outside off, it can just grip a little bit more. And that one has just gripped a little bit. And this is, I'll tell you what, a fairly stiff breeze, and when the ball gets up there is quite a bit of wind. And the catch was almost misjudged. It ended up diving forward. A good catch in the end. And we were just saying, there's no need to do anything silly. They're well ahead of the rate here. This game is on wickets, it's not on time. And he'll think that's a fairly comfortable shot for him. Hitting against the spin, out the rough patch. It's definitely a higher risk shot than some of the sweeps he's been playing, but it brings Josh Blake to the crease, who hit a brilliant unbeaten half century earlier in the week against Lancashire. And then he was out without troubling the scorers on Friday, but he played some, in that Lancashire innings, played some absolutely ridiculous shots where he gets down on one knee and it's halfway between a slog sweep and a paddle scoop, and he hits it over fine leg off middle stump, and it's absolutely ridiculous. The quality of players these days to be able to just pick it off a line and a length.
Well,
they hit it backwards.
They practice for hours and hours and hours, and it's almost like muscle memory for them now. They see the length, they see the line, and they don't really even think about it. It's as natural to them these days as it would have been 40 years ago playing a full defence. Don't even think about it. It was a good catch from George Bartlett, because he came racing in and then realised it was being held up in the wind, and then in the end just steadied himself and dived forward and just took it above the grass. So it was a good catch. Now Nathan McSweeney's bringing himself back into the attack here from the railway end of the ground, coming around the wicket, and the first one's punched with these very flat off breaks.
Yeah, it's got a slightly rounder arm than what we've seen so far, so not a lot of flight. Darts it in.
Again to Thomas. Tom's trying to flick this one off the hip. Yeah, it's sort of summed cricket up that Josh Blake, that brilliant innings at Sedbergh, and then was out first ball here with one that kept a bit low on him. That's the game of cricket. As forward goes Thomas. It's nicely bowled by McSweeney.
An interesting angle he's adopted here, coming round the wicket.
Well, it's a little bit. Joe Root does this. It's the same sort of action in many ways.
Oh, it does look very similar, yeah.
Just darts it in. It's round arm, darts it in from around the wicket to the right-hander. Single there for Thomas. Remember when that tour to India and Joe Root came into the attack and picked up 7 for spit in no time when it was going square. But it was really the pace he was bowling. He was quick off breaks. That was the thing about it. Saw Ollie Rayner do it on a pitch that broke up very early for Surrey against Middlesex, and well, Hashim Amla genuinely ended up in the second innings playing Rayner like a quick bowler. He was hooking him. This is left alone outside the off stump, because Rayner, to the right hander, was getting the ball to turn back in and go straight up, and he was coming from about 6'4". So Hashim Amla basically took his guard about a foot outside the off stump, and then waited for it and started hooking him.
He was getting that bounce on purpose, or just from the surface?
It was to the surface, and the fact he was coming from 6'4", and it was turning square on day one. End of the over from McSweeney, and 167 for 3. Surrey on a lovely afternoon now here at Guildford on the live stream, and you can see there, blue sky, bit of white fluffy cloud. Messrs Blake and Thomas out in the middle having a natter about everything, because it's 4 and over from here, 88 of 22. So it's exactly 4 and over from here for Surrey. Rob Keogh it will be from the pavilion end to continue, having picked up that wicket of Rory Burns in his final over.
It's an obvious thing to say, but Josh Blake will be even happier today to get off the mark.
Yes, he will. He will indeed.
Slight weight lifted off his shoulders.
So Keogh into him, and he's just stabbing this out towards extra cover. Just pushing Chahal a little deeper at long off here for Josh Blake. He's on the back foot, punching into the offside. Won't get a run on this occasion. It's the captain in there doing the fielding.
There's also something to be said for the fact that these two enjoy batting together and have batted well together only this week.
Yes, and of course they played a lot of their 50 over cricket together last year. That's wide for Keogh. It did turn, but it started very wide. Well taken by McManus, who's kept beautifully today. I thought Blake kept beautifully as well, standing up to Thomas and Patel today. Very good wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. As this is cut by Blake, he'll get a single. For Blake, they've got Vasconcelos in at slip, as he's just starting his innings, but he won't have a slip for Adam Thomas, who's on 34. For the right-handed Thomas, sweeper on the cover rope, a long on, deep mid-wicket, and then a man back on 45 on the boundary for the sweep. He's going to come into play now, but he's not going to get there because that is swept beautifully by Adam Thomas. He's picked the right one there, even with the man just round the corner. He's just seen where that's pitched, and he has gone on length. It's pitching on about leg stump, and he's picked the right one to sweep as he's driving straight back down the pitch here to Keogh. There's the fielding off his own bowling. There's your boundary in the over. So they're ahead of where they need to be. 5 off this over already. Keogh into Thomas, and Thomas whips this into the leg side. It's good work from McSweeney.
Yeah, really good work. It's a shot he's played a lot, and it's a shot he played especially at the beginning of his innings. And to the off spin, he's very comfortable just playing with the spin, coming down the ground, and that single's been on offer the whole time. He's been very keen to take it and just rotate the strike.
Well, I heard you and Mr. Steele and Mr. Walker, you've all had a chat about Adam Thomas and sort of how impressive he's been this season. What I think is the most impressive thing about him is what's between his ears. Oh, that gentleman very sensibly slip, slap and slopping there, getting the old sun cream on.
Here's one for you. Slip, slap, slop doesn't only relate to sun cream. Do you know
I'm sure it doesn't.
Do you know
Where
what
are you going here with this conversation?
It's not. George? It's not slip sun cream, slop sun cream, slap sun cream.
Yes.
It's let me see if I can remember.
Slip on a shirt.
Yep.
Slap on some sun cream.
No.
Slap on a hat.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
Slap on a hat. Slop on the sun cream.
Slop on the sun cream. Yes,
yeah.
Indeed. Yes.
Got there in the end.
Very sensible. Very sensible. I'm glad you went that way in that conversation. So Guthrie, with his left arm, is coming into the attack here from the railway end of the ground. But yeah, it's what's between Adam Thomas's ears. When he went away to Australia to play club cricket and he won the Cooley medal, Surrey had given him a couple of things to work on. There's around the wicket, pushed down to backward point, and there's no run. My apologies, Miller into the attack. Gus Miller into the attack from that railway end. And, well, he worked very hard on whatever those two things were. And then the 100 was great on his championship debut. He played very, very well, but he came in at a good time, and he had Sean Abbott at the other end. But it was his innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge where you sat there and you thought, yeah, he's got a bit about him, this one, against that attack. I'm sorry, we're in trouble. And he is a very good player, and he learns very quickly. As forward goes Blake. Plays this one out towards extra cover.
And I hope he continues to work on his bowling as well.
Well, his bowling's impressive. I think he's handy with the ball.
It's very handy.
Very good in the field as well. So he's a talented boy, and he's sort of been the breakout player this season for Surrey, and he's doing it here in the Metro Bank because he's a senior player now in this competition for Surrey. Even though he's very young. Forward goes Blake, playing this one from Miller straight back up the pitch. He's bowled tidily today, Miller.
Forward and across as well. He's well outside off stump by the time he's hit that, and he may be eyeing up that big old gap in front of square on the leg side. That's Ricardo Vasconcelos in the ring, and outside of that, not a lot.
It's going to appear Look at the Miller figures. Yeah, there you go. In his 5th over, 1 for 16. So he's been very economical. Hasn't gone off the length. That's the thing. As forward goes Blake once more. He's just hit that good length. Miller.
That's all you have to do in cricket in general, but on this pitch as well. Anything short pops up and goes.
I think that will be the thing that Darren Lehman will look at here, is the amount of runs that have come square of the wicket to the short square boundaries. I think especially in that first 10 overs, as Blake again uses his feet and just pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And Patel had simply started beautifully, but there were a lot of balls off the hips that went for 6, and I don't think you mind being driven here, but I think if you're getting cut, pulled, or being whipped, and they just couldn't find the right length and line in that first 10, and Surrey got off to a rip-roaring start, which sort of set the platform for the run chase as much as anything, because it's now down to 81 required. Miller right arm over the wicket, that's well bowled.
Especially when you're defending a relatively low total, you can't afford to be loose in the first 10 overs in that first power play.
Well, you need 2 or 3 wickets in that power play. You need Northamptonshire needed Surrey 50 for 3, and as it was, they were 80 odd without loss after the first 10. Then the spinners would have come into it, and they've got some pressure on the batters. But as it was, there wasn't any huge pressure because of the start that Surrey had, so they could just knock it around and use the sweep shots, because they didn't have to try and take a spinner out of the game. So McSweeney it will be from the pavilion end. There's a gentleman there I just saw on the live stream wearing a 2005 England training shirt.
Oh, that's very good merchandise.
There we are. That's a sort of 2005 retro England training shirt. As McSweeney is in, and this is driven down the ground by Josh Blake.
When I was in my youth, I ran into Freddie Flintoff at Legoland. He was there with his family. I was there with mine.
Lovely.
And I was wearing that shirt, I think.
From the 05.
Would have been a hand-me-down.
Yeah. I bet Freddie loves Legoland. As Thomas comes on to strike. It's quicker from McSweeney. It's a bit too short, so Thomas has got time just to rock onto that back foot and work it out towards deep mid-wicket and then pick up a single.
Didn't have anything on me, so my mum got an old receipt to sign.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Well, I during the winters, I go back to the Polar Express experience in Tunbridge Wells that I work at, and a couple of years ago I was doing my stuff, and lo and behold, there was Joe Denley with the family getting on the Polar Express. Very nice to see him. He's announced he's retiring at the end of his very good career. His shout for LBW here, but not going to get that. As pushing forward was Blake. Of course, Rory Burns is opening partner for a while with England, was Joe Denley. Very good career, Joe Denley, but hanging up the old boots and bat at the end of this season. As that one was tossed up a touch more by McSweeney, and Blake was looking to drive, but he wasn't quite to the pitch of that. So didn't really go through with the shot, and McSweeney tumbles across to his right.
They are offering that shot up though. There's a long off, but there's no cover between point and mid-off. That whole boundary is free.
Well, now he's moved his mid-wicket to just behind square on the leg side. So he's left a big gap at mid-wicket, so the reverse sweep comes out from Josh Blake, and it's more top edgy. Well, he'll either punch that behind himself. He'll get a single, will Josh Blake. So he was trying to find an angle to get that ball away. Picks up a single, keeps the strike. Tidy over that from the captain. Nathan McSweeney played very nicely today, McSweeney, and then a very unfortunate way to get out. And it was run out at the non-strikers end, and there were 4 wickets today for Mr. Benji for us for Surrey, but it was a big old deflection from him back onto the stumps. He had quite a long way to travel back onto the stumps to run out there, McSweeney. And that was the two main men really for Northamptonshire. Bartlett and McSweeney went in quick succession, as Miller from the railway end around the wicket to Blake, who again walks down the pitch to him and then punches the ball straight back up the pitch to Miller. As Cameron Still was telling us, full name Augustus Horatio Miller.
That's a strong name.
Very marvellous.
You know where he started his cricketing career?
No.
In the Oxfordshire under-10s.
Did he?
He did.
Lovely.
Rule number 1 of those training sessions were don't back up his throws.
Ah.
Quite fearsome back in the day.
Yes. As around the wicket he goes. Oh, a bowled. That's a cracker. Absolute cracker. Held its line. Blake ended up looking like he's trying to work that through the leg side. Turned him round completely. Lovely bit of bowling that from Miller. Cracking length from around the wicket, and it's held its line, and he's ended up trying to work that through the leg side. Turned him round completely.
Pretty much unplayable. He's bowling fairly wide of the crease and angled in a long way. He managed to hold its line.
He's in again here. And Blake comes down the pitch and then does work this one leg side. Just a single out there towards deep mid-wicket. Yeah, he's been impressive with the ball today. Looked good with the bat as well, did Gus Miller at the top of the innings. But he's been very disciplined here.
It's been a tight 2.5 overs with McSweeney at the other end. Been boundaryless and not much more than that as well. It's just been a heavy ball on a good line and length.
The good thing from a Surrey perspective is they got overs in the back pocket. As Thomas plays this one off the back foot, drops the bat on it, potters away down to backward point. Mr. John Surtees is back, having been on the live stream on his little walk round, doing some fielding and returning the ball.
And a little wave to the crowd as well.
It was a lovely throw, lovely return of the ball from the committee room tent. He got caught on his lap. It's down the leg side, tucked away by Thomas. I think it's come off his thigh guard. They'll get back for 2. Guthrie comes round to do the fielding. I think this will be a leg bye signal. Yes, it will. So 2 more to this Surrey total.
Now, you've watched a lot of cricket, albeit a lot of it from a commentary box, but
yes.
When you're not and you're in the stands, do you
Yes.
also have this weird fascination for the concept of touching the ball?
What, me personally? No.
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 Oh, there we go.
No. I can't say it's a sort of a driving force of my day, touching the ball. As this is driven back up the pitch by Thomas. It was a bump ball. Miller got hands to it, so it took some of the pace off it. I almost got knocked out doing a Premiership rugby game a couple of years ago, where I think it was George Ford, and we were at Saracens, I think it was, and he put in one of his amazing spiralling kicks, and it was heading our way, and I thought, ooh, this is going to get very, very close to me, and it actually did bounce straight off the top of my head.
Oh, so you
whilst on
saw it all the
commentary.
way?
I saw it all the way, and for some reason I didn't move. I think it was because I had the headphones on. Look at that, the Surrey deck chairs there for the players. They're very nice, the Surrey deck chairs, as this is driven. First ball of another McSweeney over the start of the 33rd. Down the ground for a single. But it was almost like I was mesmerised by the ball, and I knew it was going to hit me. And it literally landed straight on the top of my head while I was commentating. That's down the leg side. That's flicked away by Thomas off a top edge. It sort of loops down towards long leg. He'll get a single. He's just trying to hout that round the corner.
Were you on the pitch or were you in the stands?
No, we were in the stands. You were about, at Sarries, you're sort of on the halfway line, probably 20 rows back. But he absolutely nailed this gig. This one's chopped away by Josh Blake, trying to give himself room to cut. Couldn't make enough room. Potters out into the offside. Of course, there was the famous game between Nottinghamshire and Durham in the T20, as this is cut out into the offside. They'll take a quick single. One more to the total at Trent Bridge, where I think it was Alex Hales hit a straight six, and it went straight in the commentary box window, where Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham and Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle fame were in there. As McSweeney's in, tosses this one up, drilled down the ground by Thomas to long on. He'll take a single. And there was a good 5-minute delay, and the 5-minute delay wasn't because they couldn't find the ball in the commentary box. It was that both of them were getting selfies holding the ball and then they had to obviously put it on X, so that took a while. Meanwhile, on the televisual feast, nothing was happening. Sweeney's in, and this is cut by Blake. Good shot, late cut. It's very well played. You've got to get a boundary here despite the best efforts of the sweeper, and that's all about playing it as late as he could. Placement was excellent from Josh Blake there. That's a very good shot.
Yeah,
it's great effort to get to it as well, but on that parched outfield, that's hurt Weatherall.
You can see his trousers are ripped.
Oh, that has hurt him, bless him, because yeah, that will be a knee hitting the turf, and B, hate to say it, that'll be grass burns, and that will be very painful, and the physio's heading over. I think Weatherall's going to have to come off here. That's a blow as well for Northampton. They want him back because he's going to have to bowl at the back end, you would have thought, but he's having a chat with the Northampton physio at the moment about that, but that would have been very painful. It's a brilliant effort. There's Phil Walker as well. He's now on the live stream. He's chatting away in the crowd there. There's Mr. Walker having a cup of coffee. But Jake Weatherall, yeah, that Jake Weatherall, sorry. Young Mr. Weatherall. He's feeling that right knee of his. It's a terrific effort to get to it, but he saw the dust go up as he put the dive in. And as I say, it's like concrete out there at the moment. It's not much fun sweeping on the cover rope in these conditions. 34th over, and it's Miller to Thomas. He's laying back and cutting down to third man.
He's had the opposite problem to what you see sometimes when the pitch is wet and the knee sticks in the ground and you create a massive divot. He's just skimmed over it, and it's immediately taken the material off his knee.
And I think he's grazed his thigh there as well.
He's showing all parts of his skin to the physio.
Well, and anybody walking up the Woodbridge Road at the moment, behind the fence. Hopefully he's okay. As that beats the edge. Nicely bowled again by Miller, who has been the pick of the bowlers here.
There's a second one in 2 overs. It's exactly the same, angling in, then holding its line. Blake's not lost his shape though. He's come forward and he's stayed side on. The first one he got a little bit squared up.
Yeah, Rafi Weatherall is making his way down towards the Northamptonshire dressing room. It may be a patch-up job for him here, and get him back out there. So the 12th man is on. Miller around the wicket, using his feet again is Blake. That goes off a thickish edge down towards backward point.
Yeah, it's a painful one, but it's not a particularly... It's not going to limit him massively. It will sting and it will hurt, but it's not a muscle injury. It's not anything that's gone wrong. It's just a bit of artificial damage.
Let's hope so. I hope it's nothing to do with that knee, because he did land heavily with the dive. And as I say, on this surface at the moment, it's like diving on concrete. Gave it absolutely everything to get there. So that's short. That's pulled off the hip by Blake. Down towards deep backward square. He'll get a single as the throw comes in. One bounce over the top of the stumps. The physios, they do an amazing job. All the physios. Harry Duke here for Surrey at the moment. They patch bags up and get them back out there as quick as they do sometimes. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's just feeling his hip as well. So I wonder if as the knee jarred into the ground, it's just opened his hip up a little bit.
190 for 3, and that's short, and that is pulled by Thomas, and that'll be 4. So it's the first one really that Miller's dropped in, and Adam Thomas just sees it early and then pulls it away off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. He's on to 46 here. He's at it again, Adam Thomas.
And we've seen with remarkable consistency throughout the 2 days here at Guildford that anything short immediately goes all the way.
61 more required by Surrey. Miller over the wicket, she's gone short again. This one's pulled again by Thomas, but the fielding is brilliant. Out there at deep mid-wicket. It's George Bartlett out there. It's done really well. So that was struck very firmly by Thomas, and Bartlett's timed his dive to perfection. Got both hands behind it, almost parried it round the post.
Yeah, it was almost like a goalkeeper stop, wasn't it?
Brilliant, brilliant bit of work. But a single off the final ball of the over. I think we're going to have a drinks break here. So all the drinks being run out, and Messrs Blake and Thomas will get themselves a drink. 13 to Blake, 48 to Thomas. Sibley was the first to go for 31 when he got a delivery. Thank you to George. Very good stuff from George today. Mr. Cameron Steele is about 33 for Sibley. My apologies, he was the first to go and just picked a ball up off his hip of Miller and was caught by Guthrie. Then Ryan Patel got a really good one from Keogh that turned on him. Got an outside edge, went for 64, and then Rory Burns slog sweeping, and then Bartlett taking a very good catch down low for 27. But it was the opening partnership, 91 in 11.5 overs, just set Surrey up. And welcome back, Cameron Steele. I was saying that opening partnership took a lot of pressure off Surrey. If Surrey in that power play had been, let's say, I don't know, 50, 60 for 3, the way they would have had to have played the spinners would have been very different. But as it was, they didn't really have to do anything too spectacular against the spin. They sort of had overs in their back pocket, didn't they?
That has been the key. Having the time, and the lack of pressure to be able to execute some patience. Ryan Patel, that's as well as I've seen him bat.
Yeah.
He was just up here before, and we were having a chat, and he said he's found his hands. Little bit like Steve Smith.
Yep.
He was chunking the ball a little bit for a couple of weeks earlier in the year, and he says he's found his rhythm now. And one of the wonderful parts of this competition is the consistency with which players are able to play in quick succession. And he has certainly found some form, played some sumptuous strokes today.
Really did. Really did. There was one check drive that he played where actually the best shot I thought he played was the shot to get off the mark, which was a shot of a man who, as you say, lovely descriptions, found his hands, found his rhythm, full of confidence, and he just stayed on the back foot, didn't he, and just checked one through cover point for 4. It was a lovely way to get started.
And the feature of him and Dom Sibley is they didn't really play a shot in anger.
No.
They were scoring it 9 and over in the power play.
Yep. Now, it's probably worth mentioning the sort of, it's not really a hoodoo, but Surrey haven't won here at Guildford in 5 years. So they've got a good opportunity now to change that. With 59 apologies required off 16 overs. It's the batters that have set, the bowlers that have set this up from a Surrey perspective. Chahal is coming back into the attack after the drinks break from the pavilion end. I like this. I like all the to keep your hands dry as well. It's a bit. It always looks a bit like the old weightlifting at the Olympics when they put the talcum powder on before lifting 195 kilos.
The chalk.
The chalk.
It's now for the batters. It's often the liquid chalk.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it a spray?
No, liquid chalk is just. It's not a spray. It just comes out of a bottle and then dries very quickly.
Yeah, I see everybody doing it now.
Will Jacks is the large proponent of liquid chalk in our dressing room.
Is he?
He is. And
Put it on the end of his cue when he's playing snooker as well.
Well, Walker was talking about snooker before.
As Chahal is in then from the pavilion end to the left-handed Blake, who's playing this one back up the pitch. Well, I'm still getting my head round that bit of information that the great Jimmy White, last 3 numbers of his telephone number are 147. As this is tucked back up the pitch. The diving stop by Chahal. The bat of Blake. That's magnificent, isn't it? Do you think Brian Lara's is 501? I do hope so.
Or 400.
Yeah. Well, he's probably got 3 phones, hasn't he? So one will be 375, one will be 401, and one will be 501. As there's a single here for Josh Blake. I'm sure Phil would know, he knows everything. Well, exactly, and he probably rang him up a couple of times on one of those 3 phones. 197 for 3. 58 more required. I saw Brian Charles on the telly the other day talking about Gary Sobers, because of course there was that favourite Sir Garfield walking out when he went past Sir Garfield's record. He was an unbelievable cricketer, and I met him a couple of times actually. I was looking at him, such a charming man as well. As driving is Thomas, hasn't quite got to the pitch of this, and that rolls out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll get a single. Bartlett out there doing the fielding, but you've got to be good, haven't you, to be able to switch from left arm quick to left arm spin. And then when he batted, some of the shots he played, extraordinary. And an absolute gun in the field as this is punched off the back foot by Blake. And there's no run. And they always say in sport, if people know you by your first name, sweeping here is Blake, and that's going to run away fine on the leg side and down to the boundary rope for 4. So 4 more to the total, 4 more to Blake, and that will bring up the 200 for Surrey. So they're past the 200, just 53 more required. So if you just say Tiger, or you say Sedon, and if you say Sir Garfield, everybody knows who you're talking about. Just a wonderful, wonderful cricketer. And sadly, of course, passed away, what, a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago. 202 for 3. Sorry. 53 more required. And they've still got 15 overs to get there, so there's no scoreboard pressure at the moment on Surrey. Luke propped up from the railway end into the attack. But as I say, it's the Surrey bowlers that have set this one up. They were very disciplined with the ball today. And I think, well, we were saying this about Surrey on Friday, 50 runs, 60 runs short of where they needed to be. As now Thomas has looked to cut a ball that was a little too close to cut, and that beats his outside edge. Sat on 49. But I think if there were to be another game at Guildford, I think news would spread that bowling first is a good way to go about it here, isn't it? Thomas waiting again. And cuts this one away, straight to backward point. Didn't get a run on this occasion. Adam Thomas at it again. Cameron, I was saying, I was listening to your conversation with Phil Walker about Adam Thomas, and the most impressive thing for me is what's between his ears. There's a touch, I always describe it as a touch of the Pope and Smith vibes about him when he bat, and he learns quick. As this one's cut away, and that'll be his 50. So it's a 3rd consecutive 50 for Adam Thomas. We said that for Ryan Patel. 3 games, 3 50s. Very well played. He's a senior batter in this side, and he's doing his job at the moment. 50 not out. Surrey 203 for 3.
High quality stuff from a high quality youngster.
Yep.
Lovely technique on him, and a cool head on his shoulders. And Adam Thomas is hopefully going to guide his side to victory here.
Josh Blake back on to strike. And the left-handed Blake just tucking this one off his hip. Out there towards deep backward square. 1 more to the total. It was the innings at Trent Bridge against a very good Nottinghamshire attack with Surrey in trouble, and he joined Dan Lawrence And yeah, that was the innings where you sat there and went, ooh. Yeah, he's got a bit about him, this one. Proctor's in, forward he goes. Adam Thomas plays this one out into the offside.
I mean, so often you talk about the prospects and young players to look out for, and the way they play the short ball is often a fairly good indicator.
Yeah. And that's what it was that day.
Yeah, I mean, even the way he's played the short ball today is obviously not with the sort of pace of Stone and Tongue, but just the way he leaps on it.
And Tongue was bowling the speed of light, and he was trying to take Jamie Smith, Adam Thomas's and Dan Lawrence's heads off, and Thomas got through it. He got through it very, very well. End of the over. So 14 to go for Surrey, 51 required to get a first win at Guildford in 5 years. So that will be a little bit of a hoodoo off the back for Surrey here at Guildford. And they're under no great pressure at the moment. Sweeney and Northamptonshire trying to make it as hard as they can for Surrey. Mr. Walker is back. We saw him on the live stream having his cup of coffee, chatting away downstairs. There's no hiding place. John Surtees was seen fielding the ball from the committee room tent on his circuit of the ground. And Mr. Walker will be joining you, Cameron, Steele, at the end of this over to take everybody through to the conclusion of this game, as this is punched by Blake, start of the 37th over. But obvious thing to say, Surrey could do this in singles if they wanted to now, and still win with a bit of time to spare. 50 exactly required now by Surrey. I did like your one-word answer to the dissertation on Chahal: accuracy. I remember speaking with M.R. Verdi about that when he was on that England tour to India, when
Accurate Patel.
Oh, and he said the thing was, and all the batters said the same thing, as this is punched down the ground, Chahal will get a hand to it, and Ravichandra Ashwin as well. Every ball was in the same spot. Time after time after time after time. And yes, the pitches were turning, but every ball just hit the same spot.
Played with Axar Patel. He was overseas player at Durham when I was there.
Oh, was he? Oh, he's a cricketer I really like.
And I tell you what, he didn't miss when he played for Durham either.
I really like him. There's something about him, isn't there? My favourite left arm spinners, as I've often said this, as forward goes back, he'll nick a single hit. McManus comes around. There's something about they're a bit like the Artful Dodger. They're going to pick your pocket. You think of Phil Tufnell as well, and he's a bit like that. Actually, Patel, I could watch him bowl all day, and he's now. He always was useful with the bat, but he's incredibly useful now with the bat.
He's got a few idiosyncrasies with the bat, and especially with the way he trains. He would never hit in the net. Well, at least when he was at Durham, he would only get underarms or overarm throws on the outfield.
It's interesting, isn't it? Aaron Finch was like that, as this one's driven down the ground towards long off, and Guthrie will do the fielding. They'll get another single, and I saw him do it once. That he said that's what he did. He faced his first ball. He did go in the net, faced his first ball, middled it, and walked out. Said, yeah, fine, absolutely fine. He said he only ever had a long net if he wasn't feeling good. But if he was feeling good and he hit his first couple of balls straight out the middle of the bat, he'd walk out the net and go, right, that's all I need. I'm fine for tomorrow.
I tell you what, guys like Axar and Sai Kishore, they bowl and bowl and bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. And they love it as well. That's the other thing. This one's turned into the leg side by Blake. Well, of course, Sai Kishore, he's gone to Gloucestershire now for the rest of the championship season.
Yes.
Yeah, but of course was at Surrey last year and bowled that mammoth spell at Durham for you, didn't he?
Popular man.
Yeah,
Surrey
he's a
dressing
lovely,
room.
lovely fella. This one's tossed up and swept by Blake straight down to short fine. Throws fired into Chahal there, who did very well to stick out a right hand. So, end of the over, 37 gone. Another 47 required by Surrey off 13. A few more thoughts on this from Cameron Steele, and then, as I say, it will be Phil Walker to guide the good ship Surrey live stream into safe haven.
Thank you, Mark Church. 13 overs to go. Surrey should, I repeat, should cruise to victory here. Josh Blake, 21. Adam Thomas, the young, exciting Adam Thomas on 52. They've played superbly here from the base of set by Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley. It's Luke Proctor back into the attack.
Yeah, so breakthrough year for Adam Thomas. Seen quite a lot of him in the flesh this year. He's opened in a couple of T20 games as well at the start of that campaign. Obviously we've mentioned it a number of times today, that debut 100 on the third day of that championship game where he ran Leicestershire ragged. Oh! He's almost swallowed that one at backward point. Glad he got his head out the line. He's fine, I think. Adi Sharma. That will sting. That was hit hard, and he's in quite close there. This is like a shortish backward point. And it's hit hard, as he tends to do. Anyway, on Adam Thomas. I think this might be his most impressive knock yet that I've seen. Considering the situation, considering the quality of the opponents, considering when he came out to bat, lost another one soon after. And the mark of a good player, Cam Steele, is that they barely have to play a shot. And he's scored off broadly everything he's faced. He's played within himself all day long, immensely self-contained, well-ordered, just breaks the wrists and clumps it up to long off and long on all day long against the spinners, doesn't hit it in the air. The odd occasion when a seamer drags it down, he just marmalises you through mid-wicket. And if you bowl a good one, he says, all right, fair enough, gets him behind it. Off the hit, on the bounce. Chahal. Down on the boundary. Well hit by Josh Blake. And that's the mark of a class player. Really, really impressive. They've found one here of Surrey. No doubt about it. 350s now in a row in this tournament. And he'll really want to just get this over the line. Alex Stewart is here. Just down below from where we are commentating. Cut away. And hit too hard for the boundary rider to haul it in. And so another 4 for Adam Thomas. 6 fours now. 50 partnership up as well.
Beautifully struck there by Adam Thomas, even though it went only a couple of yards to the fielder's left. No chance of getting it in on this outfield.
More runs around the corner. That'll be 4 more. I think that is off the bat as well. Yep. So 63 now, and he's doing this quickly. There's a real snap in the hands, isn't there, when he connects, which again is a very modern way of doing it. You think again of Harry Brook and maybe just before that Kevin Peterson, those kinds of players where upon connection they really snap the wrists through the shot. The days of the high left elbow are long gone, especially against the slow men. It's what Kohli says as well. You play against slow bowlers, then you want to really snap those wrists through the shot, and then against the quicks, that's when you let your top hand take control. Well, Adam Thomas is a very modern cricketer in every sense, and a very, very good one.
There was a game last year, the moment where everyone sort of realised we've got someone on our hands here.
In the twos?
No, against Glamorgan. Well, I mean, the twos he scored millions of runs last year. But the real, I suppose he keeps saying coming of age innings. I don't know if that was it because he's played a few of them. But against Glamorgan at the Oval, reduced game because of rain, and he hit this one straight 6 where everyone just looked at each other and went, whoa.
Yeah, right.
Got a bit.
Sometimes it's just one shot, isn't it? Sometimes it's all you need to see. Good shapes, as they say. Rob Keogh back into the attack. Slip in, last throw of the dice. Turns. Josh Blake stretching out Could let that one just slide past. No matter, just 35 needed, and he's played a tidy hand here as well. Be important for both of them to get to the line here. A couple of red inkers would be very useful indeed. It's a young team, inexperienced, but learning each week. And assuming they do get this done, a pretty fruitful 3 games overall. On the wrong end of the Leicestershire game, of course, on Friday, but to go up to Lancs and win, and then barring a remarkable collapse here, they've got this one in the bag as well. So a good start for Surrey in a tournament that they've not really bothered the highest elements of in the last few years. Not for want of trying, but of course decimated first team. But they seem to be compiling a tidy looking 11 here.
Well, if these two can get it over the line, this will be pretty close to a complete performance from Surrey. Rory Burns shouldn't go unmentioned as well.
Yeah, played very tidily indeed, I thought. Big one, that's coming down towards us, just shy. That's a lovely shot, Josh Blake. Just hitting at 80%. He's got a lot of that, it's gone a long way. Touch of class, he's played within himself really. The foil to Thomas, more eye-catching knock, but that's a shot that will live on in the memory. And they're doing this quickly now. 27 needed.
It's a gorgeous shot from Josh Blake. Brave shot as well, given how slow that Keogh's bowling, and he's got the most purchase out of any of the spinners.
Round the corner, 4 more.
Well, he's earned that, Josh Blake. The big 6 before. Overcorrection from Rob Keogh, firing it in his legs, and a deft touch from Josh Blake, who's moved almost unassumingly to 33 from his 40 deliveries.
Yeah. And the Surrey Brains Trust will be delighted with this today. They've unearthed a very useful new ball bowler. They've got a starlet at number 3. He just peels off 50 after 50 after 50. And now Josh Blake, who is a scurrier at number 5 by nature. Brilliant gloveman, as we saw earlier today. And he's got a few shots in the bag as well, so this is turning into a very, very useful setup here. We may or may not get to see Nikhil Garantla today with the bat, but we certainly saw him in the field. Backward point, put on a bit of a clinic at times. Couple of left arm spinners. Good looking team.
Yusuf Majid was so impressive today.
Wasn't he just, yeah.
And he wasn't really taking heaps of spin in that first innings. To bowl as accurately and as economically, miserly the way he did. He's been the pick of the spinners today, really, and that's going up against Yuzi Chahal, who's world class.
Yeah, 8 overs for 29, Chahal. I wouldn't say that Surrey have been passive, but certainly they've been happy to play containing cricket against him. Leg spinners, they need players coming at them, and with just 254 on the board, it was always that sense that Surrey could play within themselves against the slow men, and then it becomes a different game, really.
Especially with someone like Chahal, whose default ball, which is harder to bowl, is slower. If you're not having to attack, it does blunt him somewhat.
Yeah, it puts me in mind of the Joe Root knock. Trying to make room. Josh Blake, but can't pierce the field. Joe Root's 99 not out on a tricky track at Cardiff against India a week or so ago, and Shubman Gill said we didn't have enough to get him to play a false shot. He said he's a master at 5 and over, 5.5, 6 and over. Oh, just shy perhaps, may have even carried actually, I fancy. Died on Vasconcelos at short mid-wicket. That's slightly sluggishly getting down to it.
I think that has carried. His reaction says it all.
Yeah, I think it did just, you know.
Wry smile from Chahal.
Yeah, it's not been the champion's day. That'll be in the gap as well. Just one man out on the onside. This game is done and dusted. The only question is whether the new star of Surrey's batting lineup can walk off unbeaten.
That's an accomplished shot from a young man.
He hits it hard. He hits it hard and clean.
Was there to hit, but expertly deposited.
And then chops off the stumps. There's a lot of talent around coming through in English cricket. He's one of a clutch of young stroke makers. I mean, take your pick. There's many coming through, and he's just one of them.
You mentioned talent coming through. It's the end of the 40th over, 238 for 3. Talk about spinners. Calvin Harrison, I love the look of.
So do I. Interesting you should say that. I really like him. He bowled really well for the Rockets the other night, actually, in a game where Birmingham Phoenix basically pulverised everybody except him. And talking to people around Northants, they really, really like him. Lehman thinks he's fabulous.
It's a real coup for Northants.
Yeah.
I must say, when I was still playing and I suppose jostling for the position of...
Go on, say it.
Jostling for the position of one of the better spinners or the best leg spinner. Could be close.
Would have been gone for all money. It's run through, but there is coverage, so no more damage. This has not been Northants' afternoon. Yeah. England Lions as well interested in him.
He has the action I wish I had.
In what respect? Go on.
Just gorgeous high front arm. So just see the replay of the run out attempt.
Yeah.
Gone.
Give that one up. He's
Just
taller as well than your average leggy, isn't he? So he gets that bounce. And he can bat. Very fine cricketer. We were having a chat actually on the Wisden podcast, 2 more around the corner for Adam Thomas about the post-Rashid landscape, you know, and who might bowl wrist spin for England in white ball cricket. Mason Crane was a name that was mentioned. He's having a really good run at it in all formats for Glamorgan. A bowler reborn, really. But Harrison was the name that I kept coming back to, you know.
He's my pick.
Yeah.
We were speaking about slip catches before, and he is one
Right.
of the very best.
Right.
He does not drop them.
Tossed up. And again, crunched down the ground with that snap of the wrists. Didn't get all of it this time. But there are runs everywhere. Just 13 needed now.
It was a big loss for Notts, losing him to Northants.
Yep. Yeah, there was a few raised eyebrows when it happened.
But Liam Patterson-White has kept him out the side. He's a wonderful player, all-round cricketer. Again, bats, bowls, catches. Farhan Ahmed as well. Tough to fit everyone in. A little bit like Surrey's dressing room. Hard to fit everyone in the team.
Lovely shot down the ground. Will it beat long on? Chahal scurries round to cut it off with 2 more. Clever shot, back foot, punch past the bowler. So 41 gone, and just 10 now required. 245 for 3. And Adam Thomas, somebody stop him. 74 not out now. 82 not out against Lancs. 57 on Friday afternoon against Leicestershire. And Now another notable innings.
Collect some more red ink.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I mean, he's learnt from the best ahead of him. Dom Sibley loves collecting red ink.
Yeah, it's a gem of a cameo actually from Sibley earlier. He was served up a free hit after a no ball, and so plonked it in the BP garage over the road at mid-wicket, and then just went about his business, barely played a shot in anger, 33, and then picked out the man on the boundary. But it was him and Ryan Patel who played as fluently as anyone across this game that really did break the back of this innings before we'd even got going. It was only in the 12th over when Sibley was out. The score was already on 91, and the game was kind of already done, really. There was a small window for Northants. Bold. Small window for Northants after they got rid of Sibley, and then in quick succession Patel as well. But thereafter, it's just been the story of this boy, Adam Thomas. He has central character energy. He seemingly makes runs every time I see him.
Well, for Surrey fans, they're going to have to get you on the stream more often.
So here we go. The last time Surrey won at Guildford. What year, John? 2021. They've lost 7 on the spin. Did you know that, Cameron?
I did, because I played in most of them.
The Tokyo Olympics were in full swing. Ed Sheeran, Bad Habits, I gather, was at number 1. We all make mistakes. £1.06 for a loaf of bread. How depressing is that? £1.90 now. And 133p for a litre of petrol. Average now 156p. Picked up straight to mid-wicket. Easily taken, and Josh Blake will be cranky with himself there. 10 needed. Played really nicely. In the final analysis, it won't really matter, but to him, how he would have liked to have walked off alongside, hopefully, Adam Thomas, undefeated. Nonetheless, useful hand. Surrey then. 4 down, 10 still needed. It'll be Adam Thomas, joined, you imagine, by Nikhil Garancha.
Unfortunately there for Josh Blake. I think he's just tried to bunt that along the ground and has just timed the pants off it.
Yeah.
Straight into the hands of Cal Corner, but he's played a nice little knock there, 36 off 50. He has guided his team to what you would imagine is a victory with Adam Thomas, and it will be Nikhil Garantla who comes to the crease, who we were waxing lyrical about before with his antics at backward point. Serious athlete. 2 of the best athletes in the squad at the crease now, Adam Thomas and Nikhil Garantla. Both with sub 7 minute 2K time trials.
Really?
Of course that equals runs. A good 2K time trial.
What was your PB?
Well, it certainly didn't equal runs for me. It was 6:45, but should have focused more on my time in the nets, let's say.
So, 8 overs remaining. We shouldn't need more than a couple of those. The question merely remains, can Adam Thomas walk off undefeated here? 74 not. Talking of timing it too well, when you're just trying to tap it into the onside. That's it into the space. That's a gimme. A hit me ball. Climbs into it. I played a game many, many years ago, a representative game with Graham Napier.
Whoa.
And he was batting 5 or 6 and I was 48 not out. And he came in, the game was done. On the sweep this time, but there is a man at long legs, so just a single. And we needed about 8 or 9 to win. And he said, don't worry, Phil, just knock it up the ground and I'll get you back on strike, see if you can get your 50. And off break bowler, and he knocks it down the ground over the sight screen. I said, Graham, what are you doing, mate? He said, oh, sorry, yeah, no, I just got a bit too much of it. I said, it's all right, you know, we've still got a couple to play with. He said, no, I'll just, next one, promise, I'll just work it. Next ball, over the sight screen, 12 off 2, game over. And I was sat on 48 at the other end. And he insisted, bless him. He was such a lovely lad, I believe him. Swept round the corner. Scores now level. All that remains is for this pair to finally ice this cricket match. Grantler joining in the fun, picking up a boundary off just his second delivery.
Yeah, do you want to do the pod first?
And so we are just waiting for that final run. It will clinch it for Surrey, 2 from 3 to get their One Day Cup 2026 campaign off and running. And it's a big win, this, in the context of an emerging young team, and also to get this Guildford monkey off the back. Lost 14 of the last 18 here at Woodbridge Road. As we said, the last 7 have all gone against them. Closest finish came in 1987 against Northamptonshire, with just 4 needed to win off the last over. Monty Lynch came on to deliver a classic, and there it is, running away with absolute assurance and class. It's been a mark of Adam Thomas all afternoon. He has barely played a false shot to finish 83 not out, and Surrey do it with 6 wickets in hand and 7 overs to spare. It's been dominant. They were superb in the field, disciplined with the ball, canny slow bowling, useful new ball action. They fielded well. They got off to a flyer, 91 for the first wicket, and then the stage was set for the local boy Adam Thomas, a Guildford born and bred kid. Grew up playing just behind those sight screens where the car park is, in those nets as a nipper, and is now holding centre stage for Surrey's senior team. What a breakout year it's been for him. Championship hundreds, opening up in T20, and now really making a name for himself in 50 over cricket. Make that 2 unbeaten 80s in a week, with a 57 in the slot between those two as well. What a year he is having. For Northants, didn't quite happen for them today. They were going tidily enough with the bat, 185 for 3 at one stage, but when they lost their 2 in-form batters in Bartlett and McSweeney, it was all downhill from there, and since then it's basically been a procession. Cameron Steele.
Procession indeed, clinical from Surrey, and timely. All the bowlers did their jobs. Flores was outstanding, as was Taylor, Majid, Thomas Patel and Ralphie Albert, and then the batting almost faultless.
Yep. So quick run through the Surrey card. Dom Sibley played breezily for 33 from 36, picked up a couple of 6s, including one stuck into the petrol station over the road. He was the first to go on 91. Shared a fabulous partnership with Ryan Patel, who was as fluent as anyone on the show today. He made 64 from 55 before getting a good one from Rob Keogh, nicked off behind. Rory Burns played sprightly enough for his 27 from 31. He became Keogh's second wicket, and that brought that partnership of 48 with Adam Thomas to a close. And then Josh Blake played nicely as well for 36 before being caught at mid-wicket just right at the death. But the star of the show, Adam Thomas, 73 not out, 83 deliveries, 114 minutes, 9 boundary 4s, and barely broke sweat. Rob Keogh picked up a couple. Chahal was lovely to watch. Economical 1 for 35, but in truth he didn't really have a target to play with. He needed more runs on the board to really get into his work. Surrey were able to essentially sit on him and milk him across the course of the afternoon. And so Surrey do get it done. 2 from 3, and they are up and running in this tournament with, as we've said, the makings of a very interesting young List A team here. It's been a glorious day, and as you can see, the crowd spilling onto the pitch. Everyone has had a thoroughly pleasant Sunday afternoon. Cameron Steele has been with us throughout the day. Mark Church, George Gompertz and myself, Phil Walker. Thanks to everybody working behind the scenes here as well, of course, and especially to you, the viewers, for sticking it out throughout the afternoon with us. Surrey are up and running in this tournament, 2 from 3. We'll be back before you know it. Thanks again, and we'll see you soon.